Welcome back to Novel Explanation. Before we dive in, if you're new here, we bring you full story explanations, audiobook style, one part at a time. Let's get into it. Chapter 2502, 2502. Translator, 549690339. Brothers, I have a favor to ask of you. Just as Jiang Fei was about to leave, the middle-aged man suddenly stood up and said, "Brother, if there's anything you need help with, just let me know." "Yes, we're brothers. If there's anything you need help with, just let me know." "Brother Li, don't be too sad. We'll help you take care of the mischievous funeral." "That's right. Leave this matter to us," the surrounding villagers said one after another. It seemed that this middle-aged man had quite a good relationship with the villagers. Everyone gave him face and wanted to help take care of the child's funeral. The middle-aged man suppressed his grief and said to the villagers, "Let's not talk about the mischievous funeral for now. I just want to ask everyone to help me kill this fierce beast to avenge mischievous." Hearing that they were not going to take care of the children's affairs, but to seek revenge on the fierce beast, the villagers all fell silent. It must be known that this village was inhabited by ordinary people. They played with hoes and rakes all day long. Asking them to deal with the fierce beast was no different from committing suicide. Therefore, when they heard this, the villagers all fell silent. "Lihai, it's not that I don't want to help you. We are all ordinary farmers, not immortal cultivators," a middle-aged man with a strong figure said. He had a good relationship with Lihai. Therefore, he opened his mouth to persuade him. Although everyone could understand that their son had died, no one would be willing to follow Lihai to die. "Everyone listen to me. No matter how powerful this beast is, it is still a beast," Lihai said loudly. "That is not a beast, it is a beast." A villager said, "So what? Isn't a beast a beast?" Because of the pain of losing his son, Lihai had long put his life and death at the back of his mind. The other villagers were not stupid. Because Lihai's son had been killed by a ferocious beast, he wanted to risk his life, but no one else could do it. "Everyone, I don't ask you to fight with me." Lihai could also see that although these villagers usually called him brother, they could not count on him at the critical moment. Actually, it was not the villagers' fault. As long as there was a little hope, there might be a few friends who were good enough to help him, who was willing to die with him. Everyone had their own age and age. They cannot disregard everything for the sake of brotherhood. Because they usually had a good relationship, many villagers were a little embarrassed. Since they were not going to fight with Lihai, they could at least provide some support. "Third brother, your family is hunting," Lihai said to a villager. "No problem." Third brother was also a straightforward person. Lihai bowed to the three villagers and then said to another villager, "Dao, I remember you have a bird gun, right?" Big Tiger nodded. Lihai asked, "No problem." Big Tiger agreed. Lihai then asked a few villagers for some items. Then, he carried his son back to his home. Jiang Fei muttered to himself outside the crowd. Jiang Fei could understand Lihai's feelings when his son was eaten by a fierce beast. No matter how he looked at it, it was like hitting an egg against a stone. Looking at Lihai's lonely back, Jiang Fei could not help but think of himself. This ordinary farmer was facing an enemy that he could not fight. Was Jiang Fei not the same? From the first apostle, Simon, every apostle had mastered an extremely powerful cheat, especially the fifth apostle, John. He had used a brainwashing spell to control the family that Jiang Fei cared about the most and loved the most. Moreover, they had become enemies. Therefore, when Jiang Fei saw Lihai trying his best to fight against an enemy that he could not defeat, he could understand Lihai's pain and helplessness. Therefore, Jiang Fei, who was about to leave, stayed behind. He once again hid himself and quietly observed Lihai. He wanted to know how this ordinary farmer would avenge his son. He would also be enlightened. In the middle of the night, Lihai obtained the items that he had asked the villagers for, including the beast trap and the bird gun. Seeing that the sky had darkened, Lihai came out of his house. He placed the beast trap at the place where his son was killed. He firmly believed that the ferocious beast would come again tonight. Then, Lihai hid in the dark with the bird gun. He quietly waited for the ferocious beast to appear. Time passed by minute, and the sky gradually darkened. As night fell completely, every household closed their doors and windows, and then turned off their lights. In this small mountain village, the villagers had originally slept very early. Now that they heard that there was a ferocious beast causing trouble, they even closed their windows and locked their doors early. They could not think of any other way to fight against the ferocious beasts. For ordinary farmers like them, the ferocious beasts were simply impossible to fight against. Very soon, it was late at night. The surroundings were quiet. There was not a single sound of insects or birds chirping. Zhang Fei's heart skipped a beat. His spiritual power was sharp enough to detect the movement of a ferocious beast. To Zhang Fei, this ferocious beast was really not powerful at all. It was not even at the level of a true immortal. However, to these ordinary farmers, this ferocious beast was already a symbol of invincibility. When the traps was triggered, the remaining few traps were also triggered. Li Hai roared and rushed out. He held a torch in one hand and a shotgun in the other. By the light of the torch, Li Hai saw the ferocious beast that had killed his son. It was a fox the size of an ox. Its entire body was black. Only its tail was red. However, Zhang Fei knew that it was the red-tailed, mysterious fox. The red-tailed, mysterious fox spoke in human language. "You killed my son." Li Hai pulled the trigger on the red-tailed, mysterious fox. A ball of lead shot out from the shotgun and flew straight at the red-tailed, mysterious fox. The red-tailed, mysterious fox did not even make a move. A ball of black light flashed from its body, and the lead shot was blocked. "Old man, you are that child's father, right? Let me tell you, I ate him because he had it coming. If he had not provoked me first, I would not have bothered to make a move on him," the red-tailed fox said to Li Hai. Chapter 2503, 2503. Translator, 549690339. Nonsense. My son may be mischievous, but he's not stupid. How could he take the initiative to provoke you? How could Li Hai listen to these words at this time? He was wholeheartedly convinced that the red-tailed black fox was lying. "Oomph." The red-tailed black fox sneered, then turned around to leave. It had no intention of hurting Li Hai. Speaking of which, what the red-tailed black fox said earlier was also true. It had just cultivated to the point where it could transform into human form. Originally, it wanted to leave the deep mountains and forests and go to the human world to train. However, it did not expect to be seen by a child as soon as it came out. Moreover, this child's mouth was really bad. Mischievous called the red-tailed black fox coquettish fox was not because he had seen the true form of the red-tailed black fox. It was just a curse. Mischievous was usually used to hearing rural women curse in the village. They always called those beautiful women who were dressed coquettishly coquettish foxes, so this child remembered it. Therefore, when he saw the beauty that the red-tailed black fox had transformed into, he immediately said this sentence. However, the problem was that the speaker did not mean it, but the listener did. The red-tailed black fox had just cultivated to the point of transforming, so she was not very sure of her own abilities. As soon as she left the forest, her identity was exposed by a child. She thought that she did not look like her and had been exposed. However, at this very moment, the red-tailed black fox did not have any killing intent. After all, there was an agreement between humans and ferocious beasts. Although ferocious beasts that could transform could leave the forest to train, they definitely could not kill the innocent. Hence, the red-tailed black fox immediately retorted, "Shut up. If you don't speak, no one will treat you as a mute." Coquettish fox. Little rascal was truly mischievous. The more the other party did not allow him to shout, the more he shouted. This time, the red-tailed black fox was really anxious. If her identity was completely exposed, then how would she be able to move about in human society? Then wouldn't her experience this time be ruined? In a moment of desperation, the red-tailed mystic fox said angrily, "Shut up. If you shout again, I'll eat you." "Eat me?" Mischievous thought that the woman opposite him was anxious and was trying to scare him, so he deliberately choked on his anger. How would he know that she really had the ability to eat him? "All right, then I'll let you see." The red-tailed mystic fox was really angry. After all, She was born as a fierce beast and was used to eating raw meat and blood. Being provoked by a human child like this, how could she tolerate you? Thus, the red-tailed mystic fox transformed and revealed its true form. It was a big fox as big as an ox. Seeing the red-tailed mystic fox's true form, little rascal was scared. He hurriedly begged for mercy. I was wrong. I was wrong. Turn back. But what was the use of begging at this time? The red-tailed mystic fox's mouth was already open. You said you were wrong? Even if you were wrong, it wouldn't work. Therefore, the red-tailed mystic fox rushed over and took a bite. Little rascal was just an ordinary child. Not to mention facing a fierce beast. Even if it was an ordinary beast, he wouldn't be able to live. Thus, he was bitten to death on the spot. The red-tailed mystic fox also didn't give up. It used its claws to cut open mischievous stomach, pulled out the liver and 5 internal organs, and ate them all. At that moment, Lehi came out and saw the scene clearly. It was real. However, he did not see the part where mischievous provoked her. When he saw his son being killed, Lehi went crazy. He carried a rock and rushed up. When the red-tailed mystic fox saw Lehi coming, she did not have any intention to kill him. From the red-tailed mystic fox's point of view, the child had provoked her. If she ate it, she would eat it. However, humans and ferocious beasts had an agreement. Therefore, if she could not kill the innocent, she should not cause trouble for herself. Therefore, she turned around and ran back into the forest. After that, Lehi hugged his son's corpse and cried out loud. Jiang Fei had caught up. Therefore, the death of mischievous was in line with the old saying, if you do not seek death, you will not die. Lehi did not listen to the red-tailed black fox's explanation at all. He carried his bird gun and rushed over. A ball of lead shot towards the red-tailed black fox again. However, this kind of attack was fine against wild beasts, but against a beast that could transform, it was completely meaningless. Old man, on account of how much you love your son, I won't argue with you. After the red-tailed black fox left these vicious words, it turned around and returned to the forest. It seemed that the plan to go out for training today had failed again. Naughty, it's all your father's fault. Lehi watched helplessly as the red-tailed black fox returned to the forest. He knelt on the ground and hugged his head as he cried bitterly. Jiang Fei sighed in the dark. For an ordinary person like Lehi, he was no match for a shape-shifting beast. Even if he were to sneak attack a sleeping beast, he would not have any chance of winning. Lehi lay on the ground and cried all the way until daybreak. Only then did the villagers come out one after another. Brotherly, how was it? One of the villagers asked. Lehi said as he cried. How was it? Big Tiger asked. What about my clip? Third brother asked with concern. Lehi sighed, and then he couldn't help but cry. I told you these things wouldn't work. We old farmers, how can we possibly deal with fierce beasts? Yeah, as long as there's a little hope. I'll go with you yesterday. Many villagers were saying sarcastic words. They just wanted to prove that they didn't go with Lehi because they were afraid. It was completely because Lehi's plan didn't work. Brotherly, it's not that I want to discourage you. Look, we are all mortal. There's no way we can deal with fierce beasts. Dahu squatted beside Lehi and advised. Lehi cried unwillingly. No, I didn't mean that, Dahu said. Lehi was stunned for a moment. Yes, there's a 3 Purities temple 50 miles away from our village. There are quite a few immortal cultivators there. They are all experts in slaying demons and slaying demons. Dahu said, That's right. The Taoists of the 3 Purities temple are all very powerful. I've seen them break stone steels with their bare hands. Third brother also chimed in from the side. Lehi's eyes lit up with hope once again. Yes. Third brother nodded and said, Okay. Lehi stood up immediately and then rushed home in a hurry. Chapter 2504. Translator 549690339. After Lehi brought the money home, he left the house in a hurry and headed straight for the Sanqing Temple. When Jiang Fei saw Lehi running away, he quietly followed him. As an ordinary person, 50 miles was not considered a short distance to Lehi. However, with the support of his strong will to avenge his son, Lehi ran all the way to the Sanqing Temple. Jiang Fei quietly followed behind him. Along the way, he also went invisible. Before Lehigh could get close to the Three Purities Temple, Jiang Fei's spiritual power had already swept through the entire place. With his huge spiritual power, the entire Three Purities Temple was almost transparent to Jiang Fei. Although there were people cultivating here, it was not even considered a small sect, because in the entire Three Purities Temple, there were a total of 2 people who could be considered as cultivators. One was in the Foundation Establishment stage, and the other was in the Light Awakening stage. Although compared to ordinary people, these 2 people were already experts at cracking stone tablets with their bare hands. However, in front of a beast that could transform, these 2 old Taoists were nothing but food. While Jiang Fei was disappointed with the temple, Lehigh, who did not know about it, was full of hope. He only used less than a morning to rush to the temple. At this time, the young Taoists were cleaning the temple. One of the 2 older Taoists was at the back, preaching to the good men and women. The other was at the front, holding the divination stall and drawing lots for people. The old Taoist priest who was preaching to the people was a little older. He looked like a celestial being. However, the guy at the back of the divination stall was not that tall. His body was as thin as a stick of firewood. However, there was a big head on his neck. Looking at his face, the big-headed old Taoist priest could be considered unattractive. The other old Taoist priests had their hair combed into a bun. On the other hand, he was born with very little hair. He was yellow and withered. He was barely tied together with a wooden hairpin. It was so awkward to look at. Jiang Fei sighed and continued to watch coldly. Priest. Lehigh panted as he came to the front of the divination stall. What? The big-headed old priest behind the divination stall opened his mouth. He did not look like a person who had achieved success in cultivation. His careless tone made people very uncomfortable. Lehigh asked very respectfully. Yes, the big-headed old Taoist asked while shaking his legs. Lehigh's eyes lit up. Ordinary people, like him, didn't understand the classification of cultivators at all. In his opinion, as long as he found a cultivator, he could take revenge for his son. The big-headed old Taoist said, without even opening his mouth. Lehigh hesitated for a moment. Although he was a farmer who had never seen the world, he had heard of the legends of cultivators. No matter how he looked at it, the big-headed man in front of him didn't look like a cultivator. What? The big-headed man suddenly stood up and stomped his foot. A square brick under his foot flew up. Then he casually grabbed it and smacked it down on his big head. The square brick shattered. Although Big Head was only at the Foundation Establishment stage, he could still crack a brick with his head. Big Head who rubbed the dirt on his head and then said to Lehigh with a proud face, "Greetings, exalted immortal. I didn't recognize Mount Tai with my eyes." Lehigh was, after all, a farmer who had never seen the world. He saw that the square brick was extremely sturdy. That big-headed old priest had smashed a piece of it with his head, and it had even caused a single accidental injury. On the spot, he had been recognized as an expert in immortal cultivation. However, how could this farmer Lehigh know that this big-headed old Taoist was just a guy who had just entered the sect? Any child from a small sect would be more powerful than him. "Oomph," the big-headed man said with a smug smile. He was pointing at this villager who had never seen the world, and then had them draw a lot. Then he would casually say a few words and earn some pocket money. "Taoist priest, I don't draw lots," said Lehigh. How could he have the heart to read fortunes at this time? Big Head was anxious. If this guy in front of him did not spend money to draw lots, wouldn't he have come for nothing just now? "Exalted immortal, please calm down. Exalted immortal, please calm down." Lehigh saw that Big Head was anxious, so he quickly said. The Big Head asked. Lehigh asked. That. The Big Head said proudly. If he didn't have his ears to block it, his mouth would have curled to the back of his head. "That's great. That's great. Exalted immortal. Our village has a fierce beast that hurts people." Lehigh knelt down on the spot. Big Head was stunned for a moment. "Yes, this is the carriage fee for you." Lehigh took out a lot of money, and immediately Big Head's eyeballs went wide. Vicious beast? Does this old hat know about vicious beasts? Big Head calculated in his heart. In his opinion, If Lehi could be intimidated by the brick he broke just now, he probably wouldn't be able to distinguish between wild beasts and fierce beasts. If that was the case, then this trip would be over. It should be known that Big Head couldn't earn much money even if he drew lots for fortune-telling for a day, and the money that Lehi took out just now was enough for him to set up a stall for half a month. Therefore, Big Head was really tempted. Although in terms of strength, Big Head's ability was no different from delivering vegetables to others when he saw a fierce beast, but people always had a feeling of luck. In Big Head's opinion, if a fierce beast really hurt people, then Lehi's village would be flattened. Since he could run here, it meant that the beast wasn't very powerful. At most, it was a relatively fierce beast, and Big Head was still very confident in dealing with beasts. Lehi kowtowed to Big Head again. All right. Big Head nodded and called over a little old priest. He asked him to inform the old priest behind him and then followed Lehi back. Although Big Head was not very capable, he was at least at the foundation establishment stage. Therefore, he could still keep up with the 50 miles of mountain road. Therefore, the two of them jogged all the way back to this small mountain village. Oh my God, I'm so tired. As soon as they arrived at Lehi's house, Big Head shouted. Lehi could be said to be very respectful towards Big Head. In order to avenge his son, he even risked his life. Was there still a need for this meal? Therefore, Lehi killed the old hen that was raised in his house to lay eggs. Then he borrowed a few bottles of wine from his neighbor's house and filled Big Head's table. Big Head did not stand on ceremony either. He ate a lot at Lehi's house. In the end, he could even see the food in his mouth. Jiang Fei looked at Big Head in the dark. He felt that Big Head was embarrassing the cultivators. Chapter 2505. Translator 549690339. After the meal, Big Head wiped his mouth and said to Lehi, All right, I'm full. Exalted Immortal, please have some tea first. Lehi said. At this time, the sky was not dark yet, and the red-tailed mysterious fox had not come out yet. Set off. Big Head asked. Lehi said, Why fight fierce beasts? Big Head rolled his eyes, then got up and was about to leave. Although he had thought well when he first came, when he was full, he still felt a little scared. Although Big Head felt that Lehi might not have recognized the goods and mistook the wild beast for a fierce beast, there was a possibility. What if it really was a fierce beast? With Big Head's little ability, it would be really difficult for him to encounter a fierce beast. Therefore, Big Head wanted to fool him and then take the opportunity to escape. However, at this time, Lehi's eyes were red. Could he let Big Head go? Lehi shouted. He didn't know when he had started to quarrel with the kitchen knife in the house. It must be known that this time, in order to avenge his son, Lehi had really gone bankrupt. Even the meal that he treated Big Head to after he came back was borrowed from the neighbors. How could he not risk his life? Big Head was shocked. At this time, Lehi's eyes were red, and his face was ferocious. Priest, I know you are capable, but you can't fool me like this. Now that you have received the money, eaten the dishes, and drank the wine, you can either kill the fierce beast or kill me. Lehi was really anxious at this time. The Big Head was a little dumbfounded. If it was a fight, Lehi was definitely not his match. Although he was only at the foundation establishment stage, it was not a problem for him to deal with a common person with a kitchen knife. However, when people fought, they had to have an imposing manner. This Big Head was always sloppy. Although he had some foundation in cultivation, he had never fought with others. At this moment, Lehi's eyes were red and his face was full of killing intent. The Big Head really felt a little guilty just by looking at him. There was another point. The Big Head had just used that person's money and eaten that person's food. Now, even if he were to beat Lehi down, he would not be able to do it. Forget it. I was just saying. Considering that the fierce beast that Lehi mentioned was a wild beast, the Big Head finally compromised. Panting heavily, he sat on the door frame with a kitchen knife in his hand. His meaning was obvious. If Big Head didn't fight the fierce beast with him today, he would fight Big Head to the death. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened. Lehi saw that it was almost time, so he said to Big Head, Taoist priest, let's go. Oh, Okay. Big Head was also embarrassed in the house. After Lehigh said that, he took the opportunity to walk out. At this time, Big Head was wearing the 8 trigrams purple immortal robe and a 9 grains Taoist crown. The way he held the horsetail whisk and carried the sword on his back was somewhat interesting. Lehigh thought in his heart. The Big Head said to Lehigh. Lehigh nodded, and then he brought the Big Head out of his yard. After leaving his house, Lehigh didn't even lock the door. Firstly, there was nothing to lose at home. After all, he had to borrow things from his neighbors for meals. Secondly, he didn't care anymore. In his mind, tonight was the decisive battle. Otherwise, they would have killed the fierce beast and avenged his son's mischievousness. Otherwise, he would have died here tonight. Under Lehigh's lead, Big Head came all the way to the village entrance. At this time, the sky had completely darkened. Why hasn't he come yet? Where's the fierce beast? Hey, look, once I come, the fierce beast won't dare to come. The Big Head spoke loudly while bolstering his courage. Although his strength wasn't that great, he was still a cultivator after all. He could more or less sense a dangerous aura from the atmosphere. Let's go, the Big Head said to Lehigh. Wait a little longer. If it still doesn't come out at dawn, then you should go back, Lehigh said while clenching his teeth. Big Head nodded repeatedly. Then, he prayed in his heart that the night would pass peacefully. As time passed, Jiang Fei, who was secretly observing, had a thought. Jiang Fei thought to himself. At that moment, the red-tailed, mysterious fox had come out of the dense forest again. He did not know who made the rule that the first ray of sunlight had to come out of the territory in the morning. Otherwise, humans had to be killed. The red-tailed black fox muttered as he walked. The red-tailed black fox felt quite disgusted. He didn't know who left a message for the Fierce Beast clan, saying that when the transformed Fierce Beasts went to the human world to train, they had to leave their territory in the early morning, otherwise the training this time would definitely not go smoothly, and they might even die in the human world. At first, the Fierce Beasts did not take it seriously, but later on, many Fierce Beasts died during the experiential learning. As a result, the prophecy became more and more bizarre. In the end, it became an unwritten rule. The Fierce Beasts who wanted to go out for experiential learning did not dare to not believe it. After all, no one wanted to die outside. When the red-tailed black fox first came out, it happened to run into Little Rascal who came out to pee in the morning. In the end, it ate Little Rascal, but it also delayed its departure time. The next day, the red-tailed fox wanted to leave again, but it ran into Lehigh seeking revenge. As a result, it delayed and missed the time, so it went back. This time, it was the third time the red-tailed fox came out. As a result, just as it reached the village entrance, it ran into Lehigh and Big Head. Hey, F***CK. The red-tailed fox frowned and said to Lehigh. Lehigh hadn't said anything yet, but his big head and legs were already spinning. This big fox could speak human language, so it was obviously a fierce beast, and its level wasn't low. Humph! Beast, your time of death has come, Lehigh said angrily. This is the first time we meet. First you salute, then you attack. The big head smiled embarrassedly. He still subdued this fierce beast, so it was a good thing that he wasn't subdued. That's good too. I was just about to come out for training. When the crimson-tailed fox saw Big Head's attire, he also took him as an expert. At this moment, Big Head barely controlled his legs. He took 2 steps forward and waved his hand at the crimson-tailed fox with a contemptuous smile. His expression was as if he wanted to be beaten up as much as possible. Chapter 2506, 2506. Translator, 549690339. Originally, the red-tailed mystic fox was about to roll up her sleeves and fight, but Big Head was too discouraged. One had to know that a fight between 2 people also required an atmosphere. It would require 2 people to frown and stare at each other. They would have to endure each other's words to be able to fight. Then, they would not be able to fight. The Big Head was really polite. He heard that the fierce beast in front of him spoke in a female voice, so he called her grandmother. The red-tailed black fox asked with a frown. She really did not understand what the Big Head was like. Me? The Big Head said with a sly smile. Taoist priest, Lehigh, who was at the side, was extremely anxious when he saw Big Head's expression. "What are you blabbering about?" Big Head was afraid that Lehigh would anger the red-tailed mystic fox, so he turned around and glared at him. But this fierce beast is right in front of us," Lehigh said anxiously. Big Head cursed in his heart. If he really had that ability, why would he pretend to be a coward? Although he was scared to death, Big Head did not want to lose face in front of Lehigh. Therefore, he lowered his voice and said to Lehigh, "There are many ways to subdue the beast. This is called good governance. I have to build a good relationship with it first, then subdue it." The red-tailed black fox did not know what Big Head was up to, but it was a ferocious beast after all, so it was a little impatient. Therefore, it made a pose and prepared to pounce forward. Big Head was just talking to Lehigh when he suddenly saw the red-tailed black fox preparing to pounce over. Therefore, he suddenly leaped forward and knelt in front of the red-tailed black fox. Then he cried and begged for mercy, "Please spare my life." The red-tailed black fox saw the Big Head's long-winded manner and was really angry. However, since the other party was kneeling in front of him, the relatively simple red-tailed black fox no longer had any killing intent. Hence, with a shake of its body, it transformed into a human form. A seductive and beautiful beauty appeared on the spot. Then, the human-shaped red-tailed black fox took a few steps forward and arrived in front of the Big Head. The red-tailed mystic fox's big mouth was like it was free as it greeted the Big Head's face. Although she really couldn't bear to kill the Big Head in such a despicable manner, this fellow was too infuriating. The moment she saw him, she couldn't help but slap him with her big mouth. After a series of PAPA sounds, the Big Head's face grew 3 times bigger. In the end, the red-tailed mystic fox's hand went numb. Only then did this great ant stop. "Bah!" The red-tailed black fox spat at the Big Head, then it looked at the sky. The sun had already risen quite high. It seemed that it had been delayed again today. Therefore, it turned around and returned to the dense forest. The red-tailed black fox walked for a long time before the Big Head quietly raised his head. When he saw that the fierce beast had left, he became energetic again. "See, it's me," the Big Head said to Lehigh with a pout. "Nonsense." Lehigh was so angry that he rolled his eyes. But what could he do? Even if it was just a farmer who didn't know anything about cultivation, Lehigh could see that this Big Head was no match for the fierce beast. "How about it? Let's go back and eat," the Big Head said with his lips curled. He could tell that the fierce beast wasn't bloodthirsty. At least it wouldn't take his life. At most, he would be beaten up at night. However, he had a lot to eat at Lehigh's place. The food here was much better than in the 3 Pure Temple. Lehigh sighed. Since this Big Head was no match for the fierce beast, there was no need for him to serve him anymore. "What's wrong?" The Big Head was not happy. "Forget it. I can't afford you. You should go back to where you came from." Lehigh sighed. Then, he walked into the village with a lonely face. Even the immortal cultivators of the 3 Pure Temples were no match for the beast. At this time, Lehigh's heart was gloomy. He did not know who he could ask for help, or who could kill the beast. Jiang Fei sighed from afar. Although Lehigh was pitiful, he still had no intention of making a move. "Why don't I just leave?" Jiang Fei shook his head. He originally thought that he could get some inspiration from Lehigh. However, it seemed that when Lehigh faced an enemy that he could not fight, he was also helpless. Just as Jiang Fei was about to leave, he suddenly realized that Lehigh had come out with a kitchen knife. Jiang Fei asked curiously. Then, Jiang Fei saw Lehigh walking into the jungle with a kitchen knife. Jiang Fei frowned. From his perspective, Lehigh must have completely given up hope. That was why he wanted to fight the red-tailed, mysterious fox. That was because he had no chance of winning. However, to Jiang Fei's surprise, after Lehigh entered the jungle, he did not search aimlessly. Instead, he went straight in one direction. Jiang Fei radiated his spiritual power. He quickly confirmed that Lehigh was not going to the crimson-tailed black fox's territory. Instead, he was going to the territory of another ferocious beast. Out of curiosity, Jiang Fei gave up on the idea of leaving. He followed Lehigh into the jungle. As Lehigh went deeper into the forest, he quickly entered the hunting zone. This was a place where humans and ferocious beasts could freely kill. Logically speaking, Lehigh was here to feed the low-level ferocious beasts. However, because Jiangfei was curious about what he wanted to do, he secretly chased away the low-level ferocious beasts that wanted to kill him. In this way, Lehigh arrived at his destination without knowing anything. This was the territory of an iron-clawed owl. The strength of the iron-clawed owl was above that of the red-tailed black fox. It had already reached the Mahayana stage. Moreover, it had a unique hobby, which was to make deals with people. There was a legend that had been circulating in Lehigh's village for several lifetimes. However, no one knew whether it was true or not. According to the legend, as long as one went deep into the forest and came to the territory of the iron-clawed owl, they would be able to give up their lives. Then, in exchange for a wish, whether it was for a good farmland or gold and silver treasures, they would all be satisfied. Originally, Lehigh only used this legend as a story to listen to, but today he was completely out of options. Thus, he thought of this legend and wanted to give it a try. Chapter 2507. 2507. Translator 549690339. With Jiangfei's help, Lehigh entered the territory of the iron-clawed giant owl. He was ignorant and fearless. He headed straight for the nest of the iron-claw giant owl. This was a taboo in the eyes of ferocious beasts. However, Lehigh was fearless because of his ignorance. "Who are you?" At this time, an old woman walked out with a walking stick. Although she looked quite old, her voice was very loud. "Grandma, it's very dangerous here." Lehigh didn't know that this old woman was a giant iron-clawed owl in human form, so he thought she was a lost old woman. Are those monkeys in the outer circle so useless now?" The old lady sneered. Although Lehigh hadn't seen much of the world, he could understand the meaning behind the old lady's words. Lehigh asked tentatively. The old lady asked, "What?" Lehigh was shocked. The old lady said disdainfully, "No need." Lehigh shook his head repeatedly. If this was really an ordinary old lady, how could she come here? The iron-claw owl was also curious. "Granny, it's like this. I've heard a legend since I was young. As long as someone can come to the territory of the iron-claw owl and offer their life, the iron-claw owl will fulfill one of his wishes." Lehigh asked, although it was the first time he had seen a beast in human form. At this point, Lehigh had already risked his life, so there was nothing to be afraid of, the old lady said after thinking for a moment. She had said this to a villager who had helped her before. After so many years, that villager had long died, and no one knew where his family had gone. And after such a long time, no one had come to look for him, so the iron-clawed giant owl had almost forgotten about this matter. Actually, the iron-clawed giant owl had not even thought about it. This was the depths of the fierce beast forest. How could an ordinary human be able to come here alive? Did they still need to make a wish with a Mahayana stage fierce beast like it? Therefore, after hundreds of years, the iron-clawed owl was already old, and no one came to make a wish with it. Lehigh seemed to have caught the last glimmer of hope. "Yes," the iron-clawed owl said with certainty. Except for a few cunning fierce beast races, most of the other fierce beasts were very trustworthy, and the iron-clawed owl was no exception. "Thank you, Granny." Lehigh kneeled on the ground and kowtowed. The old lady asked curiously. Lehigh told her about the matter of the red-tailed black fox eating his son. The iron-claw owl nodded. It had seen the red-tailed black fox once. Although it was not familiar with it, it knew that it lived in a fierce beast forest after all. Lehigh said as he knelt on the ground. The iron-clawed owl nodded, then he said to Lehigh, "All right, you can go back. Tomorrow morning, you continue to wait for the red-tailed black fox at the village entrance. If it comes again, I will avenge you. However, you have to think about the price. Once I make a move, you will not be able to go back on your words." "Grandma, don't worry," Lehigh said with tears in his eyes. At this moment, in order to avenge his son, he was willing to pay any price. "All right." The iron-clawed giant owl waved his hand. Lehigh kowtowed to the iron-claw giant owl again. Then he stood up and left. Jiangfei followed behind Lehigh and helped him to get rid of the low-level beasts. He allowed Lehigh to return home safely. After returning home, Lehi randomly ate a few mouthfuls of leftovers from his big head. He had no appetite at the moment. He only ate so that he could last until the next morning when Jiang Fei saw that his son had gotten his revenge. After eating, Lehi drank some cold water and fell asleep. He had been exhausted from avenging his son for the past few days. Today, when he finally saw hope, he relaxed a little. He fell into a deep sleep. When Lehi woke up again, the sky was completely dark. Because he was worried that the red-tailed black fox had run away, Lehi drank some water and brought the kitchen knife to the village entrance to wait. Jiang Fei, who was in the dark side, in order to avenge his son, Lehi had thought of every possible way. In the end, he even went to seek help from the ferocious beast. At the cost of his own life, he obtained the assistance of the ferocious beast. As time passed, the sky had begun to brighten. Soon, the first ray of sunlight was about to fall. At this time, the red-tailed mysterious fox came again. This time, the red-tailed mysterious fox appeared in human form. It was also afraid of Lehi. This fellow was too stubborn. It had delayed it for several days. If this continued, it would not be able to train for the next few days. After seeing the red-tailed mystic fox, Lehi was stunned for a moment. After all, he had never seen a red-tailed mystic fox in human form before. However, his mind was fast enough. He thought of the old lady that he had seen before. He immediately reacted. Good. Lehi jumped out immediately. Beast. Lehi held the kitchen knife in his hand and blocked in front of the beauty. Hey! The red-tailed black fox looked at Lehi as if it had swallowed a fly. At the same time, the fire in its heart also rose. I say, you mortal really don't know what's good for you. Your great aunt has spared your life many times, but you still want an inch in a yard. The red-tailed black fox said angrily. Humph! Since I dare to come here today, I have no intention of going back alive. Lehi gnashed his teeth and said, indeed, he did not plan to live anymore today, because regardless of whether he won or lost, his life would not be his. If he lost, the red-tailed black fox would definitely not let him go. Even if he won, his life would still be in the hands of the iron-clawed giant owl. Therefore, no matter what, Lehi came here today with the intention of dying. Chapter 2508, 2508. Translator, 549690339 Good. The red-tailed black fox gritted its silver teeth. Although it was a delicate and beautiful woman at the moment, in terms of its nature, it was still a ferocious beast that killed without batting an eye. Previously, the red-tailed black fox did not want to kill Lehi because it did not want to cause trouble and did not want to give a bad omen to its experience. However, Lehi had repeatedly sought revenge on it, which caused the red-tailed black fox to be angry. Therefore, when the red-tailed black fox saw Lehi's attitude today, it made up its mind. Eat you, eat you. The red-tailed black fox, which was burning with anger, transformed into its original form. It was a big fox as big as an ox. Good. When Lehi saw the big fox's true form, not only was he not afraid, he even raised his kitchen knife and went up to meet it. If this person was not afraid of private fights, then he had nothing to fear. Even if he was facing a creature that he could not understand, he would still charge forward without hesitation. Lehi, who was holding the kitchen knife, rushed towards the red-tailed black fox. At the same time, the kitchen knife in his hand chopped down towards the red-tailed black fox's head. The red-tailed black fox opened its big mouth and a foul stench rushed towards Lehi. Before Lehi could understand the smell, a beast pill hit him right in the heart. Lehi was sent flying on the spot. After he fell to the ground, he spat out large mouthfuls of blood and could not move his entire body. Although Lehi's heart was filled with the obsession of avenging his son, the gap between the two was too big. The red-tailed black fox was also very angry at this time. At first, it was naughty, and then it was this Lehi. The red-tailed black fox could not go to the human world to train. The red-tailed black fox suddenly pounced in front of Lehi, and then its right front claw appeared. With this claw, Lehi would definitely end up with a disembowelment. However, at that moment, a stream of light suddenly flew from the northwest. Just as the red-tailed black fox's claw was about to fall, the stream of light hit it. The red-tailed black fox was sent flying. It rolled on the ground before it stood up. "Who is it?" The red-tailed black fox stood up and carefully observed its surroundings. Jiang Fei, who was hiding in the dark, nodded to himself. He knew that the iron-clawed great owl had come. "Junior, don't you know?" The human-shaped iron-clawed great owl appeared on the spot. Although it was carrying out a deal with Lehigh, it still had to stand on the moral high ground. "Senior, please forgive me." The crimson-tailed fox recognized the iron-clawed owl and knew that it was no match for it, so it kept a low profile. From the crimson-tailed fox's point of view, everyone was a fierce beast. Although I made a small mistake, the iron-clawed owl wouldn't investigate too deeply. Therefore, it definitely wouldn't hold on to it. However, the red-tailed fox clearly overlooked one point. The iron-clawed owl didn't just happen to pass by this place. It was here to fulfill its agreement with Lehigh. The iron-clawed owl said with a fake smile. "Yes, Senior." The red-tailed fox said very sensibly. At this time, it still understood the principle of giving up money to avoid disaster. "Humph!" The iron-clawed giant owl sneered. The red-tailed black fox asked. The iron-clawed giant owl said. Without giving the red-tailed black fox a chance to argue, it charged forward. The red-tailed black fox never expected the iron-clawed giant owl to kill it, so it hurriedly dodged. However, it was still a step too late. It was swept by the crutch in the old lady's hand, and one of the red-tailed black fox's hind legs was broken. The iron-clawed owl was much stronger than the crimson-tailed fox. Its walking stick broke one of the crimson-tailed fox's hind legs. The crimson-tailed fox cried out. It could not care less about the auspicious time to leave the house. It turned around and ran toward the human world. Although it had lost a leg, its speed was still extremely fast. At this moment, the red-tailed black fox did not dare to run towards its territory. Because the iron-clawed owl knew the location of its nest, it could only escape to an unfamiliar place. "You want to leave?" The iron-clawed owl jumped up, and in midair, it also changed into its original form. A huge owl appeared in midair. Then, with a sharp bird cry, the iron-clawed owl swooped down. The red-tailed mystic fox might be fast, but how could it run with 4 legs? Could it outrun those with wings that could fly? Moreover, the red-tailed mystic fox only had 3 legs now. The iron-clawed owl swooped down. Its pair of sharp claws went straight for the red-tailed mystic fox's spine. If it was caught, the red-tailed mystic fox would be crippled on the spot. The red-tailed black fox made an emergency change of direction. Seeing that it had dodged the iron-claw's attack, it knew that it was done for today. To the red-tailed black fox, the iron-claw owl was a natural enemy. In addition, the other party's strength was even stronger, so the red-tailed black fox knew that it would not be able to survive today. After dodging a few times, the red-tailed black fox's back leg was injured, so when it turned around, its body slanted. The iron-claw owl caught its flaw, and then its head was grabbed by the iron-claw. "Child, don't blame me for bullying you," the iron-claw owl muttered. Then it used its claws to crush the red-tailed black fox's head on the spot. The dead body was thrown to the ground by the iron-claw owl. Then it turned into the harmless old lady. So, seeing the red-tailed black fox dead, Lehigh lay on the ground and hugged his head and cried bitterly. The old lady walked to Lehigh and then quietly watched him cry. After a long while, Lehigh stopped crying and then said to the old lady with a relaxed face, "Thank you, mother-in-law, for avenging my son. Now my life is yours. You can take it." "Good." The old lady nodded, but she was not in a hurry to kill Lehigh. Instead, she said to him, "Do you have any unfinished wishes? I will help you achieve them." Lehigh asked. The old lady shook her head. "Then I have nothing to ask for. Mother-in-law, please do it quickly." Lehigh closed his eyes and said. The old lady, who was the iron-claw owl, nodded and then hit the ground with her walking stick. Soon after, the bodies of Lehigh and the red-tailed black fox disappeared. Then, the old lady turned into a stream of light and returned to its territory. Chapter 2509, 2509. Translator, 549690339 Lehigh was taken away by the Iron Claw Owl as promised. Whether he lived or died would depend on the Iron Claw Owl's decision. After all, Lehigh had already given his life to the Iron Claw Owl, and the Iron Claw Owl had helped him kill the red-tailed mystic fox as promised. Jiang Fei had been observing from the beginning to the end. Other than helping Lehigh see the Iron Claw Owl, he did not intervene. Even when the Iron Claw Owl took Lehigh away, Jiang Fei did not intervene. However, when the steel-talon owl killed the crimson-tailed mystic fox, Jiang Fei was deep in thought. When Lehigh faced an enemy that he could not fight, he first asked his friends to help him. In the end, the villagers were completely helpless. Then he tried himself. In the end, he failed. Later, Lehigh tried to ask for help from an expert. In the end, he was also no match for the crimson-tailed mystic fox. However, in the end, he still saw the crimson-tailed mystic fox killed with his own eyes. The difference was that when no one on his side was able to fight the crimson-tailed black fox, Lehigh went to look for the steel-clawed great owl, which was also a ferocious beast, to help. A thought flashed through Jiang Fei's mind. Before this, when Jiang Fei was facing John, he had always been thinking of ways to deal with himself or looking for items that could harm John. However, none of these were effective. However, under the inspiration of Lehigh, he thought of another way. Jiang Fei took a deep breath and asked Little Nine to send him out of the 5 directions. After returning to the gravity well on Skoda Star, Jiang Fei found that John's fleet was still there. However, he did not know where he had gone. Perhaps he had gone to Skoda Star, or perhaps he had returned to the battleship. Jiang Fei deeply forgot about Skoda Star and looked at the royal fleet led by John. Then, he gritted his teeth and summoned his yacht. Then, he warped away. Although at this moment, Jiang Fei's family and the girls were brainwashed by John, they should be safe before John ordered them to attack the other players. Although the girls around Jiang Fei were very beautiful, Jiang Fei knew that John would not have any evil thoughts towards them. This was because these apostles, including John, had an extremely severe case of the Virgin Mary disease. Although the things these guys did might not have been good, in their hearts, they had always regarded themselves as the savior. Especially this John. When he saw Jiang Fei, he had scolded Jiang Fei for being shameless. He had said that he did not know any shame when he got together with a group of virtual NPCs. Therefore, he would definitely not want to offend those so-called virtual NPCs. Even so, this did not mean that Jiang Fei's girls were safe. After all, John's goal was to unify the Universe Empire and the Vizari army. Then, he would gather the power of the NPCs to fight against those players. In order to achieve this goal, John needed to constantly fight. Jiang Fei's girls were all pretty strong. If John used them as cannon fodder, these girls would be in danger at any time. Therefore, after Jiang Fei left on the yacht, he rushed at full speed in order to return to New China as soon as possible. After a few days of interstellar travel, Jiang Fei finally arrived at the gravity well of New China. Han Tianyu asked in the communication. Jiang Fei's expression was very ugly. Han Tianyu asked someone to arrange for Jiang Fei's yacht to land at the airport while he rode a car to pick him up. Inside the airport, Jiang Fei saw Han Tianyu. "What happened?" asked Han Tianyu. "Sigh." Jiang Fei sighed. "Let's go." Han Tianyu pulled Jiang Fei into the hover car and drove straight back to his mansion. Han Tianyu asked after he got someone to bring him some fragrant tea and fruits. Sigh. Jiang Fei told Han Tianyu everything that had happened. He was still quite at ease with Han Tianyu. Han Tianyu was stunned for a moment. Then, he could understand Jiang Fei's pain. After all, the person he loved the most was going against him. This was worse than being cut by a knife. "That's right." Jiang Fei sighed. Han Tianyu asked. Jiang Fei said, this was the only way to break the brainwashing ability that Vinolin had told him. Han Tianyu fruvnid. If he wanted to break the brainwashing ability, he would have to kill John. However, if he wanted to kill John, he would have to go through Phoenix Spirit, Bella, and the others. He would not be able to break the brainwashing effect. Bella, Phoenix Spirit, and the others would swear to protect John's safety. This was simply an endless cycle. I have a way now, Jiang Fei said. Han Tianyu was stunned. I need the help of the Jaeger twins, Jiang Fei said. Han Tianyu thought for a moment. Jiang Fei asked. He would now see if Han Tianyu had completely conquered the hearts of the two girls. Then, they might really be able to help Jiang Fei. Han Tianyu frowned and thought for a moment. Jiang Fei had no other choice. If he did not rely on the power of the Jaeger twins, he really could not think of a way to get rid of John. Good brother. Han Tianyu patted Jiang Fei's shoulder and walked out. On the other side, Jiang Fei was waiting anxiously in the room. Although he had promised Han Tianyu 2 days, every minute and every second was torture for him. On the other hand, Han Tianyu returned to his room. Lorna hopped over to Han Tianyu's side. Han Tianyu nodded and sat on the chair in deep thought. Lorna was slightly shy with her back facing Han Tianyu, so she did not seem to notice him. Han Tianyu responded, but he was still frowning. Lorna, who was shy and excited, turned around and saw Han Tianyu sitting there with a frown on his face. Lorna took back what she wanted to say and squatted in front of Han Tianyu with concern. She lay on Han Tianyu's knee and asked him with concern. Chapter 2510, 2510. Translator, 549690339. Han Tianyu didn't say anything. He just lowered his head, looking very pained. At this moment, Aisha also walked out. Lorna asked with concern. Seeing Han Tianyu like this, her heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Han Tianyu looked up at Lorna and then at Aisha. His face was full of conflict and pain. Aisha walked over and gently rubbed Han Tianyu's forehead with her hands, tried to help Han Tianyu relax. Han Tianyu looked up and looked at Lorna and Aisha with a conflicted expression. US? What about us? Lorna said anxiously. Yeah, Tianyu, what problem have you encountered? Say it and we'll think of a solution together, Aisha also said. Han Tianyu said with a pained expression. Lorna was dumbfounded on the spot. Aisha was also stunned. These days, Aisha and Lorna spent all their time with Han Tianyu. They were like a real couple, or rather, they were like husband and wife. Aisha and Lorna had never enjoyed this kind of care and love. Han Tianyu's love for them was simply meticulous. When Lorna and Aisha were in the Gamma space, they had never had such a heartwarming experience, so the two of them had completely fallen into it. The Gentle Home was not just a hero's tomb. Once a woman fell into it, they would fall even deeper than a man. However, now that Aisha and Lorna had been questioned by Han Tianyu, they suddenly remembered that they did not belong to this dimension. They came from a higher dimension and had the power to kill the creatures of this world. But what could they do? Once they returned to the Gamma dimension, Aisha and Lorna were just a pair of unremarkable little sisters. They didn't have outstanding looks, extraordinary wealth. No one cared for them. No one loved them, let alone talk about love. And so, all of a sudden, Aisha and Lorna were like little girls who had returned to the world of ice and snow after the match had been extinguished. The dreamlike roast goose, the warm fireplace, and the kind grandmother was reduced to ashes. Lorna muttered. Han Tianyu said with a pained expression. No one knew how much of his pain was due to his current state of mind and how much was due to his superb acting skills. Lorna did not know how to explain. Aisha looked calm, but the corners of her eyes were filled with tears. Talk about what? I've been surrounded by lies from the beginning to the end. Tears rolled down the corners of Han Tianyu's eyes. Brother Tianyu, I'm sorry. We shouldn't have lied to you. Seeing Han Tianyu like this, Lorna felt her heart was about to break. Tianyu, we have no choice but to hide our identities, Aisha also said with a pained expression. Han Tianyu asked in a trembling voice. Aisha and Lorna nodded. Han Tianyu's voice was slightly excited. The others may be here for entertainment, Aisha said truthfully. Entertainment? Save? Han Tianyu suddenly burst into laughter. Brother Tianyu, don't be like this, Lorna said with some fear. Then why are you with me? To play with me? At this time, Han Tianyu's face was full of pain and conflict. He had fully expressed this feeling. No, Lorna quickly explained. Yes, Tianyu, we really like you. That's why we are together with you, Aisha also said. Han Tianyu pulled his hair in pain. At this moment, he still had a bit of his previous suave look. Brother Tianyu, you have to believe us. Lorna hugged Han Tianyu's thigh and cried. Forget it. Stop pretending. Han Tianyu wanted to break free from Lorna's hands, but he used a very good amount of strength. He showed that he wanted to break free, but he didn't use too much strength. No, Brother Tianyu, I really didn't mean to lie to you. Lorna finally said what she wanted to say at the beginning. What? What? Han Tianyu and Aisha were dumbfounded at the same time. Han Tianyu was in the middle of acting, and he was about to use his ultimate move, but he was completely confused by Lorna's words. Aisha was even more shocked. She had never thought that her sister would actually be pregnant with Han Tianyu's child. Brother Tianyu, Lorna's face still had tears on it. However, there was a hint of a happy smile at the corner of her eyes. Suddenly, Han Tianyu did not know what to do. From the beginning, he had wanted to make use of the guilt in the two girls' hearts to completely break through their last line of defense. He wanted them to be completely with him, so that they could escape from the Gamma Space's identity. Then, he would ask them to help Jiang Fei. However, before Han Tianyu could use his ultimate skill, he was stunned by Lorna's ultimate attack. Although Han Tianyu had walked through a myriad of flowers, he did not leave behind any children. Now, Lorna had suddenly said that she was pregnant. This made Han Tianyu somewhat at a loss. Aisha hurriedly came to Lorna's side. Yes, sister, I've thought it through. I don't plan to go back. I want to live here, Lorna said with a determined expression. Aisha was a little hesitant. After all, they were creatures from the high-dimensional space. To abandon their original identities and stay in this game space with an NPC for a lifetime, this made her somewhat conflicted. Sister, what's so good about our world? The people there are cold and heartless, and we have nothing. Lorna's words made Aisha's heart tremble. Yes, what's so good about going back? After going back, she would be a poor and not beautiful girl that no one cared about. But if she stayed here, it would be different. Although she only had a relatively short life, she could live a more exciting life. Chapter 2511, 2511. Translator, 549690339. Aisha was tempted, but she was still hesitant. There's no buts, sister. If you want to go back and control our lives. I'm willing to stay by Brother Tianyu's side. I'm pregnant with his baby now, Lorna said firmly. Han Tianyu suddenly raised his head. He didn't expect Lorna to be so determined. This made him, who was acting, feel touched. Brother Tianyu, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have lied to you. I'm willing to give up my identity in the other world. I want to stay with you. Lorna asked carefully. Han Tianyu asked with a trembling voice. I am willing, Lorna said with certainty. Aisha's words made Lorna's face pale. That's right. Even though they were cheat players, they still needed the assistance of equipment to allow their souls to enter this low-dimensional space. They would be forced to return to reality, Lorna said with a sorrowful expression. Not only did she have a loved one in this world, she even had a baby. How could Lorna, who was overflowing with maternal love, bear to leave? I don't want to leave either, but that's the reality. Aisha sighed. Han Tianyu saw that the fire was almost ready, so he said, Really? Lorna immediately asked excitedly. Impossible. Aisha shook her head. Han Tianyu said with a serious face. Really? That's great. Lorna said impatiently. Aisha was still a little skeptical. My brother has a treasure. It can help you stay, Han Tianyu said. Your brother? Aisha frowned and asked. Yes. My brother might be exaggerating when he says that he is the strongest person in the universe, but he can definitely enter the top 10. He has many treasures. I heard him say before that he could detain a person's soul and then release it. If this is true, then I think he might be able to help you stay, Han Tianyu said. Really? Where is he now? Lorna said excitedly. Aisha frowned. My brother is on planet Wasia. He seems to be in trouble and is taking refuge with me, Han Tianyu said. Aisha asked because they had seen the news before. Han Tianyu said, Didn't you say that he was very powerful in this universe? Aisha asked, I'm not too sure about the details. Let's ask him later. Before Han Tianyu could finish his sentence, Aisha had already understood the identity of her and her sister. It must be that Jiang Fei who told Han Tianyu. Although Aisha felt a little uncomfortable, she could understand Jiang Fei's snitching behavior. After all, he was Han Tianyu's brother and had nothing to do with them. Although Jiang Fei had agreed to help Aisha preach, they were not close enough for Jiang Fei to lie to Han Tianyu. However, their relationship was not close enough for Jiang Fei to lie to Han Tianyu. Moreover, Aisha and Lorna were prepared to stay in this universe to defend Han Tianyu to the death. Therefore, in Aisha's opinion, Jiang Fei did treat Han Tianyu as a brother. However, he and Han Tianyu were true brothers. As such, Aisha naturally could not hate Jiang Fei anymore. After all, he was doing it for a man's good. Han Tianyu looked at Aisha and Lorna and asked. Aisha nodded. She also wanted to confirm whether Jiang Fei really had the ability. As a creature from a high-dimensional space, Aisha actually did not believe that a low-level creature like Jiang Fei could capture her soul. However, she also wanted to try her luck. If Jiang Fei really could help them stay here, then they could continue to live happily with Han Tianyu. Lorna was already impatient. Aisha pushed the door open and was about to run out. Oh. Lorna immediately slowed down and walked out carefully step by step. Her posture made people think that she was about to give birth. Soon, Han Tianyu brought the two girls to Jiang Fei's place. It had only been 3 to 4 hours since he left. Jiang Fei took the initiative to welcome them because he had already noticed Aisha and Lorna's aura. Hey! Han Tianyu smiled at Jiang Fei as soon as he saw him. Jiang Fei was stunned. Han Tianyu said excitedly. Jiang Fei looked at Aisha in confusion and then looked at Lorna. At that moment, Lorna was holding her stomach that had not changed at all. However, her face was filled with maternal radiance. Jiang Fei was a little dumbfounded. He thought that Han Tianyu was too efficient. Han Tianyu nodded seriously. Jiang Fei, Brother Tianyu said that you can help us stay here forever. Lorna was not the kind of person who could hold her temper. Therefore, before Han Tianyu and Jiang Fei could even exchange a few words, she could not hold it in any longer. Jiang Fei was a little dumbfounded. He did not know how far Han Tianyu had gone with the two girls. All right, stop pretending. We have already revealed our identities to Tianyu, Aisha said from aside. Although she could understand Jiang Fei, that did not mean that she was not angry with him. Jiang Fei nodded. Fei, didn't you say that you can seize the souls of others? Han Tianyu's back was facing Aisha and Lorna as he winked at Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei nodded. At this time, the two young masters had begun to act. The two of them had prepared a trap and were waiting for the two sisters to jump in. Chapter 2512. Translator 549690339. Lorna was a simple-minded girl. When she heard that Jiang Fei could really help them stay here forever, she immediately asked Jiang Fei to help. Lorna asked with a confused look. In her opinion, Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu were good brothers. Was it not a matter of course for her to help keep her sister-in-law? My mind is in a mess right now. Jiang Fei squatted on the ground with a dispirited look. Han Tianyu naturally had to play the supporting role at this time. Jiang Fei sighed, but did not say anything. What happened? Han Tianyu asked with an anxious look. Jiang Fei looked at Aisha and Lorna, but he did not say anything. Aisha asked, Then, we will leave first. Lorna was very honest, so she immediately prepared to leave. No need. You are my wives. Han Tianyu said very domineeringly. Lorna was extremely touched. From her point of view, Han Tianyu was treating them as his own people. However, Han Tianyu was actually trying to cooperate with Jiang Fei. Who else would Jiang Fei tell? Brother, if you believe me, just say what you want to say. Your sister-in-law is not an outsider. Han Tianyu said to Jiang Fei. Sigh. All right. Jiang Fei gritted his teeth and stood up from the ground. Jiang Fei took a deep breath, then he said to the three of them, Brother, now that you know their identities, and I can also see that the two sisters-in-law are sincere to you. Although they are not from this world, there's really nothing to say to you. However, Their world is not filled with good people like the sisters-in-law. Han Tianyu immediately said, "Brother." Jiang Fei suddenly cried out. Half of his crying was part of acting, but the other half was true feelings. After all, his parents' fate was unknown. Those girls were controlled by John and became cannon fodder. What? Han Tianyu was excited. There's a pervert in sister-in-law's world. He actually has the ability to control other people's thoughts. Now my parents and Bella have all been brainwashed and controlled. Jiang Fei said. Aisha and Lorna looked at each other. Previously, Han Tianyu had helped Jiang Fei inquire about John's location. At that time, Aisha and the others had contacted John once. However, they did not know that Han Tianyu's unintentional question was to help Jiang Fei get information. Jiang Fei immediately became excited. "We're not familiar with him. We only spoke to him once," Lorna quickly said. She was afraid that because of that Han Tianyu's feelings for them would be affected. After all, Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu were extremely close brothers. Now, John had touched Jiang Fei's family. F***CK. Your parents are the same as my parents. How dare he touch my parents? Han Tianyu slammed the table and stood up. Brother, you don't be rash. Now that Bella and Phoenix Spirit are controlled, I can't avoid them. Jiang Fei stopped her. Yes, Brother Tianyu. It's too dangerous. Lorna did not want Han Tianyu to take the risk. Nonsense. Father and mother are still alive. Han Tianyu said as if he was blinded by anger. Brother Tianyu, don't be rash. Lorna advised. Jiang Fei. Aisha suddenly spoke. Jiang Fei was stunned. Aisha asked, I can only say that I will try my best. I can't guarantee whether it will work or not. Jiang Fei said. Han Tianyu asked again. 80% to 90%, Jiang Fei said. All right. Aisha gritted her teeth and said. She had made up her mind to stay. So, even if she helped Jiang Fei kill a former ally, what could she do? Women were emotional creatures. In their eyes, love was greater than the sky, let alone an ally that they were not too familiar with. Even if they were close allies, they would not hesitate to stab each other in the back for love. Jiang Fei was still acting. Aisha nodded. Then, she said to Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu, when the time comes, Lorna and I will go with you to find John. Although Lorna's ability cannot kill him, it can make him lose his mind. When the time comes, you will have a chance to kill him. Lorna's ability was to kill NPCs instantly or make players disconnect and reconnect. Therefore, when it was used on John, although this guy would not die immediately, he would lose his mind because the connection was broken. When he regained his senses, Jiang Fei would be right in front of him. At that time, Amir John would not be able to escape from Jiang Fei's grasp. Jiang Fei said, It's okay. Even if you accidentally hurt them, I can revive them. Aisha said. Jiang Fei was overjoyed. This time, he came to China to ask for help. This was his purpose. Now that Aisha had taken the initiative to mention it, it was exactly what he wanted. There's no time to lose. Han Tianyu said from his side. Jiang Fei advised. Yes, Tianyu, don't go. Aisha also advised. Han Tianyu's personal strength was still a little weak. Although Aisha had the ability to revive, she did not want Han Tianyu to take such a risk. Han Tianyu said hesitantly, Brother, you just stay here and watch over things. Jiang Fei said. No. Han Tianyu shook his head like a rattle drum. Lorna asked curiously, Humph, a good thing? That Zhu Peter is the emperor, so isn't he the target of John? When Han Tianyu's life was at stake, he was more cautious than anyone else. Chapter 2513, 2513. Translator, 549690339. Although Han Tianyu had rejected Jiang Fei's request to make him the new emperor of the Universe Empire, Lorna and Aisha still followed Jiang Fei and set off. Because of the two spies, Aisha and Lorna, it would not be a problem for Jiang Fei to find John. We have just contacted John. He has already unified the Universe Empire. Aisha reported the current situation to Jiang Fei. What? Jiang Fei was shocked. If John and the Vasari army were to fight head-on, Bella and the others would undoubtedly become cannon fodder and charge to the front line. although Bella, Phoenix Spirit, and the others were strong enough to protect themselves on the battlefield, Sea Tying and the others were not. Any high-level general could easily kill them. Zhang Fei immediately had Malachi adjust the course and head straight for the Imperial Army's fleet. Zhang was worried that the Imperial Army's battleships would be controlled remotely. Therefore, he ordered his fleet to turn off the autopilot system and turn off the central control AI. All the operations would be controlled by the soldiers of the battleships. In this way, although Zhang eliminated the risk of the warships being controlled remotely, it also greatly reduced the efficiency of the fleet. After all, the speed of human operation was not just a little bit faster than the automatic control of the AI. After the huge warship had removed the automatic system, only the mechanical system and simple circuits were left to operate. This made the combat effectiveness of the spaceship less than 1/10. However, to John, this was not important. After all, he did not really need these warships to participate in the battle. The enemy would surrender to him. Although the brainwashing ability could not work on players, the number of player fleets could not be compared to the NPC fleets. However, with 100 times the number of NPC fleets, John still had absolute confidence. As for the casualties of the NPC fleets, that was not in John's consideration. Although they were trying to save the universe, they did not really care about the lives of the universe. What they wanted was that sense of superiority. They just wanted to be in the limelight. On the other hand, Zhang Fei let Maleki control the yacht and headed to the Visari army's border as fast as he could. He tried to intercept the Imperial Army's fleet and stop John's crazy actions. However, when Zhang Fei and the others arrived at the Visari army's border, they were still a step too late. John's huge fleet had already entered the Visari army's border and had exchanged fire with the Visari army's fleet. Fortunately, the Visari army's fleet was not able to withstand a single blow from John. One after another, they switched sides at the last minute. Meanwhile, the player fleet of the Resistance Army had also chosen to shrink their defenses when they realized that the enemy was coming at them menacingly. Therefore, although John's fleet had marched straight in, they did not encounter any decent resistance. However, the player fleet of the Resistance Army had already gathered in the hinterland of Visari's army. A great war was about to break out. Maleki, speed up! Zhang Fei was so anxious that his forehead was covered in sweat. Maleki nodded. Then, he quickly calculated the shortest path and immediately performed a phase transition. Finally, at noon of the next day, Zhang Fei's yacht caught up with John's fleet. At that moment, John was looking at the star map on the flagship. For the past few days, the Imperial Army's fleet could be said to be invincible. This made John very proud. At that moment, he already felt that he was a military genius. The greatest military expert could only be SOSO. It was as if there was no one in Visari's army's territory. The player fleet fled like the wind. The NPC fleet bowed their heads and bowed. This made John very proud. At this time, the radar operator reported. John raised his eyebrows. He subconsciously wanted to control the people inside the spaceship, but it had no effect at all. John was stunned for a moment, and then he said to his soldiers, "Sink it." Since the other side was a player, brainwashing would be useless. However, John, who had an unprecedented large fleet, would care about a civilian spaceship. Then, the flagship's subcannons began to recharge. Against such a civilian spaceship, not to mention superweapons, even the main cannon would not be useful. Warning! At this time, the alarm in Zhang Fei's yacht sounded loudly. Maleki reported. Zhang Fei nodded. He exchanged a glance with Aisha and Lorna. Then, with a wave of his hand, the yacht disappeared into thin air. The three of them appeared in space. Due to their powerful strength, even if they were directly exposed to space, Zhang Fei and the other two could survive freely. However, after the yacht disappeared, the target that the battleship locked onto did not exist anymore. That was because the size of a person was too small. It was so small that it could not be locked onto by the ship's radar. The radar operator shouted. John was stunned for a moment. Then, he shrugged and said, "Forget it then. Let's continue moving forward." In John's opinion, these players must have used some kind of tool that forced them to go offline. That was why they had disappeared into thin air. He did not care too much about it. There were thousands of player battleships waiting for him to slaughter them. Of course, he did not care about these players. After the soldier received the order, he immediately stopped charging the secondary cannons and led the fleet to continue moving forward. I'll go and call John out. Sisters-in-law, you two stay back. I'll give John a surprise later, Jiang Fei said to Aisha and Lorna. Aisha nodded. Then, Jiang Fei flew toward the fleet. When he was close to the flagship, Jiang Fei took out his Chungying sword. A sword beam that was more than 100 meters long slashed toward John's ship. Although Jiang Fei's sword could not break the shield, it caused the ship to shake violently. Alert! Alert! Enemy attack! The front shield of the spaceship is damaged. Damage is at 70%. The shield is expected to be broken in the next attack. The alarm in the spaceship was loud. In an instant, the crew members were in a panic. After all, this flagship was a Titan-level super warship. Otherwise, no spaceship could damage more than half of its shield with one strike. What's going on? John exclaimed. Chapter 2514, 2514. Translator, 549690339. The captain of the flagship replied. John roared. The captain replied. Then, he immediately arranged for people to quickly search for the source of the attack. Jiang Fei raised his sword again and slashed down. The flagship's shield broke on the spot. At the same time, the interior of the warship shook even more violently. As the captain spoke, Jiang Fei's image was projected. John laughed coldly. Then, he said to the captain, just call him to me. You guys continue to move forward. The captain replied. Then, he adjusted the ship's course and continued to move forward. Just like Bella and the others, the brainwashed captain and soldiers did not recognize Jiang Fei anymore. Although they had seen Jiang Fei's image, none of them remembered that he was the former general. John said to Bella, Phoenix Spirit, and the others. His tone was no different from when he spoke to the crew members. They were just a bunch of NPCs. Bella and the others said obediently. After that, John led the group of people out of the flagship and stood face to face with Jiang Fei. John sneered. Oomph, Jiang Fei said angrily. When he saw how Bella and the others were brainwashed and enslaved, the anger in his heart could not be appeased. Oh, then come. John laughed coldly. Then he pointed at Bella and the others and said, Kill him. Bella and the others agreed and charged at Jiang Fei. Bella. Seeing Bella and the others charging at him mercilessly, Jiang Fei felt as if his heart had been cut by a knife. However, he also knew that Bella and the others had no choice at this moment. Bella and the others would wake up. Kill! Take this! As she shouted, Bella, Phoenix Spirit, and the others joined hands to attack Jiang Fei. Each and every one of them was merciless. Each and every one of their attacks was aimed at Jiang Fei's vital points. On the other side, Jiang Fei was afraid of hurting these girls. Therefore, when he attacked, he had many restrictions. He could not even use 1/10 of his abilities. At this moment, Aisha and Lorna appeared together. Ha! When John saw that it was Lorna and Aisha, he did not think much about it. After all, they were both apostles with cheats. Although they were not very familiar with each other, they were still in the same group. Right? Aisha and Lorna said as they approached. A trash player. John said. Lorna agreed. Then, a dark light flashed in her eyes. The instant death spell was activated. Ha! John laughed proudly, but then he felt dizzy. John never thought that Lorna's instant death spell was cast on him. As the instant death spell did not have a flight path, it was a type of instant death spell. Therefore, John was not prepared at all. He was immediately hit. Although the player, John, would not die immediately, he would also be disconnected instantly. Although it would only take an instant for the disconnected connection to be reconnected, this period of time was enough for Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei shouted. Then he unleashed all his power. Whether it was Bella, the Phoenix Spirit, or Sylvie, who was invisible, all of them were sent flying by Jiang Fei's aura. Jiang Fei knew that he could not miss this opportunity. Therefore, he used his full strength this time. In an instant, Bella and the phoenix spirit spat out blood. Sylvie, who was relatively weaker, was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Although she had used her time reversal ability, she was still injured and could not move. Jiang Fei took the opportunity to charge at the absent-minded John. Bella and the phoenix spirit wanted to chase after him, but they were stopped by Aisha. John, who had been in a daze for a moment, had already disconnected and reconnected. However, at that moment, Jiang Fei was already in front of him. Moreover, Bella, the phoenix spirit, and the others were also stopped by Aisha. Now, no matter how stupid John was, he would still know that he had been betrayed. However, he really could not understand why Aisha and Lorna would betray him. At that moment, Jiang Fei was filled with anger. He reached out his right palm and slapped John's head. With John's strength, he was no match for Jiang Fei. He did not even have the ability to resist. He was hit by Jiang Fei until thousands of peach blossoms bloomed. As blood and brain matter splattered, John's physical body was destroyed. However, he only lost a carrier. When he returned, he would use the plug-in to reconnect. Then, he would make a comeback. John did not realize that he was in a desperate situation. Just you two wait. After John said those harsh words, he was ready to return to his hometown to be resurrected. However, would Jiang Fei let him escape so easily? How could Jiang Fei not eliminate such a person who could brainwash people? You want to leave? Jiang Fei roared. Then, he opened the inheritance space and immediately took John's soul. Jiang Fei thought to himself after he took John's soul. Just now, he did not have time to torture John's physical body because he was pressed for time. However, this did not mean that Jiang Fei wanted to give him a quick death. Although John only had one soul left, Jiang Fei still had ways to torture him to take revenge for his previous hatred. Once John died, Bella and the others were no longer brainwashed. They instantly remembered everything that had happened between them and Jiang Fei. Husband, Phoenix Spirit was at a loss. After all, the battle between them and Jiang Fei was still fresh in her mind. In the hearts of the girls, this was still a difficult situation. It's okay. I know what happened. Jiang Fei smiled. At this time, Aisha had already healed Sylphie's injuries. Bella and Phoenix Spirit had also recovered from their injuries. In front of Aisha, who had mastered the life plug-in, even if she was dead, as long as it was not too long, she would be able to bring people back to life unscathed. Therefore, the little injuries of the girls were not a problem at all. Chapter 2515. Translator 549690339. With John dead, everyone who had been brainwashed and controlled by him was free. The memories that had been deleted were also restored. All of a sudden, everyone remembered Jiang Fei. Husband, I'm sorry. Sylphie hugged Jiang Fei and cried. Bella and Phoenix Spirit were the same. They still remembered everything that they had done before. Although they did not have a choice at that time, they were still very concerned about the things that had hurt Jiang Fei. Although these girls had a hard time getting over it, they were still the people closest to Jiang Fei. Therefore, although they felt sad and blamed themselves, they would not overreact. However, the commanders of the fleets were different. They were all Jiang Fei's old subordinates. Previously, they had openly rebelled against Jiang Fei and attacked Skodastar. This made them feel very uncomfortable. At the same time, they were also very afraid. However, when it came to fear, the first one was none other than Zhu Peter. After removing the brainwashing, this guy was already sweating profusely. Zhu Peter called out to the adjutant while trembling. The adjutant asked. Zhu Peter's lips were trembling. The adjutant asked. Nonsense. Of course, it's Marshal Jiang Fei. Peter Zhu shouted loudly as if it would calm his heart a little. The adjutant said. Peter Zhu sighed, then he said to the adjutant, You have followed me for so many years. You know my temper very well. Before this, I did not know what kind of demon I was bewitched by. I actually gave the order to dismiss the Grand Marshal. Your Majesty, this is not your fault. Many people are acting as if they have been possessed, said the adjutant. Zhu Peter sighed. Jiang Fei and the other women had betrayed him. Perhaps they could be forgiven by him. After all, They were his closest family members. But what about himself? He, Zhu Peter, was merely a puppet emperor who had been brought to the throne by chance. Now that he had betrayed him, it was easy to imagine what punishment he would face next. Although this was not what he wanted, would anyone believe him? After thinking about it for a while, Zhu Peter could only take a step back and ask for a way to save his life. So he said to the adjutant, "Help me draft an imperial edict." Yes, the adjutant immediately prepared a piece of paper and a pen. The gist of it is that I have listened to slander and wronged the Grand Marshal. Now, I will reinstate all his duties. Peter gritted his teeth and said the last 4 words. Huh? The adjutant was instantly dumbfounded. This was the first time he had seen the emperor abdicate voluntarily. That's about it. Make a decree, said Jupiter as he took a deep breath. He no longer dared to hope for the throne of the emperor. It was more important for him to keep his life. While Jupiter was trembling in fear, Jiang Fei had already reunited with his family. The vast fleet of the Universe Empire had also retreated from the Visari army's territory under the leadership of Aurelia. Gradually, they returned to their respective garrisons. At this time, Jiang Fei's focus was no longer on the ordinary players. Therefore, there was no need to use human lives to fight those guys to the death. Anyway, the players were currently having a good time. Jiang Fei was happy to watch the show. After returning to Skodastar, Jiang Fei apologized to his parents and the girls. He felt that it was all because of his incompetence that his family was controlled by John. That was why they were in danger. Fortunately, John's plan did not go as planned. The Imperial fleet did not face the player fleet head-on. Therefore, there were not many casualties. Jiang Fei's family was also safe and sound. After spending almost a month with his family on Skodastar, Jiang Fei had been living a comfortable life. However, there were people on his side who could not wait any longer. Lorna came straight to the door. I'm sorry, sisters-in-law." Jiang Fei apologized sincerely. If it were not for the help of these 2 sisters-in-law, he would not have been able to handle John. "It's okay. We understand how you feel." Aisha's personality was a little more gentle, but it meant that she was the same as Lorna. Jiang Fei was already reunited with his family, but they were still separated by the side. "No problem," Jiang Fei immediately promised. Aisha nodded. Naturally, Lorna had no objections. Therefore, Jiang Fei greeted his family and led Aisha and Lorna on the journey back to planet Xinhua. The return journey was very smooth. A few days later, Jiang Fei brought Aisha and Lorna back to planet China. "How is it?" Han Tianyu asked. Jiang Fei said with a smile. "That's good." Han Tianyu smiled as well. "Your matter is settled." Lorna rolled her eyes at Jiang Fei. "I can handle your business anytime. However, there's one thing I need to tell you," Jiang Fei said very seriously. Lorna and Aisha were stunned. "Sisters-in-law, although I can make you stay forever, your special abilities will be stripped away," Jiang Fei said. Because Aisha and Lorna's power of life and death came from external abilities. If Jiang Fei detained their souls and let them escape from the connection of external instruments, the 2 of them would naturally lose their power of life and death. However, the power given by their own carriers would still be retained. In that case, the 2 of them would be the most ordinary true immortals. Although true immortals were considered to be the top experts in this universe, compared to the cheat's ability that could decide life and death with a single word, it was not just a small difference. "It doesn't matter," Lorna immediately said. Aisha nodded. "Baby, you guys are actually willing to pay such a heavy price for me." Han Tianyu was also touched. "Come on." Aisha and Lorna looked at Jiang Fei. Chapter 2516, 2516. Translator, 549690339. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, Han Tianyu led the group back to his official residence. After returning home, Han Tianyu pulled Jiang Fei to the side and asked. Jiang Fei thought for a moment. Then, he said to Han Tianyu, "I plan to first imprison them in my inheritance space. After that, I will release them after their physical condition in the real world is gone." Han Tianyu asked a little worriedly. "It should not be a problem," Jiang Fei said. "If you are confident, then do it." However, Lorna is pregnant now. You have to be careful, Han Tianyu advised. Don't worry. I know what to do, Jiang Fei said. Han Tianyu pata Jiang Fei's schulde. After that, Jiang Fei rested at Han Tianyu's place for 2 days. After adjusting himself to his best condition, he went to find Han Tianyu. Brother Yu, I'm almost done with my preparations. However, there are some things that I need to explain to the 2 sisters-in-law, Jiang Fei said. Han Tianyu called Aisha and Lorna over. Sisters-in-law, if you want to stay in this world forever and become people of this world, you might have to suffer a little, Jiang Fei said. Little Fei, you are Tianyu's brother. We are not outsiders. If you have something to say, just say it, Aisha said. I can use some kind of ritual to transfer you to a separate space. Because time tends to stop there, you might have to spend a long time there. During this lonely time, you have to bear with it, Jiang Fei said truthfully. Lorna said. Aisha asked. Yes. You too can use your spiritual power to communicate, Jiang Fei said. That's even better. My sister and I have always been a bit of a loner since we were young. We have always been by each other's side. Aisha nodded. Jiang Fei took a deep breath and said to Aisha and Lorna, then, sisters-in-law, please quickly say a few more words to Brother Yu. Lorna immediately threw herself into Han Tianyu's arms. After all, from their point of view, they would not be able to see Han Tianyu for a long time. Aisha also came to Han Tianyu's side with a warm look in her eyes. At that moment, Jiang Fei tactfully left the room. He did not want to disturb the others from sharing their feelings. Jiang Fei waited in his room for about 3 hours before Han Tianyu brought Aisha and Lorna to find Jiang Fei. Aisha said to Jiang Fei, Well, Lorna suddenly said with some fear, Don't worry. Time in that space is approaching a standstill. Although you'll be very bored, your body and your baby are almost the same. So, you don't have to worry, Jiang Fei said. Oh, Lorna nodded. Aisha asked. Jiang Fei said. Aisha looked at her sister. Lorna nodded as well. Han Tianyu said to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei nodded first. Then, he said to Aisha and Lorna, Sisters-in-law, do not resist. Aisha and Lorna agreed. Then, Jiang Fei waved his hand and put both of them into the inheritance space. He followed closely behind. My 2 sisters-in-law, you might be lonely here for a while, Jiang Fei said to Aisha and Lorna through his spiritual power. Yes, Aisha and Lorna nodded. They had already mentally prepared themselves. Then, I shall not disturb you 2 sisters-in-law, said Jiang Fei as he left the inheritance space. After this period of enlightenment, although Jiang Fei did not know how to enter the Gamma space, his control over the inheritance space had become stronger. At this time, he could divide the inheritance space into many independent spaces. This would prevent the spirit clusters and souls inside from meeting each other. For example, this time, Jiang Fei had placed Aisha and Lorna into a separate small space, preventing them from meeting the souls of the other apostles. They would also be unable to see the things that Jiang Fei had put in. Although Aisha and Lorna had already decided to stay, Jiang Fei still did not want them to meet the souls of the other apostles. That way, they would know that Jiang Fei had already known their identities. Furthermore, they would know that Han Tianyu might have a motive for pursuing them. If that was the case, when they left, there would definitely be a rift between them and Han Tianyu. Jiang Fei decided to hide some things out of goodwill. Other than that, Jiang Fei also placed John's soul in an independent space. There was nothing in there but eternal loneliness and loneliness. John, who had lost his physical body, could not even feel his own existence. It was an absolute loneliness, and it was an endless loneliness. Jiang Fei wanted to torture John so that he would know what pain was. He wanted to make him regret coming to this world. After coming out of the inheritance space, Han Tianyu almost did not feel Jiang Fei leave. How is it? Han Tianyu asked. Jiang Fei nodded. Then he said to Han Tianyu, Now that their souls have been detained by me, their bodies in the outside world will become vegetative. After a long time, they will wither and die. When that time comes, their souls will be free and they will be able to stay in this world. Han Tianyu asked, That won't happen. Aren't your two sisters-in-law orphans in their world? Then no one will care about their physical bodies. Therefore, it won't take more than a few days, Jiang Fei said. Han Tianyu nodded. Brother Yu, if you have nothing else to do, I will go back and cultivate, Jiang Fei said. You're almost invincible in the universe, right? Han Tianyu asked. If I can't kill my way into the gamma space, then no matter how strong I am, it's useless. I had to find a way. Jiang Fei said. Chapter 2517, 2517. Translator, 549690339. After storing Aisha and Lorna into the inheritance space, Jiang Fei stayed at Han Tianyu's place. He planned to leave after the matter between Aisha and Lorna was resolved. Jiang Fei stayed on planet China for 10 days. However, Aisha and Lorna's souls did not obtain their freedom as he had expected. It seemed that the life force of the gamma space creature was stronger than Jiang Fei had previously estimated. Han Tianyu looked anxious. After all, this concerned the lives of his two wives and children. Don't worry, there won't be any problems, Jiang Fei promised Han Tianyu. All right then, brother. Han Tianyu nodded. At this moment, he could only choose to trust Jiang Fei. Brother Yu, I promise that the sisters-in-law will return safely, Jiang Fei said with a smile. That's good. You can continue to cultivate. Han Tianyu nodded. Although he was still a little uneasy, he did not want to disturb Jiang Fei anymore. Not long after Han Tianyu left, Jiang Fei frowned. He had sensed a powerful aura. Moreover, this aura was coming straight for him. Who is it? Just as Jiang Fei was wondering, the presence was already very close. Moreover, Jiang Fei was quite familiar with the presence. After a moment, he recognized the person. Jiang Fei stood up and walked out. In the end, the person had already arrived in front of him. It was still the same black cloak and the same face. The person who had arrived was none other than Jiang Fei's master, Thief Tyrion. Tyrion laughed. Master, you are so elusive. It is difficult for me to meet you normally. Jiang Fei asked curiously. It is not a big deal. Tyrion walked over and patted Jiang Fei's shoulder. Jiang Fei asked, I'm all right. Tyrion said. Jiang Fei asked. Previously, Tyrion had been injured by the player's safe zone. Tyrion waved his hand. Jiang Fei did not feel any signs of injury on his body. That's good. Jiang Fei smiled. Tyrion said with a smile. Yeah, I don't know what happened. The Emperor suddenly removed my military position and wanted to rashly send troops to attack the Vizari army. Jiang Fei did not hide it from Tyrion. After all, almost everyone knew about this matter. Tyrion asked. I don't plan to do anything to him for the time being. After all, he did not have a choice. Jiang Fei really did not plan to kill Peter Zhu. However, after Han Tianyu refused to take the throne, he gave up on the idea. Speaking of which, Zhu Peter was not a bad emperor. He was also very respectful to Jiang Fei. He knew his identity very well. This time, he was only brainwashed by John. Therefore, he cannot be blamed. Regarding Zhu Peter's decree to abdicate the throne, Jiang Fei had someone pass a message to Zhu Peter. It was to let him be his emperor at ease. As long as he did not want to harm Jiang Fei would never give up on him. After receiving Jiang Fei's message, Zhu Peter was extremely grateful. Although he was a puppet emperor, Jiang Fei did not like to interfere in the empire's government affairs. Therefore, Zhu Peter's administrative authority was very high. The power of the entire empire was divided into two parts. The military power was in Jiang Fei's hands. The rest of the administrative power was basically given to Zhu Peter. Therefore, if Jiang Fei gave him a chance, Zhu Peter did not want to abdicate the throne. However, because Peter Zhu had already given the decree to abdicate, the entire universe empire put on a show of officials asking for orders. Everyone asked Peter Zhu to take back his orders and gave him a flurry of compliments as if there was no Peter Zhu. The entire universe empire was about to be destroyed. In the end, Peter Zhu had no choice but to reluctantly ascend the throne again and become the emperor of the universe empire. No one in the upper echelons of the empire did not understand that Peter Zhu had abdicated and restored the throne. This drama was completely sung for the common people. However, no matter what, the universe empire returned to normal once again. The entire country was once again in operation. Good. You are really magnanimous. Tyrion nodded after listening to Jiang Fei's narration. Jiang Fei asked. Tyrion waved his hand and said to Jiang Fei, I still have some matters to attend to. I have to leave in a while. Jiang Fei asked. Tyrion thought for a moment and said to Jiang Fei, I don't need it for the time being. If there's a need, I will inform you. All right, Jiang Fei smiled. After chatting for a while, Tyrion left. However, when he turned around and left, the corner of his mouth curled up into a mysterious smile. However, Jiang Fei knew nothing about it. After staying on planet China for more than 10 days, Jiang Fei suddenly opened his eyes while he was training. That was because he had sensed a strange movement in the inheritance space. From the very beginning, when Jiang Fei had captured the first player unintentionally, he had already felt an indistinct connection between the soul and the other world. However, he could not understand or touch this connection. He wanted to study it, but he had no way of doing so. Just now, the connection between Aisha and Lorna and the Gamma space had suddenly broken. Jiang Fei was almost certain that their physical bodies in the Gamma space had died. Although Jiang Fei had captured many players, souls previously, those people had used the development team's equipment to enter the game through normal means. In order to sue the development team, the family members naturally would not let these vegetative people die. Therefore, they were sent to the hospital to hang on for their last breaths. Although the souls of John and the other apostles were also detained, they had family members in the Gamma dimension. Their physical bodies would not die so easily in a short period of time. They relied on each other to survive in the Gamma dimension. Therefore, after their souls were detained, no one on the other side discovered that they had become vegetative beings. Their bodies died. Chapter 2518, 2518. Translator, 549690339. After the connection was broken, Aisha and Lorna's souls were free. There was no longer any power that could pull them back into the Gamma dimension. Therefore, they naturally stayed in this world. Jiang Fei waved his hand and let Aisha and Lorna out. Although the two girls' appearances did not change much when they followed Jiang Fei in, only they knew how long they had stayed in that isolated place. Finally, Lorna shouted loudly. Then, she turned around and ran out of Jiang Fei's small courtyard. Aisha shouted, I'm going to find Brother Tianyu. Lorna's way of expressing her longing was so direct. Aisha also missed Han Tianyu very much. After all, the two of them had been lonely in that empty space for too long. Although they had each other's company, the endless loneliness still made the two of them almost go crazy. Seeing that Aisha and Lorna had left, Jiang Fei smiled. He finally fulfilled his promise to Han Tianyu and left the two girls safe and sound. Not long after Aisha and Lorna had left, a servant ran in. What's wrong? Jiang Fei asked. Grand Marshal, the magistrate would like to invite you over, the servant said. Jiang Fei nodded and followed the attendant to Han Tianyu's office. What's the matter? Jiang Fei asked with a smile. Han Tianyu rarely met him in such an official setting. The two of them would usually find a more private place. Han Tianyu pointed at the television in front of him. Jiang Fei turned his head to look and saw that the television was broadcasting the news. The Imperial fleet is currently surrounding the capital planet Pizerns. The host said as he played a video, at this time, a fleet that was not very large was surrounding the planet Pizerns. Jiang Fei was stunned. Han Tianyu asked, Of course not. I have always been with you. How would I have the time to give such an order? Moreover, you do not intend to be the emperor. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Han Tianyu asked, It should not be. I know Aurelia's character very well. She would definitely not do such a thing. Jiang Fei said, You should send a message to ask about it. Han Tianyu said cautiously. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he used Han Tianyu's equipment to contact Scotustar. Ah Fei, I am ready, Aurelia said as soon as she arrived. Depart? Jiang Fei asked. Aurelia asked. What? Jiang Fei was completely dumbfounded. Wasn't that John killed? Why were these guys brainwashed again? Aurelia said with certainty. Jiang Fei asked. No, it was through communication, Aurelia said. Jiang Fei asked. Aurelia sent a video message. It showed Jiang Fei asking Aurelia to mobilize the fleet to attack planet Pizerns. What the hell? Han Tianyu was also shocked. Jiang Fei had to admit that not only did this guy look like him, even the tone and tone of his voice were exactly the same. Han Tianyu asked, I don't know. I have to go and take a look. Jiang Fei immediately said. Of course, he could not let an imposter continue to flaunt his name. Han Tianyu suddenly asked. Jiang Fei was stunned for a moment. Then he said to Han Tianyu, if that guy is very weak, then it must be fake. Just capture him directly. If that guy is very strong, then don't bother about whether it's real or fake. Just take it seriously first so that you don't get yourself into trouble. Han Tianyu nodded. Now that Aisha and Lorna had lost their life and death powers, they were just two ordinary true immortal level experts. If Han Tianyu recognized him, he would probably be silenced. Therefore, even if it was a fake, he had to take it seriously. Aurelia, you don't have to send your troops, Jiang Fei said to Aurelia. But Aurelia was a little confused. Jiang Fei told him the details of how he snatched Aurelia away. He did not dare to tell Bella and the others about this. This was a little secret between him and Aurelia. Damn it! As she was still in front of Han Tianyu and Aurelia's staff, the female general blushed. Jiang Fei smiled. Yes, I will temporarily stop the operation, Aurelia said. After Jiang Fei cut off the communication, he said to Han Tianyu, Brother Yu, I will not disturb you anymore. You should spend some time with your two sisters-in-law. Be careful, Han Tianyu said. Jiang Fei waved his hand and left Han Tianyu's official residence. There was no delay on the way. Jiang Fei went straight to the airport. Then, he drove his yacht straight to the capital planet, Pizerns. A few days later, Jiang Fei arrived at the gravity well on planet Pizerns. At that time, the entire capital planet had been controlled by the fake Jiang Fei's fleet. Zhu Peter had also been placed under house arrest in the palace. However, this time, this guy was actually brave, therefore, he did not issue an edict to abdicate. This time, Zhu Peter had also learned his lesson. Jiang Fei had just promised not to pursue his responsibility. How could he fall out with Jiang Fei so quickly? Although he had not been in contact with Jiang Fei for a long time, he knew that Jiang Fei was not someone who would go back on his words. Therefore, although Zhu Peter was under house arrest, he knew that there was something fishy going on this time. After putting away the yacht, Jiang Fei teleported to planet Pizerns. After he activated his invisibility, he quietly arrived at the palace. With Jiang Fei's immense mental strength, it was not difficult for him to find Jupiter. Although Jupiter was already being held by the Imperial Army, the ordinary soldiers could not sense Jiang Fei's presence at all. Therefore, Jiang Fei easily bypassed them and arrived at Jupiter's room. Chapter 2519, 2519. Translator, 549690339. After finding the location of Zhu Peter, Jiang Fei immediately went to find him. However, at that moment, an extremely powerful aura rushed over. What's going on? Jiang Fei hurriedly hid his aura. However, the other party was too powerful. Even if Jiang Fei hid his aura, he was still discovered by the other party. Friend, come out, a familiar voice said in the hall. Jiang Fei was too familiar with the voice that he found it hard to believe. Because the other party was too strong, Jiang Fei did not dare to use his eyes or spiritual power to observe the other party directly. That would definitely allow the other party to discover his exact location. Therefore, Jiang Fei only dared to use the corner of his eye to take a quick glance at the opponent. What? Jiang Fei's heart palpitated. The opponent looked just like him. They were almost exactly the same. How is this possible? Jiang Fei was shocked. He could not care less. Since he had found this imposter, he could just kill him. Jiang Fei laughed coldly and walked out of the dark. Oh, so it's you. The fake Jiang Fei smiled as if he was not afraid that the real Jiang Fei would come looking for him. Jiang Fei was stunned. The fake Jiang Fei smiled. Jiang Fei asked. The fake Jiang Fei maintained his smile. Jiang Fei roared. In the next second, his figure appeared behind the fake Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei threw a punch. However, the fake Jiang Fei's reaction was extremely fast. He turned around and dodged the punch. We can't use it here. The fake Jiang Fei did not wait for Jiang Fei to nod his head. He directly blew through the roof and flew into the sky. Soon, he was out of the planet's atmosphere. Jiang Fei also knew that if the two of them used their full strength, the palace would definitely be destroyed. Therefore, since the kid was willing to go to the universe to fight, Jiang Fei did not have any objections. After leaving planet Pazernus, the two of them were free to fight. In the air, the two of them fought like lightning. As the number of rounds increased, Jiang Fei became more and more shocked. The strength of this fake was not inferior to Jiang Fei at all. If that was all, Jiang Fei would not be shocked because he had never thought that he was invincible in this universe. It was normal for him to meet an opponent who was evenly matched with him. However, what shocked Jiang Fei was that not only did the opponent look like him, his aura was similar, his voice was similar, and even the martial skills he used were exactly the same. If the opponent only looked and sounded similar, Jiang Fei would not be too surprised. Although all the major civilizations had banned the use of human cloning, the technology was mature after all. It was not uncommon to clone a person. However, it was impossible for the cloned person to have the same strength and martial skills as Jiang Fei. This was what shocked Jiang Fei the most. Jiang Fei said angrily, "Didn't you say that you would ask after you beat me?" The fake Jiang Fei said calmly, "All right." Jiang Fei closed his eyes slightly. When he opened his eyes again, his strength had exploded to the maximum. Whether it was the heart of the black hole or the infinite battle intent domain, both had been activated by him. Right now, Jiang Fei could be said to be in his strongest state. Oh, the fake Jiang Fei smiled slightly. Then his aura exploded. In an instant, his battle strength had soared to the same level as Jiang Fei's. Ew, how is this possible? Jiang Fei was slightly stunned. His heart of the black hole and endless battle intent domain were obtained through luck and self-comprehension. How could others have the same? At this moment, no matter how much Jiang Fei could not understand, the other party had all of his abilities. You can't kill me. Admit it, I am the other you. Neither of us can do anything to the other, the fake Jiang Fei said proudly. Impossible. Jiang Fei roared angrily. Then, he directly activated his greatest trump card, Psychic Attack. Jiang Fei's psychic power was definitely the best in this universe, because no one else could have a 4-stage will core. Moreover, he had also learned a lot of psychic attack skills from Tyrion. Therefore, when he faced an enemy that he could not defeat, he usually relied on this move to win. Jiang Fei used his spiritual power pierce to attack the fake. The fake Jiang Fei calmly waved his hand, and a spiritual barrier blocked in front of Jiang Fei's attack. Jiang Fei's spiritual power pierce hit the spiritual barrier and instantly disappeared. Jiang Fei was really dumbfounded. Although it was just a normal spiritual power attack, he was already certain that the opponent's spiritual power was at the same level as his. How is this possible? Jiang Fei was dumbfounded. He even stopped attacking. This imposter had almost all the abilities except for Jiang Fei's memories. When he saw that Jiang Fei was no longer attacking, he did not counterattack. He knew that he could not defeat the real Jiang Fei either. The fake Jiang Fei said proudly. Jiang Fei gritted his teeth and asked. He had previously suspected that this guy was a new apostle. However, he did not find the mark of a player on this person's head. This guy was not a player. Naturally, he cannot be an apostle. It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that we have to talk, the fake Jiang Fei said with a smile. Jiang Fei frowned. Look, the two of us seem to be replicating each other. If you say that I'm fake, then I'll say that you're fake. Anyway, we're exactly the same. The fake Jiang Fei started with a very philosophical nonsense. Jiang Fei clenched his fists. If he could defeat his opponent, he would have done so long ago. The only thing that Jiang Fei had not used yet was the power of the inheritance space. However, he really did not dare to use it. First of all, using the ability of the inheritance space to put other masters into it would cause a strong backlash to Jiang Fei. This fake was as strong as Jiang Fei. Once he was put in, Jiang Fei would definitely be heavily injured. If this kid could really move freely in the inheritance space, Jiang Fei, who had already received the backlash, would be in trouble. Therefore, Jiang Fei was worried about this and did not activate his final ability. If you're enjoying this story, don't forget to like the video and subscribe. It really helps this channel keep growing. Alright, let's continue. Chapter 2520. Translator 549690339. Who are you? Jiang Fei frowned. I've said it many times. The fake Jiang Fei said firmly. Then, he said to Jiang Fei, my request is very simple. Neither of us can do anything to the other. Then, don't cause trouble for the other. First of all, I promise that I will not disturb your family, and you will leave me alone. Although the fake Jiang Fei's words seemed like a negotiation, it was also a threat. What he meant was that if Jiang Fei did not agree, he would go to the Skoda Star to cause trouble. When that time came, with his appearance and aura, he would look exactly like Jiang Fei. It was very rare for Bella and the others to be able to tell if it was real or fake. Although the fake did not have Jiang Fei's memory, not everyone was that meticulous. Moreover, when the time came, he could just find an excuse to forget about it. He could also do a lot of bad things. Jiang Fei was so angry that he gritted his teeth. However, he could not do anything to the imposter. All right, this little thing is quite powerful. You'd better not use it on me. The imposter Jiang Fei said as he weighed the thing in his hand. It was a golden ball-shaped object. Jiang Fei gritted his teeth. He did not expect the imposter to even have this thing. One had to know that the Heart Devourer in Jiang Fei's hand was definitely an out-of-print item. The other party actually had the exact same thing in his hand. However, after thinking about it, Jiang Fei felt relieved. The other party even had a level 4 will core. It did not seem like it was a big deal to have other things. If you think that my conditions were a little harsh just now, then I will take a step back. Let's use the Maravesa Galaxy as the boundary. The fake Jiang Fei said. The Maravesa Galaxy was a death asteroid belt within the Universe Empire. It almost divided the entire Universe Empire into two. There were only a few places in the middle that could be accessed. It could be considered as a supernatural boundary. On the other hand, Planet Skoda and Planet Pizerns were in the Maravesa Galaxy twice. If it was as the fake Jiang Fei said, the Universe Empire would be divided into two. One part would belong to Jiang Fei, and the other part would belong to him. This request seemed reasonable, but it was purely based on bandit logic. The entire Universe Empire was created by Jiang Fei alone. This guy was relying on himself to completely replicate everything that Jiang Fei had. He wanted to split half of the empire into pieces. At this time, if Jiang Fei could kill the fake Jiang Fei, the fake Jiang Fei would have been torn to pieces by now. Unfortunately, Jiang Fei could not do anything to him. The fake Jiang Fei had almost replicated all of his abilities. It was impossible for Jiang Fei to defeat him. Think about it. If you do not refuse, I will take it as your agreement. Don't worry, I'm a person of my word. As long as you do not cross the line, I will not take even half a step across the galaxy, said the imposter Jiang Fei as he returned to Planet Pizerns. Seeing that the imposter had left, Jiang Fei did not chase after him anymore. After all, what was the point of chasing after him? The other party's strength was exactly the same as his. There was no way he could defeat the other party. Jiang Fei let out a long breath. His mind was a mess. At this moment, Jiang Fei could only go to his think tank, Han Tianyu. This fellow's planet was also on the other side of Skoda Star. After making up his mind, Jiang Fei summoned his yacht and headed straight for planet Xinhua. The fake Jiang Fei did not stop him. After all, the problem he faced was the same. He could not defeat Jiang Fei either. A few days later, Jiang Fei returned to Xinhua, China. Brother, why are you back so soon? Han Tianyu asked with a smile. Jiang Fei said dejectedly. Han Tianyu asked, "Let's talk about it when we get back." Jiang Fei sighed and said. Han Tianyu nodded and drove Jiang Fei back to his official residence. Han Tianyu asked. Aisha and Lorna were also present. At this time, these two had become Han Tianyu's official wives. Jiang Fei nodded. Lorna asked. Jiang Fei shook his head. It's good to not kill too many people. Aisha said. Come on, we really can't keep such a person alive. Han Tianyu did not agree with Aisha's tolerance. Lorna could not be bothered to guess, so she asked directly. Jiang Fei said, What? Han Tianyu was stunned. He had always thought that Jiang Fei was invincible in this universe. Lorna asked curiously. Jiang Fei shook his head again. Didn't you say that you did not lose? Why did you not lose? Lorna asked. Brother, don't keep me in suspense. Han Tianyu, you idiot. Sigh. Jiang Fei told them everything. What? How is this possible? Han Tianyu and the other two widened their eyes. Clearly, they did not expect this to happen. Han Tianyu mouthed to Jiang Fei with his back to Lorna and Aisha. Jiang Fei shook his head. Lorna, it's quite late. You're still pregnant. Go and rest first. I still have something to say to Fei, Han Tianyu said to Lorna and Aisha at this time. Lorna nodded. I'll go and accompany Lorna. Aisha also left sensibly. After the two girls had left, Han Tianyu asked, Aren't they the other apostles? No, all players have a mark on their heads, but that guy doesn't, Jiang Fei said with certainty. Han Tianyu also came up with a blind idea. At this time, don't joke around. Even if I have a brother, think about it with your head. Jiang Fei said angrily. Han Tianyu was just casually saying it. He also understood that even if Jiang Fei had a brother, he was just an ordinary earthling. How could he obtain such power? Jiang Fei said gloomily. Fei, didn't you say that Vinolin was omniscient and omnipotent? Ask him. Han Tianyu suddenly said. That's right. Jiang Fei was reminded of that. Previously, when he was dealing with John, Vinolin had not helped at all. Therefore, he had almost forgotten about this guy. Chapter 25-21, 25-21. Translator, 549690339. After being awakened by Han Tianyu, Jiang Fei directly came out of his room and went straight to the courtyard where the servants lived. Hey, recently, I heard that the boss is going to give us a raise. Who did you hear it from? It's Lori. He's the boss' trusted aide. What? I don't know. Anyway, the boss has some good news. When Jiang Fei arrived at the small courtyard where the servants were staying, many servants were chatting away. Grand Marshal! Grand Marshal! When these servants saw Jiang Fei, they immediately stood up and bowed. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he shouted at the servants, Vinolin, come out. I have something to ask you. Grand Marshal, we don't have a Varen here, one of the servants said in surprise. I know why you're looking for me. However, at that moment, a servant walked over. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he took the servant out of the small courtyard and went to a quiet place. When did Kuba change his name to Varen? I don't know. This kid actually knows the Grand Marshal. Yeah, he seems to be quite familiar with him. Looks like we have to get on good terms with him in the future. This kid might have a meteoric rise. Jiang Fei left with Vinolin. However, the servants began to discuss among themselves. Jiang Fei did not care about the discussions of the servants. He brought Vinolin to a quiet place. Vinolin took the initiative to ask. Jiang Fei asked. Vinolin smiled and said to Jiang Fei, the development team has a new quest. They want you to solve the sixth apostle. Philip? The sixth apostle? I'm still busy dealing with that imposter. Jiang Fei frowned. Vinolin laughed and continued. This Philip is the imposter. What? Jiang Fei was stunned. It was not that he had not thought about it, but that imposter did not have the mark of a player on him. I know your doubts. That's what I wanted to tell you, said Vinolin with a smile. Jiang Fei asked. I was just about to tell you about this Philip's ability, said Vinolin calmly. Oh, Jiang Fei laughed coldly. Vinolin shook his head and continued. This Philip's cheat ability is replication. He can replicate himself into anyone. Replicate. Jiang Fei suddenly understood. He finally knew what was going on with this fake. Yes, his replication ability is very powerful. If the target is a player, then he can completely replicate all of the opponent's abilities, including the items, said Vinylin halfway through his sentence. Jiang Fei interrupted him. Completely replicate? What if he replicates a local creature? Jiang Fei asked in surprise. That's right, said Vinylin. Even your memories can be replicated? Jiang Fei's eyes widened in surprise. Fortunately, he had the identity of a player given by the development team. Otherwise, this fake would really be the same as him. Vinylin nodded. Jiang Fei asked, weaknesses? If you want to talk about weaknesses, that is, when he replicates a person, he must first have physical contact with that person. Vinylin explained. Jiang Fei asked, yes. Moreover, he can only store the information of 3 people, Vinylin said. Jiang Fei was stunned. Yes. If he wants to record the information of another person after exceeding this number, he has to erase the previous one that he recorded, Vinylin said. Then, how do I kill that imposter? Jiang Fei asked. Vinylin thought for a moment. Then, he said to Jiang Fei, if he turns into someone else's appearance, and that person's strength is not as good as yours, you can ambush him and kill him instantly before he turns into you. Jiang Fei asked. Then, there's no way you can kill him because his strength is exactly the same as yours, Vinylin said. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. You have 2 choices now. The first is to wait. This is the easiest way, said Vinylin. Jiang Fei asked. Then, we can only use the second plan, said Vinylin. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Even if he was not invincible in this universe, he was still a top expert. There were very few people who were confident in killing him. Other than these 2 methods, I don't have any other good ideas, said Vinylin. Jiang Fei sighed. Vinylin felt that there was nothing more to say about the 6th apostle. Jiang Fei asked, yes, it's done. Their physical bodies in the Gamma dimension have died. Now, they have been left here. Moreover, the development team has approved of your treatment, said Vinylin. Jiang Fei nodded. If you don't have anything else, I'll be leaving first, said Vinylin. All right, if there's anything else, I'll look for you, said Jiang Fei. Vinylin nodded. Then his expression froze. When he recovered, he had become the servant again. The servant asked with a confused look. All right, it's all right. Jiang Fei waved his hand. The confused servant nodded and turned to leave. After returning to his room, Jiang Fei found Han Tianyu still waiting for him. Brother Yu, this matter is more troublesome. I have to leave first, Jiang Fei said to Han Tianyu. Han Tianyu asked, not yet. Jiang Fei shook his head. The reason why he had hidden it from Han Tianyu was not because he did not trust him. It was because Jiang Fei did not dare to trust anyone anymore. Currently, none of his friends or relatives had player identities to protect them. Philip could copy them at any time. Jiang Fei could not even identify them through private questions. Therefore, he could not reveal the key information to anyone at the moment. Chapter 25-22, 25-22. Translator 549690339. After bidding farewell to Han Tianyu, Jiang Fei left Xian China immediately. Actually, after Varen told Jiang Fei about Philip's ability, Jiang Fei had a rough plan in mind. He launched a sneak attack and instantly killed the 6th apostle. However, although this idea seemed feasible, it was actually very difficult. First of all, when Philip turned into Jiang Fei, his strength was on par with Jiang Fei's. He would definitely be under the opponent's perception. Under such circumstances, how could Philip turn into a relatively weak person and wait for Jiang Fei to kill him? However, if Jiang Fei did not observe Philip closely, Jiang Fei would not be able to identify him once he turned into someone else. Although Vinylin did not say it explicitly, Jiang Fei had already understood it through his previous observation. After Philip turned into someone else, he was completely the same as the other party. He could not even find the mark of a player. Therefore, it was extremely difficult for Jiang Fei to track him down. Therefore, although the first plan sounded feasible, The actual difficulty of the operation was too difficult. Unless Philip was stupid, Jiang Fei would not be able to find any opportunity. Since the first plan did not work, Jiang Fei could only adopt the second plan. He would find a person who was much stronger than himself. He would directly kill this guy. In the outer universe, it was impossible to say that a person who had the ability to kill Jiang Fei was too rash. However, it was too difficult to find such an expert. Anyway, Jiang Fei really did not know who had such an ability. Therefore, after careful consideration, Jiang Fei finally decided to return to the Five Directions world. There were many experts there. Although it was not easy to find such a person, it was at least much easier to find than in the outer universe. After making up his mind, Jiang Fei prepared to let Little Nine bring him to the Five Directions world. However, at that moment, Jiang Fei suddenly received a spiritual wave. This spiritual wave was actually sent by his teacher, Tyrion. Therefore, Jiang Fei temporarily gave up on going to the Five Directions world. Instead, he drove the yacht straight to a space city near planet Xinhua. After the spaceship landed in the space city, Jiang Fei quickly found Tyrion's hideout based on his aura. It was a very ordinary small courtyard. The decorations inside were very shabby. It looked as if no one had lived there for a long time. However, Tyrion's aura came from this place. Jiang Fei did not knock on the door. He just pushed the door open and walked in. After entering the small courtyard, Jiang Fei realized that the place was even more dilapidated than he had imagined. There were water tanks and other items in the courtyard. The grass was almost up to his knees. Jiang Fei asked. Tyrion's voice came from side room. Jiang Fei replied. Jiang Fei could clearly feel Tyrion let out a sigh of relief in the room. Then, he took a step forward and entered the dark room. At that moment, Jiang Fei found Tyrion leaning against the weeds in the corner of the wall. He was extremely weak. Tyrion laughed bitterly. If it was anyone else who heard this, he would be very surprised. However, Jiang Fei was not surprised at all when he heard this. Tyrion must have met that Philip. Jiang Fei asked. Tyrion forced himself to sit up straight, so that he looked more dignified in front of his disciple. Jiang Fei quickly held Tyrion. At the same time, he finally knew when he had been copied by Philip. If Tyrion had been injured 2 months ago, there was no need to ask. The Tyrion who had gone to find Jiang Fei previously must have been Philip. Jiang Fei asked to confirm his guess. I had planned to look for you, but I was injured by someone. Tyrion sighed. After confirming his guess, Jiang Fei gave Tyrion some medicine. However, for an expert like Tyrion, it would take a long time for him to recover from his injuries, unless Jiang Fei was willing to help him remove the abnormal energy at the energy string level. However, would Jiang Fei dare to do it now? He would not dare, because he cannot be sure if Tyrion was his master or if Philip was a fake. When Philip duplicated NPCs, he could copy their memories as well. Therefore, even if he asked for privacy, he would not be able to confirm his identity. As such, Jiang Fei had to be wary of anyone. He had to open the Eye of the Violet without holding anything back. Then, he could use the energy string to treat Tyrion. Jiang Fei did not dare to do that. Little Fei, you have to be careful of that guy. Tyrion suddenly became weak. In order to hear his voice clearly, Jiang Fei had no choice but to move closer to him. At that moment, Tyrion suddenly jumped up and struck Jiang Fei's chest with his palm. Jiang Fei was shocked. Fortunately, Tyrion was much weaker than him. Therefore, before the palm touched Jiang Fei, Tyrion had dodged it. Tyrion gritted his teeth and struggled to stand up. He wanted to kill Jiang Fei, but his body tilted and he fell to the ground. Jiang Fei was stunned. Tyrion, who was lying on the ground, suddenly transformed into Jiang Fei in the blink of an eye. Jiang Fei said through gritted teeth, "Joe, you know my identity so quickly. Not simple at all." Philip laughed because he could not copy Jiang Fei's memory. When he copied Jiang Fei previously, he now knew Jiang Fei's identity as a player. Jiang Fei could only continue to act as a player. Therefore, he simply imitated the tone of a player and said, "I am shameless. How many NPC girls have you had sex with?" You're flirting with a bunch of virtual characters. Philip laughed coldly. Didn't you say that we should not interfere in each other's business? Jiang Fei did not care about this matter and directly questioned him. I did not break the rules. I did not disturb your NPC girls, right? As for you, I will try. What if I can get you? Philip laughed shamelessly. Chapter 25-23, 25-23. Translator, 549690339, Jiang Fei cursed. Haha, I'm shameless. All right, then just take it that I'm shameless. Philip smiled smugly. Indeed, I can't do anything to you. But if you say that, then let's just pester each other every day. Jiang Fei was forced into a corner. He had no choice but to use this shameless method. As Philip was a clone of Jiang Fei, if the two of them were to really fight, it would be impossible to determine the winner. They would be able to fight each other for a few years. That way, no one would be able to do anything else. Philip clearly did not expect Jiang Fei to play such a trick. He was stunned for a moment. Ha ha, good boy. In the blink of an eye, Philip laughed out loud. Oomph. Jiang Fei laughed coldly. Philip smiled. Then, he said calmly, neither of us can do anything to the other. From today onwards, we will not interfere in each other's business. From today onwards, I will never step into your territory. Don't come looking for trouble with me either. How about that? Oomph. Jiang Fei said disdainfully. Credibility is not important. What is important is that you have something to do, and I have something to do. We are all in the game. So what if I kill you? You are only losing a carrier. Although you may have spent a lot of time and money on this carrier, what can you do about it? If you kill me, my loss will be even smaller. Philip laughed. Jiang Fei stared at Philip and did not say anything. All right, we are all here to play the game. Staring at each other is just a waste of time. I have made it very clear just now. I can't kill you now, and I don't want to waste time with you. So don't worry. I won't go looking for trouble with you. Philip was telling the truth. He did not want to continue this endless confrontation with Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei hesitated for a long time before he made up his mind. Actually, Jiang Fei was more anxious than Philip. He had more things to do, but he could not show it. Otherwise, this shameless guy would definitely try to blackmail him. Philip smiled proudly and turned around to leave. This time, Philip had come to assassinate Jiang Fei. It was actually just an attempt. It would be even better if he could really kill Jiang Fei. However, if he killed a player, his carrier would also disappear. If that was the case, Jiang Fei would not be able to recover his current strength in a short period of time. This would also clear the way for Philip to unify the entire universe empire. Although Philip's assassination attempt had failed, he would not suffer any losses. He relied on Jiang Fei to not kill him. Moreover, even if he killed him, what could he do? He had only logged into the game once again. Although he had lost the ability to transform into Jiang Fei at that time, he still had the ability to copy other people's cheats. As long as he found an opportunity to interact with Jiang Fei once, his strength would return. Therefore, this guy did not care at all. However, faced with Jiang Fei's almost shameless threat, Philip did not want to tangle with Jiang Fei anymore. He was also afraid that Jiang Fei would not let him go. If that happened, his future plans would be delayed. Therefore, in the end, Philip also made a compromise. This compromise was exactly what Jiang Fei needed. Just as Philip said, Jiang Fei could not do anything to him now. What Jiang Fei needed the most right now was time. He needed to find an expert who could instantly kill Philip. After Philip left, Jiang Fei did not move. He immediately had Little Nine activate her ability and send him into the 5 directions. If you don't think too much, Jiang Fei took a deep breath and flew straight to the Dragon Clan's territory. Not long after leaving the planet's atmosphere, Jiang Fei activated the barrier according to the dragon race's secret method. Then, he entered the dragon race's territory. Welcome, Sage Lord. Sage Lord, you're finally back. Due to the 12 times time difference between the 5 directions and the outside world, more than 10 years had passed since Jiang Fei left the 5 directions. Jiang Fei asked the Dragon General as he greeted the dragons. The Dragon General said, in the past 10 years, The five directions had been operating as usual under the rule of the dragons. Although there were some small dragons bullying other races, it was still within the control range. After all, no matter which race ruled the world, as long as there was a class division, there would be oppression. Zhang Fei was not the Holy Mother. He knew that this kind of level oppression was inevitable. As long as it was not too excessive, there was no need to stop it. Sage Lord, the Great Elder has invited you to the main hall. At this time, a small dragon rushed over. Good Lord, you have a sharp nose. Zhang Fei's words were really shameless. As a Sage Lord, he was truly a boss who did not do anything. He was in charge of the government almost every 10 years, or even every few decades. This was even worse than the stupidest emperor in the history of Zhang Fei's hometown. Hearing Zhang Fei's complaint, the little dragon did not know what Zhang Fei meant. Therefore, he did not dare to go back and report. Tell them to wait for a while. Zhang Fei's first goal was to find Yuting. Therefore, he could not be bothered with the Great Elder and the others. Yes, naturally, the little dragon did not dare to say anything else. He could only go back and report what Zhang Fei had said. On the other hand, Zhang Fei jogged all the way to Yuting's residence. However, he was disappointed. Yuting's room was already covered in dust. It was obvious that no one had lived there for a long time. Judging from the thickness of the dust, it was at least 10 years since anyone had come here. It was probably because Yuting had never returned since the last time he went on a trip. This is bad. Well, I don't need him. He's always here. Zhang Fei could not help but complain. However, Yuting was not here, so Zhang Fei could not do anything about it. He could only turn around and walk towards the main hall. He hoped that he could find out Yuting's whereabouts from the Great Elder and the others. Chapter 25-24, 25-24. Translator 549690339. When he arrived at the main hall, Zhang Fei noticed that the Dragon Elders and the Dragon Queen were already waiting for him. When Zhang Fei walked into the main hall, the Dragon Elders bowed and greeted him. Zhang Fei waved his hand and asked the Great Elder, Great Elder, why did you call me here in such a hurry? What is so urgent? Reporting to the sage, in the past few hundred years, there has not been any dragon whelps born in our dragon race, said the Great Elder. Yes, sage, you have to think of a way quickly. Although our dragon race has a long life, there is always an end. Another elder said. Zhang Fei grinned. If the dragons could not give birth, what could he do? Sage Lord, I think you should set an example. The Dragon Queen suddenly stood up and said. Zhang Fei did not expect the Dragon Queen to turn around so quickly. In the blink of an eye, she had turned to him. Exclamation point. Sage Lord, I feel that the continuation of the race is more important than anything else. You should set an example. The Great Elder said. What kind of feudal superstition is this? Zhang Fei rolled his eyes. There was still the second half of his sentence that he did not say. Could it be that your family could not give birth to a child and you want me to go and help your wife? As the second half of his sentence was too unpleasant to hear, Zhang Fei finally held it in his stomach and did not say anything. Sage Lord, as the Sage Lord of the Dragon race, you are also the person with the most vitality in the race. If there is anyone in the entire dragon race who is most likely to give birth to a child, it would definitely be you. An elder said. Zhang Fei was almost at the end of his sentence. Although these old fellows were also thinking about the future of the dragon race. Wasn't this idea a little too bad? Said the Great Elder. Yes, Sage Lord. I have already ordered all the girls in the clan to come to the outside of the palace, said the Dragon Queen at this time. Sage Lord, if you find it difficult to choose, you don't have to keep one. It's fine to keep a few more, said another elder. F***CK. Zhang Fei jumped up from his chair. Zhang Fei had never been a lecherous person. Otherwise, he would not be able to get out of bed just because of the girls in his family. Now, these old dragons were asking him to choose one of the girls that he had never met before. They even wanted him to have children immediately. How could Zhang Fei accept this? Suddenly, Zhang Fei remembered a strange book that he had read in a place called the Xinhua bookstore when he was young, on breeding and breeding of pigs. The Great Elder brought a group of elders and knelt in front of Zhang Fei. Jiang Fei's eyes widened. This was the first time he had seen someone kneel down and force him to do such a thing. At this moment, the Dragon Queen waved her hand. Then, the servant brought 7 to 8 dragon girls into the hall. After seeing these dragon girls, Jiang Fei was actually a little surprised. He was not surprised by the appearance of these girls, but the number of these girls. These were all the young girls in the dragon race. Because there had not been any baby dragons in the dragon race for hundreds of years, the number of young generation was very few. So, there were only 7 or 8 girls who had not married yet. There were even fewer male dragons of the same age. There were only 3 or 4 of them. That was why an elder had suggested that Jiang Fei take in a few more. Because dragons were monogamous, there were plenty of young dragon girls. If they were left idle, it would not only be detrimental to the harmony of the race, but it would also be a waste of resources. After all, there's already a reproductive crisis in the dragon race. Would it not be even more dangerous? The dragon girls came up and bowed to Jiang Fei shyly. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for these girls. If they were chosen by Jiang Fei at this time, the ordinary dragon girls would become the new dragon queen. That would be the same as flying on a branch and becoming a phoenix. Jiang Fei waved his hand. He was not in the mood to choose a concubine right now. The girls all looked at the dragon queen. The dragon queen saw that Jiang Fei's expression was not friendly, so she also waved her hand. They did not dare to force Jiang Fei into a corner. That was right. The reason why the dragon queen, the great elder, and the others sang today was mainly to tie Jiang Fei down to the dragon race. It would save him from running around and not seeing anyone for more than 10 years. As for the words about Jiang Fei spreading his branches and leaves, it was not a lie. After all, the dragon race indeed lacked descendants. If Jiang Fei could give birth to a dragon son, it would be a happy event. Everyone, for things like today, there is no need to look for it in the future. I do not have such plans for the time being, Jiang Fei said with a serious expression. But one of the elders wanted to fight for it. There are no buts. Regarding the issue of the continuation of the race, I have already made some progress. Now, I need to discuss it with my teacher, Yu Ting. Jiang Fei's face fell. He did not intend to continue talking about this matter. When the elders saw Jiang Fei's unfriendly expression, they fell silent. Jiang Fei turned around and asked, "Sage Lord, I do not know the whereabouts of teacher Yu Ting. He is an old man who is elusive." The dragon queen shook her head. Jiang Fei looked at the great elder again. "I do not know where teacher Yu Ting is now. However, I know that he will be back on the 5th day of next month," said the great elder. "Oh," Jiang Fei immediately asked. "Because the 5th day of next month is the start of the new batch of young dragons," said the great elder. "That's right." Jiang Fei slapped his thigh. Yu Ting was now responsible for supervising the dragon whelp's learning. Therefore, he would definitely come back on the day of the new school. Chapter 25, 25, 25, 25. Translator 549690339. Jiang Fei asked the great elder. Reporting to the sage, "It's 17 today," the great elder replied. Jiang Fei nodded. There were still 17 to 18 days until the 5th day of the next month. Although it sounded like a long time, it was a good thing that there was a 12 times time difference between the 5 directions and the outer universe. Therefore, it did not matter even if it was another 17 to 18 days. After all, it was only 2 days in the outer universe. Thinking of this, Jiang Fei felt slightly relieved. Then, he began to handle the political affairs with the great elder and the others. Although the great elder, the dragon queen, and the others had been in charge of the dragon race's political affairs for more than 10 years, there were still many things that required Jiang Fei to personally make the decision. Fortunately, the dragon race had a long life. As a result, they were slow in doing things. Even if they delayed the time for more than 10 years, no one paid too much attention to it. If it was on the human side, there was a high chance that everyone would die. The result would not even be known. During the 10 years that Jiang Fei was not around, there were many matters that required his personal attention. The great elder, the dragon queen, and the others accompanied Jiang Fei for a total of 3 days before they finally cleared up all the administrative matters. Phew. Jiang Fei stretched his back. Although he was a dragon, there were still people who liked to suck up to him. Speaking of which, this is all my fault. Jiang Fei waved his hand. Sage Lord, you have a lot of things to attend to every day. You went out to be busy with the dragon race's matters, not slacking off. An elder said. All right, don't try to excuse me, said Jiang Fei with a smile. Although he knew that these people were flattering him, he had to admit that it felt good to be a leader and be flattered by others. Sage Lord, now that the administrative matters have been settled, I think it's time for you to consider other matters, said the great elder. Jiang Fei was stunned. Jiang Fei did not expect the great elder to pick up on this matter again. The asterisk emin. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. The great elder still did not give up. You don't have to say any more. Jiang Fei was really at his wits' end by the great elder. Therefore, he planned to get Bella to come over in a few days to make up the numbers. Oh, after all, the Dragon Queen was a woman. She was much more sensitive to gossip than the elders. Jiang Fei nodded. The great elder immediately asked, She is not a dragon girl. Jiang Fei said. Although in the game, Bella was a demonic dragon girl. After she was resurrected, she had nothing to do with the dragon race at all. That was the jealous temper of a dragon girl. However, for a dragon that only recognized blood, Bella's temper alone was not acceptable. What? The great elder was dumbfounded. The other elders looked at each other. Even the Dragon Queen did not know how to respond. Sage Lord, then which race is she from? The Dragon Queen asked. She could still be a concubine. Although the dragon race had always been particular about monogamy, the ability of the dragon race to reproduce was declining. There were more females and fewer males. Therefore, the Sage Lord occupied a few more pits, and no one said anything. No, Jiang Fei said after thinking for a moment. When Bella was resurrected, almost all of her genes were human genes. The Great Elder was the first to object. That's right. Sage Lord, humans are too weak. Moreover, the bottleneck of the race is too low. An elder said. That's right. Many elders advised. Enough. Jiang Fei's face darkened. The elders immediately did not dare to speak. Jiang Fei then softened his tone slightly and said to them, Besides her, I have other mates. Oh, the Dragon Queen asked. The female beast queen of the myriad beasts mountain in the past. Jiang Fei mentioning the phoenix spirit was considered the final compromise. If the old dragons continued to pester him, he would fall out with them. Phoenix spirit, that can be done. Although her bloodline is not pure enough, she is still a descendant of the dragon race. Yeah, and she is from the Ing dragon race. She is indeed not bad. The few elders nodded one after another. The Phoenix Spirit's bloodline had many elements of the dragon race. Therefore, in the eyes of these elders, she was at least half a dragon race. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the dragon race was extremely against these mixed blood dragons. However, now that they were about to lose their descendants, they could not care less. Was already a very good candidate. Moreover, these old dragons could also see the displeasure on Jiang Fei's face. They did not want to force Jiang Fei into a corner. If this sage lord ran away again, it would take tens of hundreds of years. They cannot afford it. All right, since you have agreed to this matter, it's settled then. Jiang Fei finally made a decision. Yes. Although the old dragons hoped that Jiang Fei would get married immediately, they did not dare to push Jiang Fei too hard. Therefore, they could only compromise. Jiang Fei waved his hand and dismissed the old dragons. After the old dragons left, Jiang Fei did not wander around. He had time to cultivate now. There was still half a month before the 5th day of the next month. Jiang Fei did not want to waste any more time. Therefore, Jiang Fei entered into a state of cultivation right in the middle of the hall. Moreover, he entered closed-door cultivation for 12 days. When he woke up from his closed-door cultivation, Yuting had already returned. Sage Lord, Teacher Yuting has returned. He heard that you were looking for him. A small dragon said to Jiang Fei. Oh, he's back. Jiang Fei was overjoyed. He washed up a little, changed his clothes, and went straight to Yuting's residence. As soon as he arrived near Yu Ting's residence, Jiang Fei sensed that there was indeed someone inside. Moreover, it was indeed Yu Ting's aura. Jiang Fei knocked on the door. Chapter 25-26, 25-26. Translator, 549690339. Yu Ting's voice came from the room. Jiang Fei walked into the room respectfully. Yu Ting asked Jiang Fei as he brewed tea. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded. Yu Ting asked, "It's like this." Jiang Fei did not hide anything from Yu Ting. He told him everything, including everything about the players and apostles. The reason why Jiang Fei was so frank was mainly because Yu Ting was too powerful. When he was still called Wei Hao, this master could pass through the realm of the five directions and enter the outer universe. Moreover, he could come back freely. Previously, Yu Ting had disappeared from the five directions for more than 10 years. Who knew if he had gone to the outer universe? If he really went, Jiang Fei would be slapping himself in the face if he lied to him now. When Yu Ting saw through the lie, Jiang Fei would not be able to open his mouth to ask Yu Ting for help. Oh, Yu Ting was stunned. It was obvious that he had never met someone with such an ability before. Yes, Jiang Fei said. This ability is indeed a little heaven-defying. Yu Ting nodded and said, "That's right. Now that he has replicated me, he is doing whatever he wants in the outer universe," Jiang Fei said. Yu Ting asked calmly. Jiang Fei said truthfully. Yu Ting asked, Teacher, don't play dumb with me. Although I'm not talented, I know my own limits. I know that I'm definitely not your opponent. The same goes for Philip who duplicated me," Jiang Fei said with a bitter smile. Yu Ting shook his head. Jiang Fei said, "Sigh, I'm only focused on the dragon race's reproduction and getting out of the current predicament." Yu Ting waved his hand. Jiang Fei was a little dumbfounded. He did not know what Yu Ting meant. "Kid, go back and think about it again." Yu Ting waved his hand and left. "Teacher, what do you mean?" Jiang Fei asked, puzzled. At that moment, Jiang Fei felt a gentle force attack him and pushed him out of the room. The strength of this force was enough to prove that Yu Ting had the ability to defeat Philip. Just as Jiang Fei was pushed out of the room, the door to Yu Ting's room closed. Jiang Fei left Yu Ting's residence with a depressed expression. After returning to his own bedroom, Jiang Fei frowned. He really did not understand Yu Ting's intentions. If he did not want to help, why did he not say it more clearly? Why did he not agree to it directly? Jiang Fei had no choice but to call Little Nine out. Little Nine shook her head. Jiang Fei sighed. He did not even have anyone in the Five Directions world to discuss things with. In desperation, he could only say to Little Nine, "Send me back first." Little Nine asked. Jiang Fei nodded. Little Nine activated his ability and sent Jiang Fei directly back to the place where he had entered the world of Five Directions. Now, Jiang Fei had already treated Han Tianyu as his own think tank. After summoning the yacht, Jiang Fei headed straight for planet Xinhua. As the distance was not very far, he arrived at the airport of planet Xinhua in a few hours. Jiang Fei said a little embarrassedly, "We're brothers," Han Tianyu said with a smile. Right now, he was really not having a good time. He had a pair of sisters by his side. Moreover, Lorna's belly was getting bigger and bigger by the day. He was in a good mood as he was about to become a father. Jiang Fei organized his words and told Han Tianyu about Yu Ting. "He asked you to think about it?" Han Tianyu asked curiously. "I don't know. If I knew, I wouldn't have to come all the way here to ask you," Jiang Fei said. Han Tianyu asked after thinking for a long time. "No, I'm not hiding anything from you," Jiang Fei said. "I'm not saying that you're hiding something from me. I'm saying that you don't think it's important at all, so you didn't tell me," Han Tianyu said. Jiang Fei thought for a moment and then said to Han Tianyu, "If there is, then there is something. However, you must not tell Bella and the others about this." Then, Jiang Fei told Han Tianyu about how the Great Elder, the Dragon Queen, and the others forced him to choose a concubine. Han Tianyu suddenly revealed a look of realization. "Huh?" Jiang Fei asked with a frown. "Of course there is." Han Tianyu smiled and said. Jiang Fei nodded honestly. When he was still on Earth, when he was still in high school, His parents wanted nothing more than to prevent him from falling in love at a young age. Later on, when he rose to prominence, his schedule became more and more full. Later on, he even developed into the universe. There were more and more girls around him. Naturally, he could not understand the feeling of being forced to get married. Han Tianyu laughed loudly. Then he said to Jiang Fei, "Although you are surrounded by beautiful women in the outer universe, you are almost as good as a monk in the 5 directions of heaven and earth. As such, how could the elders not be anxious? Moreover, the dragon race has been suffering from the reproductive crisis recently. Of course, they want to find a breakthrough in you." Jiang Fei was stunned. He never thought that someone like Yu Ting would join the force of marriage. No matter how powerful that Yu Ting is, he is still an old dragon. The dragon race is on the verge of extinction. Han Tianyu asked back. After Han Tianyu said that, the more Jiang Fei thought about Yu Ting's words, the more it seemed to make sense. Chapter 25-27, 25-27. Translator, 549690339. Jiang Fei thought about Han Tianyu's words and Yu Ting's previous words. The more he thought about it, the more it seemed to be true. Although he understood what Yu Ting meant, Jiang Fei was in a difficult position. He had not settled all the girls at home yet. Could it be that he had to provoke a few more dragon girls? Han Tianyu laughed without a care in the world. Anyway, this kind of thing was not life-threatening. He was happy to see Jiang Fei make a fool of himself. "Brother Yu, don't gloat over my misfortune. Otherwise, I will introduce some more girls to you," Jiang Fei threatened. "Okay, your 2 sisters-in-law are very open-minded," Han Tianyu said, as if he would not reject anyone. Jiang Fei was really speechless at Han Tianyu. This guy was a serious playboy. He could not be compared to him. "All right, don't be in such a hurry. Big brother will show you the way," Han Tianyu said after he had laughed enough. Jiang Fei asked, "Isn't that simple? Didn't they recognize Phoenix Spirit?" Han Tianyu said. Jiang Fei asked, "It would be best if those old dragons let you go just like that. If it doesn't work, just work hard," Han Tianyu said with a mysterious smile. "Work hard?" Jiang Fei asked, puzzled. Han Tianyu rolled his eyes at Jiang Fei and said in a strange tone, "Just work hard to have a child." Jiang Fei was dumbfounded. "Don't worry. Just listen to my brother. As long as Phoenix Spirit's belly is big, I promise that Yu Ting will come out." Han Tianyu smiled confidently. Jiang Fei was in disbelief. "Hey," Han Tianyu said, as if he had been through this before. "You don't have any old people at home, do you?" "Yes." Jiang Fei nodded. "When he was born, his grandparents and grandparents were gone." "That's right. Now, Yu Ting is an old dragon who is anxious to have a grandchild. As long as you do not fulfill his wish, he will ignore you even if you cry all the way to the heavens." Han Tianyu looked. "Don't joke about this," Jiang Fei said seriously. "I'm not joking. Just do as I say." Han Tianyu patted his chest and promised. "All right," Jiang Fei confirmed again. "Go." Han Tianyu waved his hand and sent Jiang Fei back. Jiang Fei sat in his own yacht and thought about it. Although Han Tianyu's idea was a little bad, it made sense when he thought about it. Now, Jiang Fei did not know how to move Yu Ting at all. Therefore, he could only try his best. Forget it. Jiang Fei took a deep breath and let Maleki control the spaceship to go straight to Skoda. After a long journey of 7 days, Jiang Fei returned to Skoda once again. Aurelia, who was in charge of defense, was the first to notice Jiang Fei's spaceship. Jiang Fei nodded and said, "Help me prepare an airport. I want to land." "Wait." As Aurelia spoke, the alarm in Jiang Fei's spaceship went off. It was obvious that he was being targeted by a large amount of anti-air firepower. Jiang Fei was not angry. After all, the matter with Philip had not been resolved yet. It was not wrong for Aurelia to be more alert. Aurelia then asked Jiang Fei some private questions. Naturally, Jiang Fei answered them smoothly. Aurelia canceled the lock on the weapons and prepared a berth for Jiang Fei. Very soon, the news of Jiang Fei's return spread. As soon as his spaceship landed, Bella and the other girls came up to him. "How is it, hubby?" Bella went forward and held Jiang Fei's arm. Jiang Fei shook his head. Aurelia asked. She knew that if Jiang Fei had nothing to do, he would not come back halfway. I have something to do. It was not easy for Jiang Fei to say this because he immediately felt the pressure from the other girls. Bella said unhappily. Sylvie also came over and said, although SI tying was not very strong, she could still join in the fun. Not this time. I'm bringing Phoenix Spirit back to the Five Directions world for some business. It's not a vacation. I'll bring you guys back next time, Jiang Fei said firmly. He definitely could not bring Bella and the others back this time. If it was really as Han Tianyu had said, he would have to go back to make a baby. Then, why would Bella and the others go back? To visit? All right, sisters. My husband brought me back to the Five Directions of heaven and earth, most likely because something happened at the Thousand Beast Mountain. At this time, Phoenix Spirit would naturally speak up for Jiang Fei. Although these girls usually got along quite well, that girl did not want to be alone with her lover. Oomph, Sylvie said sarcastically. All right. Things are a little tense over here. I have to leave now. In a few days, I'll take you guys out to play. Jiang Fei could only make up his mind. It's a deal. Although Bella was unhappy, she knew that Jiang Fei must have something to do. Therefore, she was the first to compromise. All right then. Seriously, you didn't bring me. Although the girls were still complaining, Bella had already taken the lead. They could only agree. Thank you, Bella. Jiang Fei made a bow to the ladies. Then, he quickly took Phoenix Spirit and ran away. Husband, why did you bring me back to the Five Directions world? After leaving the crowd, Phoenix Spirit asked with some concern. The Myriad Beast Mountain is fine. Jiang Fei was too embarrassed to explain the details. He immediately had Little Nine activate her ability and send him and Phoenix Spirit back to the Five Directions. After returning to the Five Directions, Jiang Fei and Phoenix Spirit appeared at the town star. Then, the two of them soared into the sky and headed straight for the Dragon Race's territory. Under Jiang Fei's lead, the two of them easily passed through the barrier. They entered the Dragon Clan's territory. Chapter 2528. Translator 549690339. Hey, did you hear? What did you hear? Our Sage Lord has really brought a woman back. Really? Who is that woman? That woman is incredible. She is the female Beast Empress of the Myriad Beast Mountain. Exclamation point. I was wondering why the Sage Lord doesn't like those girls in our clan. Compared to the female Beast Empress, those little girls in our clan haven't even grown up yet. They're just taking advantage of the bloodline. Nothing else can compare. Yeah, but then again, the female Beast Queen also has the ancient Rain Dragon bloodline. Although it's not pure, it's not weak either. As Jiang Fei and Phoenix Spirit arrived at the Dragon Race's territory, the news of the Sage Lord bringing the female Beast Queen back spread throughout the entire Dragon Race. What? The Sage Lord really brought the female Beast Queen back. I thought he was just trying to brush us off. Yeah, I didn't take it seriously either. The elders of the Dragon Race were also discussing among themselves. Although when Jiang Fei had taken the female Beast Queen away, he had asked the Great Elder to take over the management of the Myriad Beast Mountain. However, this matter was only known to the Great Elder and a few higher-ups. The normal elders of the Dragon Race did not know about it. Soon, the elders of the Dragon Race gathered together. They were all whispering and waiting for Jiang Fei to summon them. However, the elders of the Dragon Race had waited for a long time. Jiang Fei did not bother with them. At that moment, they had already brought Phoenix Spirit to Yuting. Jiang Fei was a very practical person. He knew that even if he brought Phoenix Spirit to the elders of the Dragon Race, they would not be of much help. On the contrary, he had asked Yuting for help. Therefore, he had brought Phoenix Spirit to look for him. Jiang Fei knocked on the door. Phoenix Spirit asked curiously. She could sense the presence of a person in the room, but she could not find out the depth of the person. This is my teacher's residence. You have to be more respectful later, Jiang Fei said. Okay. Phoenix Spirit nodded. At that moment, Yuting's voice came from the room. Gumin. Jiang Fei replied and brought Phoenix Spirit into the room. Yu Ting smiled at Jiang Fei as soon as they met. Jiang Fei exclaimed. It seemed like Han Tianyu was right. For the sake of the continuation of the race, I am duty-bound, Jiang Fei said to Yu Ting. Ha ha, not bad. Yu Ting nodded in satisfaction. Jiang Fei asked. Yu Ting nodded in recognition of the phoenix spirit. Jiang Fei immediately asked, HMM, that's not good enough. Yu Ting smiled and waved his hand. Jiang Fei's expression clearly froze. Then, he looked at Yu Ting with a troubled expression and asked, Teacher, is it really like that? It's up to you, Yu Ting said with a faint smile. Jiang Fei was helpless. He had no choice but to bring Feng Ling out of Yu Ting's room. Phoenix Spirit asked curiously. Jiang Fei was stunned for a moment. He really did not know how to explain it to Phoenix Spirit. If he were to tell the truth, he was afraid that Phoenix Spirit would misunderstand that he was doing it with her in order to invite Yu Ting out of the mountain. However, if he were to find an excuse, it would be even more troublesome if Phoenix Spirit found out about it. After careful consideration, Jiang Fei finally chose to tell the truth. Jiang Fei told Feng Ling everything in detail. In the end, Jiang Fei did not forget to add, I really did not want to be with you because of this. I could not care about it before. Okay, husband, don't explain yourself. I know that you are very busy. Otherwise, you would not have neglected Bella, Phoenix Spirit said to Jiang Fei with a smile. Jiang Fei asked tentatively. Phoenix Spirit rolled her eyes. There was a myriad of emotions in her eyes. Jiang Fei did not know how to continue. All right, everyone knows that you dote on Bella the most. I, who came later, do not have a right to be angry because of this. The Phoenix Spirit said with a smile. Originally, with Bella in front of her, she had almost no chance of monopolizing Jiang Fei for so long, not to mention being the first to be pregnant with Jiang Fei's child. However, things were already happening here. She would not be so lucky. Jiang Fei sighed. He really did not know what to say. This woman was too much. It was indeed not something that an ordinary person could handle. At first, he was a little embarrassed, although it was not the first time he had been with Phoenix Spirit. Moreover, Lord Zhang's blood was given to the female Beast Empress. But this time, he came with a purpose, so he felt a lot of regret. However, Feng Ling, who had waited for this opportunity with great difficulty, was not polite at all. This female Beast Empress who had lived for God knows how many tens of thousands of years. Even if she lacked actual combat experience, her theoretical knowledge was at an unimaginable level. With her initiative, Jiang Fei quickly put down his gun. For a month and a half, Jiang Fei could not get out of bed. Fortunately, these two were powerful people. Even if they did not eat or drink, they would not die of exhaustion. If it were someone else, it would be glorious. However, even though Jiang Fei's body was strong, when he left the room, his legs were weak. I'm a little impressed by the legendary Shiva. Jiang Fei could not help but mutter. Although he fought until his legs went weak, at least the results were good. The Phoenix Spirit was successfully pregnant, allowing Jiang Fei to have the capital to ask Yu Ting to come out. The next morning, Jiang Fei brought the Phoenix Spirit, who had finished washing up, and her face was flushed. She went to look for Yu Ting. Jiang Fei knocked on the door. Yu Ting's voice was heard. Jiang Fei brought Phoenix Spirit into Yu Ting's room. Not bad. Yu Ting looked at Phoenix Spirit and nodded in satisfaction. Then he said to Jiang Fei, Now, our clansmen seem to have been cursed. However, it seems that you are an exception. Jiang Fei asked directly. Now I have a guess. Yu Ting ignored Jiang Fei and said to himself, Chapter 2529, 2529. Translator, 549690339. Jiang Fei asked curiously. Yu Ting pondered for a moment. He said to Jiang Fei, You see, it has been many years since our clansmen have given birth to any offspring. But now, you have successfully impregnated the Phoenix Spirit. Jiang Fei's forehead was a little sweaty. Don't think too much, kid. Yu Ting rolled his eyes, then he said to Jiang Fei, After so many years of closed breeding, although the dragon race's bloodline has remained pure, it's always this kind of inbreeding. Although it's said that it's more inbreeding than inbreeding, I still feel that it's not very good. Now, you've proven this with your actual actions. Look, you are a returning ink dragon bloodline. Although it is a little thin, it was replenished with dragon blood later on. As for the phoenix spirit, it is also a dragon race with foreign bloodlines. The two of you are not related to each other, nor do you have any connections. That is why you were able to successfully reproduce, Yu Ting concluded. Damn, Jiang Fei asked with his eyes wide open. Jiang Fei, who came from a modern civilization, naturally knew that inbreeding would lead to an increase in the probability of genetic mutation. This mutation was uncertain. It could be a good direction, making the child stronger and smarter. However, there were also all kinds of bad situations that could happen. Compared to a mutation that was beneficial to the human body, there were more negative possibilities. Therefore, in terms of probability, it was not worth it to risk a high probability of abnormality for a genius with a low probability. The current dragon race was facing such a problem. Due to the frequent intermarriage within the race and the small number of people in the race, the reproductive ability of the entire dragon race was becoming weaker and weaker. Jiang Fei asked, although he already had an idea in his mind. The problem was that this matter required the support of the dragon race's big shots. Kid, already have an idea, right? Yu Ting was also an old fox. He would not be the first to say such a thing that went against the ancestral teachings. Jiang Fei smiled embarrassedly, but he still refused to say anything. Kid, you are a chicken thief. Yu Ting smiled. Then he continued, now that we dragons are all close relatives, we are unable to reproduce. Why don't we summon those mixed blood dragons back and recognize their dragon bloodline? Then we will let them freely intermarry with the orthodox dragons. Jiang Fei had wanted to break this rule for a long time. Unfortunately, the elders were stubborn to the point of death. Therefore, Jiang Fei could not open his mouth. Go ahead and carry it out, Yu Ting said after thinking for a moment. Although the ancestral teachings of the dragon race could not be disobeyed, in comparison, the continuation of the race was more important. Jiang Fei still did not forget to ask Yu Ting to come out of the mountain. All right, Yu Ting nodded immediately. Jiang Fei immediately bowed deeply and left Yu Ting's residence with the phoenix spirit. After returning to his own bedroom, Jiang Fei first settled the phoenix spirit down and let her rest in peace. Then, he went straight to the main hall to summon the dragons. The group of dragon elders had been waiting for Jiang Fei's summons. They had been discussing the matter since Jiang Fei came back. In the end, it had been almost a month before Jiang Fei summoned them. Okay, Jiang Fei waved his hand. The group of dragon elders stood on both sides of the main hall. Everyone, I've been discussing something important with Master Yu Ting these past few days, Jiang Fei said directly. The old dragons did not know that Jiang Fei had been doing things for the past half a month. They really thought that this sage lord was very diligent. Jiang Fei smiled and waved his hand. Although he knew that these people were flattering him, he was still quite happy in his heart. At this moment, the great elder asked. Once Jiang Fei said that, the dragon race elders below all started discussing. Could it be that the sage lord has an idea? I don't know. He has not seen us for so many days. Now that he has called us all here, he obviously has an idea. If that's really the case, that would be great. That's right. God bless our dragon race. Our dragon race is saved. Seeing that the elders were extremely excited, Jiang Fei was happy. Although it was not easy to change the ancestral teachings, at least these people knew the severity of the end of the line. The Dragon Queen asked from his side. Yes, we have a solution. After some practice, it has indeed worked, Jiang Fei said. Really, it worked. It worked. Great. Our dragon race is saved. Jiang Fei's words once again made the dragon elders cheer. After all, there had not been a dragon born for hundreds of years. No matter how long these old dragons lived, they should be worried. The great elder asked. Jiang Fei shook his head. The Dragon Queen asked. The great elder asked. Jiang Fei waved his hand. The Dragon Queen asked. Jiang Fei sighed and said. Once Jiang Fei said these words, all the elders fell silent. The ancestral teachings could not be disobeyed. This was deeply ingrained in the elders' hearts. Otherwise, Zhang Fei would not have easily become a sage lord with just a single word. Even when he killed the previous dragon emperor, the others did not pursue his responsibility. Even the dragon queen was willing to assist him. All of this was because of the ancestral teachings. Now, if Zhang Fei tried to overturn the ancestral teachings, his own legitimacy would be questioned. The great elder said first, "I think otherwise. Now, our clan is in imminent danger. We are in danger of being exterminated at any time." Another elder stood out. This was a more pragmatic elder. "But we haven't reached the final step yet." The first elder argued, and his idea represented the majority of the stubborn faction. Chapter 2530, 2530. Translator, 549690339. A solution? We entered the reproductive decline period more than 100,000 years ago, and then we sealed ourselves and hid here. But more than 100,000 years have passed, and who has found a solution? The elder from before said loudly. Now, the sage lord has finally found a way out, but you blocked the way with a single ancestral instruction. Isn't this forcing our clansmen to a dead end? You're not the one who said that. The great elder also didn't give in. The clan is about to be exterminated. That elder also argued with reason. All right, both of you calm down first. At this time, the dragon queen came out to mediate the situation. That's fine too. The great elder asked. Zhang Fei had been watching the show for a long time. Now, someone finally asked the right question. Sage, don't just laugh. The elder who supported Zhang Fei was so anxious that he was jumping up and down. All right. Zhang Fei paused for a moment, then he continued. When I was studying with my teacher, I discovered that the reason why the dragon race has trouble giving birth is because we are too close to each other. In human society, no one is allowed to be close to each other. I believe that we are the same. But Sage Lord, there are only so many people in the dragon race. An elder said. That's right. Zhang Fei smiled slightly. Then he said, I've discussed with teacher. If we want to solve the problem in front of us, we can only recognize the status of those mixed-blood dragons and allow the dragon race to marry them. What? Marry those lower-class people? No, Sage Lord, absolutely not. As soon as Zhang Fei finished his sentence, the elders below him burst into an uproar. Other than the ancestral teachings, most of these people were used to being high and mighty. Of course, they could not accept the fact that they had been demoted to the same level as the lower-class mixed-blood draconids. The Dragon Queen said from the side. Although her tone was more tactful, it was clear that she did not quite accept this plan. I know that it is difficult for you all to accept this idea at once. However, the problem now is that we have to either end our bloodline or abandon the concept of bloodlines. We have to put down the arrogance that we used to have, Zhang Fei said to the old dragons. The great elder opened his mouth and said the ancestral teachings. Because Zhang Fei was a sage lord, the other elders could not stop him from making decisions. The only thing that could stop Zhang Fei was the ancestral teachings. At this moment, Yu Ting walked into the hall. Everyone, including Zhang Fei, stood up and bowed when they saw Yu Ting enter the hall. Regarding the ancestral teachings, I will take responsibility for it, Yu Ting repeated again. At the same time, the huge aura on his body began to fluctuate continuously. The terrifying aura forced the Dragon Clan elders to keep quiet. At this time, everyone, including the Great Elder and the Dragon Queen, did not dare to object anymore. Yu Ting chose to stand on Zhang Fei's side. This surprised all the elders. They originally thought that an old man like Yu Ting, who had lived for countless years, should respect the ancestral teachings more. However, they did not expect him to be the first to choose to support him. They would definitely be able to understand Yu Ting's current mood. He had searched for the past 100,000 years, but to no avail. How much willpower did he need to persevere? Now that Yu Ting had found a solution, how could he give up just because of a single ancestral instruction? Therefore, no matter what the elders said, Yu Ting had already made up his mind. He had to make sacrifices for the dragon race's reproduction. He would not allow the dragon race to complete this revolution. Of course, Jiang Fei was trying his best to push this decision. Once the marriage between the dragon race and the mixed-blood dragon race was promoted, Yu Ting would be able to follow him out of the mountain. The Great Elder and the Dragon Queen looked at each other. Although they could not let go of this status in their hearts, they could not say anything to stop Yu Ting. Jiang Fei struck while the iron was hot. He immediately made the decision. Under Yu Ting's pressure, the Dragon Elders could only nod. Jiang Fei looked at Yu Ting at this time. Yu Ting nodded. He had confirmed this decision. Great Elder passed down the order. Inform all the mixed-blood draconids in the 5 directions of the world. Jiang Fei said with a wave of his hand. Yes, the Great Elder nodded helplessly. Now that things had come to this, what else could he say? If this was only Jiang Fei's own idea, as the Great Elder, he could still lead the other elders to argue with Jiang Fei. However, Yu Ting had stepped in. He really did not have a temper. Now, even if he took the lead, the other elders were unlikely to continue supporting him. Very soon, the dragon race's announcement spread throughout the entire world. The ancient mutants who had the dragon race's bloodline were going crazy with joy. They had waited for this day for more than 10 generations, for hundreds of thousands of years. Now, this day had finally arrived. On the day the order was given, a large number of mixed-race dragon worshippers went to the dragon race's territory to pay their respects to the sage. Because of this order, the dragon race's population had more than doubled. Jiang Fei asked Yu Ting after he had dismissed the elders. Yu Ting nodded in satisfaction. Jiang Fei's main purpose was still this. As for helping the dragon clan to solve the problem of the inbreeding marriage, it was just a small matter. Yu Ting finally agreed to Jiang Fei's request. Chapter 2531. 2531. Translator 549690339. Jiang Fei bowed deeply to Yu Ting. Yu Ting asked. Jiang Fei said, although there was a 12 times time flow gap between the 5 directions and the outer universe, Jiang Fei was still worried about leaving Philip outside. After Yu Ting said that, his body flashed and he disappeared. Jiang Fei took the opportunity to find Phoenix Spirit. This time, he did not plan to bring Phoenix Spirit out. He wanted Phoenix Spirit to stay in the 5 directions world to nurture her fetus. Seeing Jiang Fei come in with a happy expression, he guessed the result. That's right. We're going to go outside now, Jiang Fei said. All right, I'll pack my things now, Phoenix Spirit said. Phoenix Spirit, don't be anxious. I plan to let you stay here to raise the baby, Jiang Fei said. Phoenix Spirit was a little reluctant. No, Phoenix Spirit, think about it. You and I are both extraordinary people. I don't know how long it will take for your baby to be born. If you go outside now, who knows when the baby will be born? The flow of time here is faster, Jiang Fei explained. Phoenix Spirit pouted. Although what Jiang Fei said was true, that was only true for him. To Phoenix Spirit, the time and guilt of giving birth had not escaped her at all. Moreover, there was no one to accompany her in this world. It could only make her feel even more lonely. Jiang Fei did not think too much about it just now. The reason why he came up with this stupid idea was because he was afraid that if Phoenix Spirit brought the baby back, Bella and the others would definitely not forgive him. That was why he wanted Phoenix Spirit to cook the raw rice into rice. He might as well bring the baby out. However, Jiang Fei ignored Phoenix Spirit's feelings. After all, his relationship with Phoenix Spirit was not as deep as that with Bella and the others. Back then, he was forcefully taken in by Phoenix Spirit after she drugged him. The reason why he was putting in so much effort was to invite Yu Ting out of the mountain. It was definitely not that there was no relationship between the two of them. However, it was not necessarily how deep the relationship was. Forget it. I know your difficulties. I will stay here. Phoenix Spirit said. Don't worry. Jiang Fei promised. Okay. Phoenix Spirit nodded. She did not expect Jiang Fei to treat her the way he treated Bella. Now that she was the first to be pregnant with Jiang Fei's child, she was already very satisfied. Jiang Fei kissed Phoenix Spirit's forehead lightly and then left in a hurry. Very soon, Phoenix Spirit sighed. Because the flow of time was different, no matter how often Jiang Fei came, the time between each visit was very long. The time interval would be even longer. When Jiang Fei returned to the main hall, Yu Ting was already waiting for him. In fact, Yu Ting did not have anything to pack. The reason he said that was to give Jiang Fei some time to say goodbye to the Phoenix Spirit. Jiang Fei was also aware of this. Therefore, he hurriedly explained a few things to the Phoenix Spirit before rushing back. Yu Ting asked with a smile. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, let's go, Yu Ting said with a smile. Jiang Fei bowed from Yu Ting and called Little Nine out. Little Nine asked, Yes, send me and teacher out, Jiang Fei said. Little Nine nodded and said to Yu Ting, Old man, don't resist. Yes. Yu Ting smiled and nodded. As a white light flashed, Little Nine activated her ability and sent Jiang Fei and Yu Ting out of the 5 directions. When the white light disappeared, Jiang Fei and Yu Ting appeared on Skoda Star. Yu Ting sighed. As he could freely enter and leave the world, he was not unfamiliar with the technology world. Jiang Fei smiled modestly. This time, he was in a hurry. He did not bring Yu Ting to meet Bella and the others. He went straight to the airport. Aurelia, I'm going to take care of that imposter now. Before Jiang Fei left, he contacted Aurelia. Okay. Aurelia nodded. After that, Jiang Fei's yacht left Skoda Star and headed straight for the Imperial Capital Star, Pizerns. Through his communication with Aurelia, Jiang Fei knew that the imposter Philip was still on Capital Star and was commanding the entire army in his name. However, Jiang Fei's main fleet was under Aurelia's control. This female general now had real power over the Imperial Army's elite fleet. Without her orders, even Jiang Fei could not mobilize these fleets. Therefore, the imposter only mobilized some 2nd and 3rd tier fleets. Now, these fleets were all gathered near the Capital Star. No one knew what this guy was trying to do. After a few days of sailing, Jiang Fei's yacht was only one more warp away from reaching the gravity well of Pizerns. Teacher, please hide your aura, Jiang Fei said to Yu Ting. Yu Ting nodded. Then, his aura disappeared into thin air. If Jiang Fei closed his eyes, it would be as if Yu Ting did not exist. Jiang Fei was stunned. Although he was already very strong, he could not do that. This is a very simple trick, Yu Ting said as he tried to hide his aura for Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei suddenly understood. He had never thought of using the inheritance space. A few hours later, the spaceship arrived at the gravity well on planet Pizerns. Teacher, you should hide in the dark first, Jiang Fei said. Yu Ting frowned. He was the former dragon sage. It was too shameful for him to ambush others. Jiang Fei advised. Yu Ting nodded. If that Philip could really copy the power of others at will, he could not afford to let his guard down. If the other party were to copy him, it would not end well. On the other hand, Yu Ting was invisible in the vast void while Jiang Fei teleported to the surface of planet Peens. Philip, Jiang Fei shouted from outside the palace. D'asterisk imen. Didn't we have an agreement? I'm a man of my word. I did not cross the border to disturb you, Philip said with a speechless expression. Chapter 2532, 2532. Translator, 549690339 Ba. Jiang Fei said angrily. Philip was about to say something, but Jiang Fei did not give him the chance to speak. Jiang Fei roared and punched him. Okay. If you want to fight, then fight. Let's go to the outer space. At this time, Philip had already taken the capital planet as his territory. Therefore, he did not want to turn the place into ruins because of the battle with Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei nodded and then flew into the sky. Philip shook his head helplessly and followed him. Jiang Fei entered the outer space one after the other. Yu Ting, who was hiding in the dark, was shocked. Yu Ting thought to himself. At this time, the 2 Jiang Fei, one real and one fake, had already arrived in the outer space. Then the 2 began to fight. Jiang Fei and Philip exchanged a few blows. However, because everyone knew what kind of moves they could use, no one could do anything to the other. However, at that moment, Jiang Fei suddenly moved to the side. Then, he used his spiritual power to ask Yu Ting for help. Teacher, hit that guy. Yu Ting agreed and suddenly attacked. An unusually strong sword aura appeared out of thin air. Yu Ting did not have any weapons in his hands. He only formed a sword with his fingers and slashed out with such a magnificent sword aura. Zhang Fei was secretly shocked. Although he knew that Yu Ting was very powerful, he did not expect him to be so powerful. If it was just based on the strength of his energy, Yu Ting's combat power was definitely above 75 million. If it was based on his actual combat power, Zhang Fei knew that he might not be able to defeat Yu Ting even if he had 10 of his own. If Zhang Fei was like that, then there was no need to mention that imposter. Philip had originally planned to tangle with Zhang Fei for a while. When Zhang Fei felt that it was no longer interesting, he would leave. However, he did not expect that after just a few moves, a terrifying sword aura would appear from the side. In a hurry, Philip dodged to the side. However, Yu Ting's sword aura was too fast. Although Philip's reaction was fast enough, he was still cut off by the sword aura. Who are you? Philip shouted. He had never seen or heard of Yu Ting. Because Zhang Fei had the identity of a player, Philip could not copy him along with his memories. Therefore, he had no idea who Yu Ting was. Yu Ting raised his hand and sent out another sword aura. He did not speak to Philip at all. Yu Ting also knew how terrifying this apostle was. In order to prevent himself from being copied, he was very cautious. Damn it, where did this guy come from? Philip was also unable to say anything. Although his cloning ability was abnormal, his weakness was quite obvious. He was afraid that he would encounter such an unfamiliar superpowerhouse. If the other party attacked him right away, he would not have the slightest chance of cloning. Philip knew that this was the only way he could take the initiative. Moreover, if he were to clone this person, he would be able to easily kill Zhang Fei. After thinking about this, Philip tried to charge forward a few times to get close to Yu Ting. However, Yu Ting hid far away in advance. When he faced Philip, he showed an unprecedented vigilance. Teacher, don't drag this out. These guys are very strange, Zhang Fei said to Yu Ting through his spiritual power from afar. Okay, I will kill him now. Yu Ting nodded. Then, the sword technique in his hand suddenly changed. His entire aura was different. If Yu Ting was like a kind elder before, then Yu Ting was like a decisive swordsman now. Just when Yu Ting's aura suddenly changed, Philip knew that it was going to be bad. He hurriedly fled in the direction of Peen's star, but it was already too late. A sword energy accurately pierced through Philip's chest. Philip stared blankly at the sword aura that pierced through his chest. Before he could react, Yu Ting had already used his sword aura. Philip was instantly torn to pieces. Yu Ting shutet. Zhang Fei, who had been waiting for this moment, suddenly charged out. After Philip died, his soul was about to escape and escape back to the Gamma dimension. However, Zhang Fei had arrived. Zhang Fei opened up his inheritance dimension and immediately sucked Philip's soul into it. After he was done, Zhang Fei clapped his hands. This Philip was finally done. Yu Ting came over and asked. Zhang Fei cupped his fists and said, all right, you don't have to be so polite. Send me back, Yu Ting said to Zhang Fei. Although he could also pass through the boundary of the 5 directions, it was still easier with Little 9. Zhang Fei asked politely. Forget it. The matter here has been settled. I should go back too. This has already delayed the children's lessons by quite a bit, Yu Ting said. Zhang Fei nodded and called Little 9 out. Little 9 asked with a smile. Send us back to the 5 directions, said Zhang Fei. Little 9 nodded. Then, a white light flashed, and Zhang Fei and Yu Ting returned to the town star. After that, Zhang Fei and Yu Ting returned to the Dragon Clan's territory. Yu Ting rushed back to teach the dragon whelps while Zhang Fei went back to accompany Phoenix Spirit. Although his feelings for the Phoenix Spirit were far from Bella's, she was already pregnant. Naturally, Zhang Fei had to take special care of her. Therefore, he stayed in the 5 directions for more than half a month before bidding farewell to the Phoenix Spirit. He returned to the outer universe. Zhang Fei sighed. During this period of time, Zhu Peter had been forced to abdicate. He was probably scared to death. After arriving on planet Pizerns, Jiang Fei went straight to the palace. At this time, Zhu Peter was under house arrest in a remote palace. He could not eat or drink all day long. He was scared to death all day long. However, this guy's willpower was quite strong. He actually survived until now. Who the hell are you? Zhu Peter shouted angrily when he saw Jiang Fei enter. The reason why he insisted on not abdicating was because he knew that once he announced that he would abdicate, there would be no value left. When that time came, he would definitely die. On the contrary, he would not give the order to abdicate. If that was the case, the fake Jiang Fei would lack legal support to ascend the throne. Therefore, there was still hope for him to survive. Chapter 2533, 2533. Translator, 549690339. All right, stop shouting. Jiang Fei laughed. You? Zhu Peter asked nervously. Yes, you should go back now and make an announcement to the public. Tell them that someone impersonated me and issued some fake orders. Jiang Fei said. Then, Zhu Peter asked carefully. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes and said to him, Do you think that the Imperial Emperor's job is too risky and you're not going to do it? No, no, no. Zhu Peter quickly shook his head. However, not everyone could sit on the throne of the Empire's Emperor. All right, don't talk about this useless stuff. You can go back to your work, said Jiang Fei as he waved his hand. Yes, yes, I'll go right away, said Peter Zhu as he nodded and ran out. Once the fake Jiang Fei died, the entire universe empire quickly returned to its usual calm. Moreover, as Philip had never left planet Bethany's before, even though he had mobilized some second-line troops, he had not been able to do anything about it. However, he did not have the time to execute his plan. Therefore, the entire universe empire actually did not cause too much damage. It was completely incomparable to the previous incident with John. After dealing with all the matters on Capital Star, Jiang Fei summoned his yacht and set off on his way home. A few days later, Jiang Fei returned to Skoda Star. At this time, Bella and the others were waiting for him. Aurelia was still the first person to notice Jiang Fei's return. Yes, Philip's matter has been settled. Arrange a berth for me. I'm going to land, Jiang Fei said. Aurelia quickly arranged a berth for Jiang Fei personally. When Jiang Fei came down from the spaceship, Bella and the others were already waiting near the tarmac. Jiang Fei asked with a smile. Bella smiled as she held Jiang Fei's arm. Ariel asked curiously. Jiang Fei was shocked, then he immediately told the lie that he had made up. It's like this. After I invited Teacher Yuting, I left her in the 5 directions first. Then, I only brought Teacher to Pizerns. After all, that Philip has completely replicated me. If I bring Phoenix Spirit with me, I might be in danger. Adiel no dead. The other girls were easily fooled. However, Bella understood Jiang Fei too well. She keenly noticed that Jiang Fei had just trembled. When Bella asked this, Jiang Fei became even more nervous. Bella stared into Jiang Fei's eyes and said, Under such circumstances, women were even more Sherlock Holmes than Sherlock Holmes. Jiang Fei subconsciously began to wipe his sweat. Little Nine jumped out at that moment. Tell us what? Bella finally found evidence. Hey, Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Brother, you're not a good liar. You won't be able to hide it from us. Little Nine said as she wrinkled her nose. Quick, tell us the truth. Bella's small hand instantly grabbed the soft flesh on Jiang Fei's waist. Okay. Jiang Fei saw that he could not hide anymore. There was no need for him to suffer anymore. Moreover, he would have to tell Bella and the others about this sooner or later. Jiang Fei had no choice but to tell the girls about the Phoenix Spirit's pregnancy, as well as Yuting's conditions and so on. Wow, Ariel was very happy. Bella's norte de coldi. Although she was a little jealous, she knew that Jiang Fei had no choice. If the dragon race accepted her, she, Bella, would definitely be the first one to conceive Jiang Fei's child. Sylvie glared at Jiang Fei. The meaning of the threat was self-evident. Jiang Fei could not help but rub his waist when he saw the way the girl licked her lips. Ariel and the other girls were dumbfounded. After all, only a few girls had made substantial progress with Jiang Fei. Most of the other girls were still kept in the dark. Now that Phoenix Spirit was pregnant, this matter was naturally exposed. Sister Bella. Si Tang's first thought was to complain to Bella. You complained to her? Sylvie rolled her eyes. It's as if you don't have it, Bella said disdainfully. You? The rest of the girls were disgruntled. They thought that everyone was the same. In the end, they did not expect someone to cheat on them. I don't care. He's here anyway. Bella was a little embarrassed. The few of them had indeed cheated on their other sisters. They quickly ran away. Sylphie had also disappeared. Only Jiang Fei was left surrounded by a group of girls who were eyeing him like a tiger. Ah Fei, I think that since it has already come to this, it's better for everyone to treat each other equally, said Aurelia. Ariel blinked her big, watery eyes as she looked at Jiang Fei. The friendship in her eyes was almost melting Jiang Fei. Hua Milan did not know whether it was because she was concerned or something else, but she actually asked such a question. Little Nine saw that the situation was not right. The eyes of the ladies around her were turning green. Therefore, she ran away first. Jiang Fei also wanted to run away at this time. Okay. Aurelia nodded. Then, she said to the other girls, everyone, go back and wash up. Then, we'll go and wait for him. The girls agreed and scattered. Although a few of them were embarrassed, they were also joined in the commotion by the others. Jiang Fei stayed with his parents for about 3 to 4 hours. Then, he was captured by a group of girls. In the following week, no one had seen the Grand Marshal of the Universe Empire again, besides Bella and Sylvie. The other girls had all disappeared. Chapter 2534, 2534. Translator, 549690339 for 2 consecutive months. Jiang Fei felt as if he was in a dream. He shuttled back and forth between the 5 directions and Skodastar. All day long, he lingered in the fragrance of women and lived as if he was in heaven. On this day, Jiang Fei came out of the 5 directions. This time, he went to the 5 directions. Apart from accompanying the Phoenix Spirit, he also brought Ariel and the others. Ariel and the others said that they missed the Phoenix Spirit and wanted to accompany her. Therefore, when he came out of the 5 directions, heaven and earth, Jiang Fei came back alone. Ariel and the other 4 or 5 girls stayed inside. After coming out of the 5 directions, heaven and earth, Jiang Fei originally planned to look for Aurelia. However, he did not expect to be stopped by an orderly when he was near the command center. The orderly said to Jiang Fei, "Oh," Jiang Fei asked. "You will know when you come over," the orderly said. "What is this?" Jiang Fei frowned. Then he saw the orderly winking at him. Jiang Fei asked tentatively. Vinolin nodded and walked to a remote place. Jiang Fei muttered with a face full of annoyance. Then he followed Vinolin to a corner. "What is it? Tell me," Jiang Fei asked impatiently. "The development team has given you a new quest," Vinolin said. "I knew that nothing good would come from your arrival," Jiang Fei said. "Hee, you have wronged me," Vinolin said. Jiang Fei laughed coldly. "Think about it. If the development team gave you a quest to kill the apostles, they would be somewhere else. If you were to take the initiative to kill the apostles, those cheaters would come to your door." Vinolin asked. "Sigh." Jiang Fei sighed. Vinolin smiled. Jiang Fei did not want to waste time with Vinolin. He and Vinolin were just using each other. Vinolin nodded. Then he said to Jiang Fei, "This time, the target is the 7th apostle. His name is Peter." Jiang Fei nodded. "His ability is currently unknown. However, the approximate location has been determined." Vinolin said, F*CK. "What did you say?" Jiang Fei was shocked. The 5 directions of heaven and earth had always been his backyard. Other than when the players had entered the place in the beginning. The other times, the place had never been touched by the players. However, there were traces of apostles in the land of the 5 directions. He is in the star of the 5 directions," said Vinolin. "All right, you can continue," said Jiang Fei after taking a deep breath. "I can no longer determine his exact location. After entering the land of the 5 directions, he is no longer under my supervision," said Vinolin. "What do you mean?" Jiang Fei said. No. Vinolin said as he took out something that looked like a jade pendant. Jiang Fei asked. "This is a detector," said Vinolin. "Detector?" Jiang Fei asked. Previously, Vinolin had given him a pocket watch. These two are used together. The previous pocket watch can determine the approximate location of the apostle. It is suitable for a large-scale search. This jade pendant will only be useful when you meet him, Vinlon said. Jiang Fei nodded. For example, the sixth apostle, Philip, could transform into someone else's appearance. Moreover, he could hide the player mark on his head. If this guy had not transformed into Jiang Fei's appearance, it would not have been easy to find him. However, with this pair combination, these apostles could no longer hide. Jiang Fei could easily find them through these two things. All right, this time, the development team has given you a time limit, said Vinolin. Jiang Fei was stunned. Yes, if you exceed the time limit, your family might be in danger, said Vinolin. Jiang Fei immediately became angry. Stop cursing. It's useless. You better hurry up now, said Vinolin. Jiang Fei asked. Said Vinolin. Jiang Fei asked. Vinolin nodded. Jiang Fei nodded. If it was the time of the outer universe, then there would be 120 days available in the 5 directions. Time is limited. You have to hurry up, said Vinolin. Jiang Fei asked. Vinlon waved his hand and left. Only the attendant who looked at Jiang Fei with a blank face did not know what to say. Aurelia, help me tell Bella and the others that Vinlon has given me a quest. Jiang Fei rushed into the command center and found Aurelia. Yes. Aurelia nodded and said that he would pass on Jiang Fei's message to Bella and the others. This is a time-limited quest. I don't have time to explain. I have to go. Jiang Fei immediately had Little Nine send him into the 5 directions heaven and earth. After entering the 5 directions heaven and earth, Jiang Fei took out the pocket watch-shaped tracker. There was indeed a small red dot blinking on it. Jiang Fei quickly determined the location. Then, he did not bother to go to the teleportation portal. With Little Nine, it was much more convenient for him to travel through the world of the 5 directions. Jiang Fei said. Little Nine replied. Then, she sent Jiang Fei to Time Star in the world of ice and snow. Jiang Fei looked at the information on the tracking device again and confirmed the latest location of Peter. The Chungying sword flew out and enlarged. Jiang Fei leaped up and rode his sword straight towards the 10,000 beasts gathering. The 10,000 beasts gathering in the past had long been abandoned. Ever since the dragon race retired, the 10,000 beasts gathering had gradually declined. This time, although the dragon race had reappeared, it was no longer as glorious as before. Therefore, the beast gathering had been abandoned. However, although the beast gathering was no longer there, the ruins were still intact. According to the signal on the tracker, that Peter was nearby. Chapter 2535, 2535. Translator 549690339. Jiang Fei descended from the sky at the ruins of the 1,000 Beasts gathering. Jiang Fei sent out his spiritual power. As the pocket watch's tracker could not lock onto the exact location of the target, it could only give a rough location. Therefore, he could not find the 7th apostle directly. Very soon, everything within 100 miles radius was under Jiang Fei's perception. With his powerful spiritual power, Jiang Fei could easily control everything around him. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. There were many signs of life near the ruins of the 10,000 beasts gathering. Some were human, some were fierce beasts. However, the behavior of these people was quite normal. He did not find anything particularly strange. According to Jiang Fei's spiritual search, there were 4 main living areas in the vicinity of the 10,000 beasts gathering area. Among them, there was a human sect and the first village near them, as well as the 3 ferocious beast families in the forest. Jiang Fei guessed. Forget it. After sensing for a while, Jiang Fei did not find anything unusual. Therefore, he decided to go to the human gathering area to check out the situation first. Perhaps Peter also had some tricks up his sleeve. He could hide his player mark. After making the decision, Jiang Fei rode his sword and quickly arrived near the village. The small town was not very big. There were only a few hundred households in total. There was only one cross street in the entire town that could be considered prosperous. The rest of the town was basically filled with scattered households. It was obvious that the small town was dependent on the human sect. He could go to the immortals to seek medical treatment. Not bad. Jiang Fei nodded to himself. He was actually looking forward to this kind of ordinary life. However, he was born with a hard life. Jiang Fei stored all of his aura into the inheritance space. This was a little trick that he had recently learned from Yuting. This way, his aura could be watertight. Anyone who saw him could only treat him as a mortal. Then, Jiang Fei took out a set of very ordinary clothes from his ring space. This was the clothes that he had worn when he was training in the world of the Five Directions. After changing his clothes, Jiang Fei looked like an ordinary human prince in the world of the Five Directions. That ant was no different. Jiang Fei's purpose in disguising himself was very simple. He was to secretly observe the movements of these people and see if there were any suspicious people. After all, the jade pendant-style equipment could only be identified when they were face-to-face. Only when they were face-to-face could the apostles be identified. If Jiang Fei's strength was too ostentatious, it would inevitably attract the attention of the other party and cause the other party to escape in advance. Then, he would have no place to look for the other party. After everything was ready, Jiang Fei walked out of the dark and walked straight towards the small town. Walking along the cross street, Jiang Fei found that the villagers here were all living pretty well. At least, everyone was glowing red. Unlike the villagers from other places who were always showing off. Jiang Fei nodded to himself. As he walked around, Jiang Fei did not find anything unusual. Finally, he strolled outside a small restaurant. The small restaurant was not very big. There were only 3 storefronts in total. It was only on the second floor. However, it was quite lively inside. The lobby on the first floor was already filled to the brim. The customers inside were drinking and drinking. It was quite lively. Hee, there are too many people and too many mouths to feed. Jiang Fei had an idea and walked into the small restaurant. Sir, you're here. The first floor is full. There's a private room upstairs. The waiter came up with a smile on his face. Jiang Fei's clothes were not bad. One look, and he could tell that he was a rich man. Naturally, he was particularly enthusiastic. Jiang Fei hesitated for a moment. Initially, he had planned to listen to the news on the first floor. However, the business here was too popular. There was not even a place to share a table on the first floor. Therefore, he could only go to the second floor and sit down. Anyway, his hearing and perception were very strong. He could hear clearly wherever he sat. Sir, the waiter shouted loudly. Then, he sent Jiang Fei to the stairway. The waiter upstairs answered and cleared Jiang Fei's seat. At this time, Jiang Fei also walked to the second floor. Isn't there a private room on the second floor? Jiang Fei pointed at a table by the window and said, Okay. The waiter on the second floor agreed. They had previously prepared a single room for Jiang Fei because they thought that he liked to be elegant. Since he was willing to sit outside, they naturally had no objections. Asked the waiter with a smile. Asked Jiang Fei, said the waiter as he patted his chest. When Jiang Fei heard that the waiter was so arrogant, he immediately wanted to tease him. As expected, the waiter looked embarrassed. However, his reaction was quick. He immediately bowed to Jiang Fei. Sir, I was too arrogant. We have all the usual dishes. The waiter had seen so many people every day. He had experienced everything. When he heard Jiang Fei's words, he knew that the other party was picking on him. Therefore, he immediately apologized. All right, I won't make things difficult for you. Jiang Fei waved his hand. He was just teasing the waiter. He did not want to hold on to it. Thank you, sir. The waiter lowered his posture. Just make any 3 or 5 dishes that you have, Jiang Fei said casually. All right, sir. The waiter asked again. They loved customers like Jiang Fei who did not ask for prices. He was really rich. Jiang Fei said very casually. At his level, money was really meaningless. The waiter replied. Then, he turned around and left. As he walked, he shouted at the kitchen to order the dishes that Jiang Fei wanted. Chapter 2536. Translator 549690339. After a while, the waiter had served all of Jiang Fei's dishes. Jiang Fei poured himself some wine and ate while listening to the conversation below. After tasting the dish, Jiang Fei nodded to himself. No wonder the sound here was so good. The chef was really good. As he ate and drank, Jiang Fei felt quite comfortable. However, before he could drink a few mouthfuls, a loud noise came from below. Move! Move! Can't you see that our Lord is here? All of you, get out of my way. Make way for our Lord. Jiang Fei frowned upstairs. At that moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard coming from the stairs. Following that, a few guys with slanted shoulders rushed up. The moment these people came up, they shouted at the customers upstairs, "All of you trash, get lost quickly. We want to eat here. Don't be an eyesore here. Be mindful. Sigh. Why is he here again? What bad luck. Why is there such a scourge everywhere?" Jiang Fei heard the customers on the second floor cursing in low voices. However, these people were very conscious of packing their things, and then went down the stairs with their heads drooping. Jiang Fei thought to himself. However, he did not move. "Kid, I haven't seen you before." A big man with a fierce face came to Jiang Fei's table. "Indeed, I've just arrived here," Jiang Fei replied calmly. "Umph." The burly man laughed coldly. Then he said to Jiang Fei, "Since this is your first time here and you don't know the rules, I won't beat you or scold you today. I'll teach you the rules first." As he said that, the burly man grabbed a corner of Jiang Fei's table and forcefully lifted it up. However, Jiang Fei's table did not move at all. Wasn't that obvious? No matter how fierce the burly man was, he was just an ordinary person. He was not even a foundation establishment stage cultivator. Then, Jiang Fei would really have to find a piece of tofu and knock himself to death. What the hell? The burly man was stunned. He had quite a bit of strength. Normally, he was an expert at flipping tables. However, he did not expect to lose face here today. The burly man shouted again. However, the table did not move at all. The most ridiculous thing was that the wine in Jiang Fei's glass did not even ripple. "Buddy," the burly man subconsciously thought that the table was fixed, so he shouted angrily at the buddy. "No." The buddy was also at a loss. At this time, there was another sound of stairs, and a few people walked up the stairs. Among these people, besides some crooked arms, 7 disgruntled lackeys, and 8 disgruntled lackeys, there was also a guy dressed as a cultivator. This guy was not old. He was about 23 or 24 years old, and he even had a fake sword on his back. However, his strength was terrible. At most, he was only at the foundation establishment stage. However, his strength was more than enough to bully commoners. What a waste. You can't even coax an idle person, the young man said with dissatisfaction. The brawny man immediately ran to the kid's side and bowed. "Oh." The kid glanced at Jiang Fei. Then, he slightly sensed Jiang Fei's strength. Although he was only at the foundation establishment stage and could not release his spiritual power, he had seen a few experts in the sect. Therefore, he relied on his own knowledge to determine Jiang Fei's strength. He wanted to determine Jiang Fei's strength. The kid frowned. However, from his appearance, Jiang Fei looked like an ordinary person. However, he was too calm, which made him seem extraordinary. If the person who came was really an expert, then he must have judged Jiang Fei's strength based on his aura. Then he must have treated Jiang Fei as an ordinary person because his aura could only be disguised, not hidden. Only Jiang Fei and Yuting, the dragon race's sage lord who had the inheritance space, could hide their aura and disguise themselves as a mortal. However, the kid in front of him was too weak. He was so weak that he could not release his spiritual power. Therefore, he could only make a rough judgment based on Jiang Fei's aura. This way, Jiang Fei's disguise would not be so effective. After all, Jiang Fei was a true superior. In the outer universe, he was the Grand Marshal of the Universe Empire. He was also the real ruler of the Universe Empire. In the 5 corners of the universe, he was the dragon race's sage lord. He was the most powerful person in the world. Under such circumstances, the aura that he unintentionally emitted was definitely not something that an ordinary person could compare to. As he was unsure of Jiang Fei's level of power, the boy came before Jiang Fei very cautiously. "Brother, I am a disciple of the Heaven Origin Sword sect. My name is Huang Rinxian." The boy came before Jiang Fei and cupped his fists. Jiang Fei made up a name. Huang Rinxian cupped his fists at Jiang Fei again. Then he asked, "May I know where Brother Wang's immortal hometown is?" Jiang Fei was completely making up a story. 800 miles away. That's really far. Huang Rinxian continued to probe. "I came here by ox cart." Jiang Fei continued to spout nonsense. Huang Rinxian frowned. He had a feeling that something was not right, but he could not tell what it was. Huang Rinxian asked. This time, Jiang Fei's question was short. For a moment, he really did not know how to answer. Huang Rinxian asked. Jiang Fei went down the stairs. Huang Rinxian turned around and sat down at another table. This time, he did not choose a private room. Instead, he sat opposite Jiang Fei. Following that, Huang Rinxian and the others ordered 2 tables of high-quality banquet. He had 1 table for himself, and the rest of the men had 1 table. Huang Rinxian was eating while he sized up Jiang Fei. He felt that this Wanger was not normal, but he could not say anything. Jiang Fei also noticed that Huang Rinxian was observing him. He did not care and just ate and drank leisurely. At this time, the entire restaurant's customers had been chased away by these guys. Jiang Fei had nowhere to go to find out more information. He decided to start observing the guy in front of him. Chapter 2537. 2537. Translator 549690339. As he ate, an hour passed in the blink of an eye. On the other side, Jiang Fei was still slowly drinking by himself. His original purpose was not to eat, so he was naturally not in a hurry. On the other side, although Huang Rinxian was also eating slowly, his underlings were like starving ghosts. The group of people shook off their cheeks and ate like crazy. In less than half an hour, there was only vegetable soup left. On the other side, Huang Rinxian also saw that they were embarrassed, so he rewarded them with a few dishes that he didn't like to eat. After a moment, the group of people still finished eating. Seeing that his lackeys were so full that they were burping, Huang Rinxian felt that it was enough, so he put the bowl and chopsticks to the side. Waiter! Although Huang Rinxian said so, none of them looked like they were going to pay. Master Huang, look at what you're saying. You're eating with us because you think highly of us. How can we expect you to pay? The waiter hurriedly ran over and bowed. If it was not for Jiang Fei's mind-reading skill, he would have thought that the restaurant had a good relationship with Huang Rinxian. However, through his mind-reading skill, he realized that the waiter was already cursing in his heart. You scoundrel, why didn't you choke to death with a mouthful of wine? We can be considered to have eliminated the evil for the people. You blackmailed us every day and even pretended to want to settle the bill. The waiter cursed in his heart, but his face was full of smiles. It was not that the waiter was two-faced. It was just that they had been tormented by Huang Rinxian. Although this kid was not very capable, he relied on his father to be the guardian of the mysterious Ice Divine sect. He had done a lot of mischief. Speaking of the mystic Ice Divine sect, it was a medium-sized sect 300 miles away. Although it was said to be medium-sized, it could be considered one of the best in Suixing. Its strength was much stronger than the local Qian Yuan sword sect. Therefore, although this kid was as weak as a chicken, he had relied on the mystic Ice Divine sect behind him to do mischief here. The local Qian Yuan sword sect was intimidated by the power of the mystic Ice Divine sect and did not dare to do anything to him. Well, seeing the waiter being so tolerant, Huang Rinxian didn't stop. Instead, he stretched out his hand. The waiter took out an ice crystal that he had prepared earlier and put it in Huang Rinxian's hand. Judging from his proficiency, this was obviously not the first time. Huang Rinxian nodded in satisfaction and put away the ice crystal. Jiang Fei sighed. Although there were incidents of killing and looting between cultivators, it was the first time that he had seen a case of robbing a commoner. Would not do such a despicable thing. This was simply too embarrassing. Huang Rinxian called out to his men. Then, he turned around and went downstairs. Before he left, he did not forget to look at Jiang Fei. When Huang Rinxian was far away, the man spat angrily. Jiang Fei asked, Although he had a little understanding through mind reading could not read other people's memories. Jiang Fei could only pry into other people's thoughts. Therefore, he was not very clear about many things. Sir, you really showed your face today. You actually ate this meal with Huang Rinxian. The waiter could not help but point his finger at Jiang Fei. What's the background of this guy? Jiang Fei asked. The waiter then told him about Huang Rinxian. The Dark Ice sect? Jiang Fei frowned. With his status, how could he have heard of such a middle-tier sect? A human sect that could enter Jiang Fei's ears had to be at least a first-rate sect in the town star, or one of the 4 great families. That Dark Ice sect is amazing. It's the strongest human sect within 1,000 miles. The shop assistant said in a serious tone. Jiang Fei sneered in disdain. Not to mention the emergence of the dragon race. Even in the past, the safety of the Year Star was also thanks to the Shao family. However, it was obvious that these ordinary people from the remote mountain village would not be able to come into contact with the Shao family, let alone the dragon race. They probably had nothing to do with the Shao family. As for the Dragon Clan, they were also legendary existences to them. Sir, please believe me, the waiter said with great joy. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. He saw that the waiter was talking happily and did not interrupt him. After that, from the waiter's words, the cultivator was like a god. He could go to heaven and earth and live forever. There was nothing that they could not do. Jiang Fei smiled as he listened to the waiter's description. He could understand the waiter. After all, when Rain Dragon went to Earth, the Earth cultivators that he taught became the legendary gods? All right, I'm almost done eating. After the waiter finished speaking, Jiang Fei was almost done eating. He also planned to go somewhere else to take a look. Sir, how do you settle the bill? The waiter asked. Jiang Fei said, if it's ice crystals, you can give it to us. We definitely won't be able to change it. The waiter said happily. They liked customers who used ice crystals to settle the bill. Even if it was the lowest grade ice crystals, that was still more useful than a pile of money. This was because this item could be traded directly with the cultivators of the Heaven's Origin Sword sect. Whether it was seeking medical treatment or other things, it was much more useful than money. Jiang Fei flicked his finger, and a middle-grade ice crystal fell into the waiter's hand. Middle grade? The waiter was stunned. Although they had used ice crystals to pay the bill before, the others had used low-grade ice crystals. Even low-grade ones were rare, let alone middle-grade ones. After all, a middle-grade ice crystal was enough to buy their entire street. Jiang Fei waved his hand. He really did not have any lower-grade ice crystals. These were all extorted from the top-tier dire beast families in Sui Xing when he traveled back in time to hundreds of thousands of years ago. How could there be inferior goods? Thank you, sir. The waiter bowed repeatedly. At the same time, he had memorized Jiang Fei's appearance in his mind because he knew that Jiang Fei was definitely not an ordinary person. Chapter 2538, 2538. Translator, 549690339. After paying the bill, Jiang Fei walked out of the small restaurant. As he strolled along the cross street, Jiang Fei kept looking around, hoping to find someone who was deliberately looking for him. However, when he looked around, he saw that the people and things around him were normal. There was nothing strange about them at all. They were nothing more than people who bought and sold goods, as well as idle people who shopped. If there was anyone who was more eye-catching, it would be Huang Rinxian. Jiang Fei thought. If the apostle was also nearby, he would probably go to a lively place. With that thought, Jiang Fei stepped forward and followed him. At that moment, Huang Rinxian was leading people to block a small stall to collect protection fees. Speaking of which, it was really embarrassing for a cultivator to have fallen to Huang Rinxian's level. After all, a dignified cultivator was the son of a sex guardian. He actually went to extort a commoner peddler. If his father knew about this, his father would probably be so ashamed that he would be ashamed. However, Huang Rinxian was very pleased with himself. Moreover, it seemed that he was enjoying the process very much. Speaking of which, Huang Rinxian had a father like that. He didn't really lack this piece of inferior ice crystal. He did this mainly because he had nothing to do. He wanted to brush up his presence and experience the feeling of bullying others. At this moment, a delicate shout came from across the street. "Joe, Sister Ling it's you again." Huang Rinxian grinned widely. He bullied these commoners because he had nothing to do and also to lure Yuling out. In fact, Huang Rinxian stayed in this remote village for the sake of this little girl called Yuling. This Yuling was the daughter of the sect master of the Qian Yuan sword sect. Her strength was around the heartbeat stage, and her combat strength was around 5 million. But to a weakling like Huang Rinxian, a sneeze from him could kill him hundreds of times. However, due to Huang Rinxian's identity, although Yuling had taught him a lesson many times, she did not dare to hit him too hard. Although Huang Rinxian was detestable, Yuling still had to think about his father. If she killed or severely injured Huang Rinxian, would the Black Ice Divine religion spare the Qian Yuan sword sect? When that time came, not to mention the entire Qian Yuan sword sect, even the town below would be doomed. Therefore, for the sake of her family and the people of the town, Yuling had repeatedly taught Huang Rinxian a lesson, but to no avail. He actually took a fancy to Yuling and shamelessly said that he wanted to marry her. Fortunately, Yuling's father wasn't the kind of person who coveted wealth and status. He didn't sacrifice his daughter's happiness because of Huang Rinxian's deep background. But it seemed that he really liked Yuling, so he didn't use the power of the Ice God sect. He just stayed here and didn't leave, shamelessly pestering Yuling. Yuling saw that Huang Rinxian didn't say anything after bullying the common people. She directly flew over and kicked Huang Rinxian's lower back. And the lackeys around Huang Rinxian tactfully took a few steps back, without any help. This was not because Huang Rinxian's lackeys were unprofessional or afraid of Yuling. It was because they had helped before and were instead beaten up by Huang Rinxian. In Huang Rinxian's words, he liked Yuling's sister beating him up. The harder Yuling's sister beat him up, the more comfortable he felt. Faced with such a despicable boss, what else did the lackeys have to say? When they saw that Yuling had come again, they all moved to the side. Following that, the sound of whips and Huang Rinxian's screams could be heard on the street. As Yuling did not dare to hurt Huang Rinxian, each of her whips had a sense of propriety. Although Huang Rinxian's body was covered in blood marks, it did not hurt his tibia. With Huang Rinxian's physique, this little injury could be healed in half a day. Sister Yuling, be gentle. Murder your husband. Huang Rinxian's scream was so comfortable that Yuling's face turned red. Huang Rinxian rolled on the ground and shouted louder than anyone else. What a cheap bone. Exactly. A cheap bastard. The commoners on both sides of the street pointed at Huang Rinxian and cursed. However, this kid did not care and continued to enjoy the fun of the whip. After beating him for a while, Yuling really could not stand Huang Rinxian's lewd words. Hence, she gave him a fierce kick and angrily reprimanded. "The next time you dare to bully the commoners, I'll break your legs." After saying that, Yuling did not walk away. Instead, she ran away. Jiang Fei sighed. Yuling looked like she was helping the commoners. Moreover, these commoners were venting their anger. However, on a certain level, this actually increased Huang Rinxian's arrogance. The more he wanted to attract Yuling's attention, the more he had to bully these commoners. When Huang Rinxian saw that Yuling had left, he sprawled on the ground and shouted loudly. However, the other party ignored him and quickly disappeared at the end of the street. Jiang Fei shook his head. Although he was now the dragon race's sage lord, he had never classified himself as a dragon or a ferocious beast. He had always felt that he was a member of the dragon race. Therefore, he was truly ashamed of what Huang Rinxian had done. At that moment, Huang Rinxian stood up as well. He patted the dust off his body and shouted to the surrounding villagers, all right. That's all for today. Please disperse. Scram, scram, scram. What are you looking at?" At that moment, Huang Rinxian's underlings appeared again. They had dispersed the surrounding crowd. Joe. After the idlers had dispersed, Huang Rinxian saw Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei laughed. Although Huang Rinxian said that, there was no sign of embarrassment on his face. At this time, Jiang Fei could not say anything else. This kid was already shameless to the core. Ugly words had become a compliment in his heart. Of course, Huang Rinxian came closer. Jiang Fei waved his hand. He was not that shameless. All right, I forgot to ask before. Huang Rinxian asked. I don't know. I'm here to look for someone. I'll leave when I find him, Jiang Fei said. Chapter 2539, 2539. Translator, 549690339. Looking for someone? Who are you looking for? Huang Rinxian said. Hee, there's no need. Jiang Fei waved his hand. Although he knew that the seventh apostle was called Peter, who knew what his current identity was. If he was like the previous Philip, just looking for his name would only alert the enemy. Huang Rinxian was stunned. However, he still did not give up and asked, Then, Brother King, do you know his information? Jiang Fei waved his hand. Brother King, are you kidding me? You don't know his name, and you don't know his information. Huang Rinxian's face revealed an unhappy expression. Jiang Fei smiled faintly. Then, he turned around and walked to the other side of the road. Boss, this kid really knows how to act. Yeah, do you want us to go over and teach him a lesson? A few of his underlings surrounded him. Huang Rinxian frowned. He instinctively felt that Jiang Fei was definitely not an ordinary person. Therefore, he did not want his underlings to act rashly without knowing the other party's capabilities. How about this? I'll let a few of my little brothers try him out. If this guy is just an idiot, then there's nothing much to say. If he's really capable, we could discuss it again. One of the little brothers suggested. Huang Rinxian nodded. Then, one of his lackeys followed Jiang Fei from afar while the other guy went to look for someone. Soon, a few unfamiliar young men arrived at the cross street. Fifth brother, what's the matter? The leader of the group of hotheads said. Kulme, kulme, kulme. The lackey first let the hothead come over to greet Huang Rinxian. This Huang Rinxian was the second son in the family. Therefore, these lackeys all called him second master. The hothead came over and bowed to Huang Rinxian. Huang Rinxian nodded. This kid in front of him had a strong build. Although he didn't have the foundation of cultivation, he had a lot of strength. In addition, his personality was a bit stupid and not evil. When he fought, he didn't care about his life. Therefore, ordinary people were really not his match. Big brother, this is a brother of my family. The lackey introduced him. Huang Rinxian pouted angrily. Then, the lackey led Zhang Erling and the others to chase after Jiang Fei. On the other hand, Huang Rinxian found a tea house on the cross street and sat down to wait for the results. On the other hand, Jiang Fei was strolling around. Although he knew that there were people following him, he did not care. After all, these trash were no different from ants in front of him. Therefore, they were not worth paying attention to. Without realizing it, Jiang Fei walked out of the small town. After walking for a short while, he arrived at the foot of a large mountain. This small town was built on the mountain. On the mountain was the Celestial Sword sect, which protected the village and town. Looking at the winding mountain path, Jiang Fei closed his eyes and sensed for a moment. There were actually no experts in the Celestial Sword sect. The strongest cultivators were only at the form synthesis stage. Not to mention true immortals, even masters at the Mahayana stage were very rare. However, even though the Heaven's Origin Sword sect strength was relatively average, they still had quite a number of people. There were a total of 100 people in total. However, in terms of strength, most of them were at the Foundation Establishment stage to the Enlightenment stage. There were not even half of them who could reach the form synthesis stage. As for those who were at the Heart stage or above, there were even fewer of them. They could not even gather 2 slaps. Jiang Fei nodded to himself and prepared to return to the town. However, at that moment, Jiang Fei suddenly realized that the number of people following him had suddenly increased. From the initial lackey of Huang Rinxian, there were now 7 to 8 people. However, among these people, there was not even a single cultivator. They were all just some farmers. Although they had some strength, they did not even know any martial arts. It was nothing. Kid, Zhang Ye walked forward. Jiang Fei smiled calmly. Among the 7 or 8 people in front of him, there were no lackeys of Huang Rinxian. All of them were hiding in the dark. Huang Rinxian thought that this way, Jiang Fei would not know who did this. However, he did not expect that from the beginning, All of their schemes had fallen into Jiang Fei's eyes. However, Jiang Fei was too lazy to argue with them. "Kid, you're dressed well," asked Song Arat. "I guess," Jiang Fei said calmly. His words were quite modest. As the dragon race's sage lord, Jiang Fei could be considered to be very rich. "That's good. Give some of the money to our brothers," said Zhang Er. Jiang Fei reached out his hand and took out a large amount of money from the spatial ring. Then, he threw it forward and immediately scattered it all over the ground. "Money. F***CK. That's a lot of money." The little brothers beside Second Zhang were all farmers. They had never seen so much money before. Therefore, they all rushed forward and began to pick up the money. Second Zhang wanted to pick up the money as well. However, he still remembered what his brother had told him. They had to find trouble with Jiang Fei and beat him up. Now that he wanted money, the other party would just give it to him directly. There was nothing else to say. "Oomph. You can't just give us money." Songar arashutet. "Clothes." Jiang Fei waved his hand and took out more than 10 sets of clothes from the spatial ring. Then, he threw them forward. "Diasterisk emin. Satin. This is silk. It's so beautiful and exquisite." Even the groom who got married last time was not dressed so well. Zhang Er's little brothers were excited once again. They did not care if their figures were suitable or not. Each and every one of them had a few sets of clothes on them. At this time, these guys still had the mood to hit Jiang Fei. They seemed to treat Jiang Fei as a living god of wealth. F***CK. Zhang Er was also really stunned. He had remembered his brother's instructions. His heart was set on finding fault with Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei smiled and shook his head. He did not care about money or possessions. He could also play with these guys. However, stripping him of his clothes now was a great humiliation. "No." Second brother Zhang was finally reasonable. He waved his hand, but none of the little brothers beside him made a move. "Second brother, we can't spare our hands. Yeah, these clothes are really good. It would be a pity if they get torn or dirty." The little brothers carried these clothes as if they were holding babies. They generously put these babies on the ground to fight. Chapter 2540. Translator 549690339. Damn it. Are you guys itching for a beating? Second Zhang was also anxious. Wasn't this embarrassing him? Oh, these little brothers usually knew that Second Zhang was fierce in fights. Therefore, they were a little afraid of him. When they saw him turn hostile, they were so scared that they began to find a place to put their clothes. They could not bear to put such good clothes on the ground. "Guys, how about I give you an idea? You beat him up, and I'll give you another sum of money," Jiang Fei said with a smile. The little brothers hesitated. Jiang Fei had just thrown out a lot of money. If they were to rely on themselves to farm, it would take them 3 to 5 years to save up. They might even have enough money to build a house and marry a wife. "What are you all doing?" Zhang Er saw that his little brothers were all looking at him. Moreover, their gazes were not friendly. He knew that these guys must be thinking about money. However, although Zhang Er was stunned, he was not stupid. Therefore, he opened his mouth and said, "You guys, don't listen to his bewitchment. Beat him up. All the money on him is yours. Why use his charity? That's not right. Since I have so much money, you can guess that my family background is not ordinary. If you forcefully take my money and beat me up, my family will take revenge. You might not even be able to keep your lives," Jiang Fei said calmly. Zhang Er's followers were really hesitant. Previously, they had come out to fight with their big brother. No one had thought so much. Now that they saw how rich Jiang Fei was, they were a little afraid. Although it had been said since ancient times that bare feet were not afraid of wearing shoes, that was only when there was no other way out. Now, these kids still had their parents at home. Although they were poor, they still had a few acres of thin land they could live on, who would be willing to destroy their own family just to stand up for others. In comparison, Jiang Fei's proposal was more feasible. After all, although Zhang Er was good at fighting, this kid was only one person. There was a saying that 2 fists could not fight against 4 hands. A good man could not fight against many people. The group of them swarmed forward. It was no problem for them to defeat Zhang Er. Moreover, Zhang Er's family was also an ordinary farmer. Even if he wanted to retaliate, he could not do anything. Therefore, in comparison, the cost of beating Zhang Er was lower and the risk was lower. At this moment, Zhang Er also realized that the situation was not right. Second brother, I'm sorry. Look, I'm not young anymore. It's time for me to marry a wife, one of the lackeys said with a smile. Yeah, second brother, it's not that we have any objections to you. It's just that everyone wants to live a good life, right? As the lackeys spoke, they moved closer to second brother Zhang. F***CK. What's going on? The situation doesn't seem right. Why are those people surrounding Dummy? Huang Rinqian's lackeys also noticed that something was wrong, but they couldn't go out at this time. At this moment, those kids shouted and attacked Dummy Zhang. Dummy Zhang was in a daze. He swung his arms and fought with the 6 or 7 lackeys. Although Zhang Er was very strong, he could not stand the number of people on the opposite side. After a few exchanges, he was knocked down. With his fall, Zhang Er was done for. He was punched and kicked by the group of kids. At that moment, he could not get up. This beating lasted for nearly half an hour. Zhang Er was almost beaten to the point that he could not move. These kids, who usually called each other brothers, were really ruthless in front of benefits. In order to prevent Zhang Fei from being unreasonable and not paying, they did not hold back at all. They directly beat Zhang Er until he was covered in bruises. With this posture, he would not be able to get out of bed for at least 10 days to half a month. Zhang Fei waved his hand. He could also see that if he did not stop, these brats would beat Zhang Er to death. One of the brats bowed and came forward. Zhang Fei threw out a bag of money. There was a lot of money in it. The brats left happily. Before they left, they did not forget to take the clothes away. Zhang Fei laughed coldly. Then, he looked in the direction of those lackeys. He knew that these guys were here to test him. That was why he did not personally take action. That was not a problem at all. Seeing that Zhang Fei had left, these lackeys were dumbfounded. Brother, how are we going to explain this when we go back? Yeah, we didn't get anything out of him. Forget it. Let's go back first. The lackeys looked at each other. No one knew what to do. In the end, the lackeys sighed and turned around to go back. As for Zhang Er, who was lying on the ground and could not get up, no one looked at him again. After seeing that the lackeys had returned, Huang Rinqian asked. The lackeys shook their heads. Huang Rinqian asked. He still shook his head. Huang Rinqian asked again. He still shook his head. Huang Rinqian was anxious. Second master, don't be angry. We don't know how powerful that kid is. He didn't even make a move. He only used a few pennies to turn our Lungzi subordinates. The lackeys were helpless. He could only tell the truth. Huang Rinqian slammed the table angrily. At this time, a lackey said, "Oh." Huang Rinqian asked, "Second master, think about it." The lackey asked. Huang Rinqian said matter-of-factly. Although his strength was not great, it was not a problem for him to deal with a group of farmers. Isn't that the end? How could an expert like you waste this money when meeting these people? The lackey analyzed. And Huang Rinqian couldn't help but nod his head when he heard that. Haha, I thought you were some amazing person. So you're just a rich young master. Then I can't say it anymore. Huang Rinqian rolled his eyes, and a trace of a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 2541, 2541. Translator, 549690339, one of the lackeys asked. Huang Rinqian rolled his eyes and asked. The lackey said, previously, when they left, Zhang Fei was still wandering around the area. Let's go and meet him in person, Huang Rinqian said. All right, with the second master here personally, that kid will definitely be finished. That's right, having a few stinky money is nothing. Once the second master goes, that kid will definitely kneel down and beg for mercy. While the lackeys were flattering him, Huang Rinqian led a group of people to the foot of the Tianyuan sword sect. At this moment, Zhang Fei was indeed still near the Tianyuan sword sect because he realized that the Tianyuan sword sect might not be as simple as it appeared to be. The members of the sect were average in terms of strength. However, their mountain defense formation was not simple. Although it could not be compared to the first-rate sects, It was not something that could be set up by a small sect like this. Jiang Fei guessed. From the current strength of the Cosmic Sword sect, they were indeed a small sect that was not considered to be of the first rate. Therefore, Jiang Fei guessed that they were most likely powerful before. However, they declined later. Just as Jiang Fei was curious about the Heaven's Origin Sword sect's mountain defense formation, a few people passed by him. These people were 3 men and 1 woman. Jiang Fei had seen the woman before. It was Yu Ling, who had beaten Huang Rinxian up. At this time, these people were carrying a lot of things in their hands. It seemed that they were all Heaven's Origin Sword sect disciples who had just gone down the mountain to the town to buy some things. A male disciple came forward and asked, "Oh, I'm Yufine. I'm just wandering around," Jiang Fei said casually. "Brother, this place is remote. If you are fine, it's best for you to return to the town." Recently, the human heart has not been the same as before. Fierce beasts often appear. "It's not safe for you to stay here," the disciple advised kindly. His strength was around the heartbeat stage, and he already had a preliminary perception ability. Therefore, he could tell that Jiang Fei was a mortal. "Hee, thank you for telling me." Jiang Fei nodded. The disciple was also being kind. Naturally, he would not look at him coldly. The male disciple nodded at Jiang Fei and then left with his junior and junior. He was just reminding Jiang Fei out of kindness. He had no intention of befriending such an ordinary person. After the 3 of them went up the mountain, Jiang Fei took a stroll around the area and was ready to leave. However, at that moment, trouble came knocking on his door. Huang Rinxian came looking for him with his lackeys swinging their shoulders. "Yo, Brother Wang," Huang Rinxian said as he walked forward with his arms crossed. "Didn't we meet before noon?" Jiang Fei asked with a smile. When he saw the kid's posture, he knew that he was looking for trouble. As the saying goes, a day without seeing is like 3 years without seeing. We have not seen each other for half a day. "So, it has been quite a long time," Huang Rinxian said with a smile. Jiang Fei nodded and asked, "Then why are you looking for me?" Huang Rinxian looked at Jiang Fei again. After confirming that Jiang Fei did not have any strong demeanor, he said to Jiang Fei. He then said to Jiang Fei, "I have been a little short of money recently. I would like to exchange some with you." Jiang Fei smiled slightly. Then, he took out a money bag from his body. There were many yellow and white items inside. Huang Rinxian took the money bag and shook it in his hand. Jiang Fei asked, "Hee, I'm a cultivator." Although Huang Rinxian said that, he did not return the money bag to Jiang Fei. Instead, he put it into his own pocket. Jiang Fei asked calmly, "Stop talking nonsense." Huang Rinxian finally threw away his disguise and revealed his true face. "Oh, you're not borrowing anymore?" Jiang Fei asked calmly. "Kid, stop acting like a big-tailed eagle." Huang Rinxian sneered. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. If Huang Rinxian really knew his background, he would definitely be scared to death. "Stop pretending." Huang Rinxian was not as persistent as the villains in the stories. He waved his hand and let the lackeys do their thing. The lackeys answered and ran toward Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei sighed. Just when he thought that he was going to show off his skills, he suddenly frowned and turned around to run. "After him! Don't let him get away." When the lackeys saw that Jiang Fei was going to run, they were even more confident. Therefore, they swarmed over and chased after him. Although Jiang Fei did not use any of his strength, his amazing physique was not given to him for free. Even if he took his time to take care of the local ruffians behind him, he would still run very fast. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at the location of the Qinyuan Sword Sex Mountain. At this time, Huang Rinxian and his lackeys had also arrived. These guys immediately surrounded Jiang Fei. "Run," Huang Rinxian said proudly. After all, he was also a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator. He did not want to be like the other lackeys who ran until they were out of breath. "You dare to rob money in broad daylight," Jiang Fei shouted angrily. His words were not for nothing. Although his voice was not particularly loud, it traveled far. "Cut the *king crap," Huang Rinxian shouted angrily. The lackeys rushed forward and were about to attack Jiang Fei. At that moment, a delicate shout came from the air. "Huh? The lackeys were stunned for a moment before a beautiful figure flashed past. After a few crisp sounds, the lackeys were knocked down to the ground. Yuling had the strength of the heart attack stage, after all. It was a piece of cake to beat up these rascals. Huang Rinxian saw that his lackeys were knocked to the ground and did not care. He walked up to her with a smile. Yuling frowned. Huang Rinxian still had a cheeky smile on his face. Yuling snorted. She could not be bothered with Huang Rinxian. Therefore, she turned to Zhang Fei and asked, "Are you okay?" Chapter 2542, 2542. Translator 549690339 infine. Thank you for saving me, miss, Zhang Fei said as he cupped his fists at Yuling. You're welcome, young master. This is the territory of the Qianyuan sword sect. It is our duty to maintain law and order, Yuling said. Sai, when I was wandering around here, your disciple once advised me that the world was going downhill. At that time, I did not think much of it. I did not expect to meet such a brazen robber in broad daylight in the blink of an eye. Zhang Fei said as he stomped his feet on the ground. Young master, you can rest assured, Yuling said as she glared at Huang Rinxian. Zhang Fei cupped his fists once again. Kid, don't be so cocky with me just because someone is protecting you. Let me tell you, she can protect you for a while, but she can't protect you forever, Huang Rinxian said proudly. What he meant was that he wanted to force Yuling to compromise and talk more with him. However, he did not expect things to go against his wishes. Master, this bully's identity is special. I can't be too ruthless. Yuling frowned and turned to Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei did not stand on ceremony. He was looking for the whereabouts of the apostles anyway. He had already changed in this town. There was no sign of Peter. If he could follow Yuling up the mountain, he might be able to find something. Huang Rinxian was dumbfounded. Let's go. Yuling glared at Huang Rinxian. Then, she led Zhang Fei up the mountain. You, Sister Yuling, you guys. Huang Rinxian was so anxious that he stomped his feet. However, after being threatened by Yuling, he did not dare to chase after them up the mountain. On the other hand, Zhang Fei followed behind Yuling. The two of them walked up the mountain step by step. As Yuling did not know that Zhang Fei was also a person with cultivation, she only treated him as an ordinary young master. Therefore, she did not dare to walk too fast. The two of them slowly strolled up the mountain. Not bad. When they were about to reach the mountain gate of the Cosmic Sword Sect, Yuling smiled at Zhang Fei and said, Hee, I was born poor when I was young. Therefore, my body is not bad. Zhang Fei smiled and said. Yuling was also making small talk with Zhang Fei. Otherwise, it would be too boring for the two of them to just walk. Zhang Fei was also being polite. Young Master Wang, because you are not a member of our sect, you are not allowed to enter. Please wait for me here for a moment. I will go and ask my father, Yuling said to Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei waved his hand and said, It's all our sect's rules. Yuling was quite polite to Zhang Fei. It's already good enough for you to take me in. Zhang Fei waved his hand. After Yuling entered the mountain gate, a few more disciples from the Qianyuan sword sect came in one after another. These people were all very curious. After all, there were very few unfamiliar faces in the Qianyuan sword sect. Brother, are you here to seek medical treatment? Brother, at your age, it's probably a little too late for you to become a disciple, right? These disciples from the Qianyuan sword sect were all very warm-hearted. They surrounded Zhang Fei and asked him all sorts of questions. Zhang Fei could only smile and wave his hand. I was taken in by a lady to take refuge here. These disciples from the Qianyuan sword sect were all stunned. Zhang Fei then told them what had happened. It's that Huang Rinxian again. Yeah, this guy is ruining the reputation of us cultivators everywhere. He's really despicable. There's nothing we can do about it. He's backed by the powerful Dark Ice Divine sect. We can't afford to offend him. When the disciples of the Qianyuan sword sect heard Huang Rinxian's name, all of them spat at him. However, these disciples were also helpless. Although Huang Rinxian was very weak, any one of them could easily deal with him. However, this guy's background was not ordinary. Therefore, The sect master ordered that no one was to attack Huang Rinxian. That was why he was so arrogant. Just as these disciples were beating and scolding Huang Rinxian, Yuling turned around and returned. Young Master Wang, my father has agreed to let you stay in the sect for a little while. However, you can't wander around randomly, Yuling said to Jiang Fei. It's already very good that you can take me in. I won't cause you any trouble, Jiang Fei said with a smile. That's good. Follow me. Yuling nodded and led Jiang Fei into the mountain gate. Actually, the place that Yuling had arranged for Jiang Fei was not far from the mountain gate. If one were to put it bluntly, it should be similar to a gatehouse. What could he say? It was already good enough that the other party was willing to take him in. After settling down in the Cosmic Sword sect, Jiang Fei once again thanked Yuling. After Yuling obtained some daily necessities for Jiang Fei, she turned around and left. After all, she had only helped Jiang Fei out of a moment of kindness. She could not bear to see Jiang Fei being bullied by Huang Rinxian. As a cultivator, she would not care too much about treating a mortal. At night, Jiang Fei lay on his bed and pondered. Although Jiang Fei had already gone up the mountain and stayed in the Cosmic Sword sect, his position was only that of a gatekeeper. Moreover, the other party had told him not to wander around. Therefore, it was obviously not possible to investigate openly. Therefore, after everyone had fallen asleep, Jiang Fei moved his body and his figure slowly faded away. Then, he came out of his room like a breeze and went straight into the inner part of the Qianyuan Sword sect. After passing through a few courtyards, Jiang Fei arrived at a huge martial arts practice field. This should be the place where the disciples of the Qianyuan Sword sect usually practiced. However, it was already late at night. There was no one here. After passing through the martial arts practice field, Jiang Fei entered a huge courtyard. This was where the disciples slept. Rows and rows of houses were very neat. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. Then, he quietly sneaked into the rooms where the disciples lived. The living environment of these Tianyuan Sword sect disciples was very ordinary. There was a large bunk in the room. The disciples slept side by side on it. Jiang Fei glanced at it and then looked at the jade pendant on his body. There was no reaction at all. Let's go. After coming out of this room, Jiang Fei went straight to the next dormitory. However, he still found nothing. Very soon, Jiang Fei went through the rooms of these disciples. However, he still did not find any traces of Peter. Chapter 2543, 2543. Translator, 549690339. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. Then he walked out of the disciples' houses. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. The front yard was where the disciples lived. In the backyard was the inner residence of the sect master. There were many women in there. However, in order to find out the whereabouts of Peter, Jiang Fei could not care less. He moved his body and walked toward the backyard. After passing through a few layers of courtyards, Jiang Fei first went to check the courtyards where the elders and deacons lived. However, he did not find anything unusual. Finally, he entered the last layer of the Qianyuan Sword sect's courtyard. In fact, the entire Qianyuan Sword sect was not small. There were more than 10 courtyards in total. Unfortunately, most of them were abandoned. Only a few courtyards that entered 4 or 5 times were occupied. Most of them were already overgrown with weeds. Jiang Fei sighed and released his spiritual power. Very soon, Jiang Fei had mastered the entire inner residence. In the middle of the courtyard, there were 5 northern rooms. This should be the residence of the sect master. There were a few rooms on each side. It was probably the residence of the sect leader's sons or other close relatives. Further on, there was a small building and a few rooms. It was probably the residence of the old lady and Yuling. According to the results of the spiritual power feedback, the sect leader's family was relatively prosperous. There were about 6 to 7 people in the family. In addition to the maids and servants, there were a total of about 10 people living in this small courtyard. Jiang Fei did not need to go to the back of the building because he had already seen Yuling. She had nothing to do with Peter. Therefore, Jiang Fei began to search through the rooms. As expected, there were the 4 sons of the sect leader living there. However, these guys did not have Peter's aura. After that, Jiang Fei went to the back. Coincidentally, the old lady was still awake. She was reciting scriptures and praying in the ancestral hall. Jiang Fei looked from afar. This old lady was also very ordinary. She was even an ordinary person without any cultivation. It had nothing to do with players or apostles. Jiang Fei thought. Then, he went around to the main room. At that moment, there was still a weak light flashing in the study room. It seemed that the sect master was still awake. Jiang Fei went outside the room. He wanted to observe the other party. However, at that moment, a deep voice came from inside the room. "Since you are here, why don't you come in and have a seat?" Jiang Fei frowned. The sect master's strength was only at the peak of the nascent soul stage. He had not even reached the leaving aperture stage. How could he possibly discover his tracks? However, Jiang Fei radiated his spiritual power. There was no one else around him. Clearly, they were talking about him. "Friend, you don't have to be confused. I'm talking about you," said the sect master of the Cosmic Sword sect. Jiang Fei smiled. Since he had already revealed his whereabouts, there was no need for him to hide anymore. Therefore, Jiang Fei removed his invisibility and pushed the door open. He walked into the study room. Jiang Fei was still shocked. He did not expect Jiang Fei to be so young. Moreover, based on his aura alone, the person in front of him did not have the aura of a cultivator at all. He was just like an ordinary person. When he closed his eyes, the person in front of him seemed as if he did not exist. Jiang Fei cupped his fists. Yu Kuai returned the bow and asked with a frown, "It's hard to say my identity." Jiang Fei did not dare to say his identity directly. He was really afraid that the other party would be scared to death. It was like a legendary existence, not to mention the dragon race's sage lord. The Shao family, Yu Kuai was still shocked. Although the dragon race was now in power, Planet Sway was still nominally the Shao family's territory. The Shao family was still the master of this piece of land. Jiang Fei nodded. It's not that I don't trust you. It's just that the Shao family's name is too big." Yu Kuai's meaning was very clear. Who would believe it? Jiang Fei suddenly remembered that he really did have an identity token on him. Yu Kuai was even more dumbfounded this time. The Shao family was already famous enough. Now that the valiant Martial Hall was involved, it was even more impressive. Jiang Fei had not even said that he was the master of the valiant Martial Hall's current status. However, this was already enough. Just the valiant Martial Hall's worship avatar was enough to provide him with sufficient convenience. "Greetings, valiant Martial Hall's revered elder." Yu Kuai hurriedly came out from behind the table and bowed to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei raised his hand and helped Yu Kuai up. Yu Kuai said. Jiang Fei did not mention his name. He was afraid that he would cause more trouble. After all, his name had been very well known throughout the entire town star. "Please have a seat, Ambassador. My servants are already resting. Please wait a moment." Yu Kuai knew that Jiang Fei had used a fake name. However, he did not care. He must have come here to do something. Once the matter was settled, he would not have any relationship with them. Therefore, there was no need to know his real name. "Master Yu, there's no need to be so polite. I'm actually here to look for someone," Jiang Fei said straightforwardly. He had already confirmed that Yu Kuai had nothing to do with Peter. "Hi, Ambassador. Who are you looking for?" Yu Kuai asked. "There's no need. I'm here in disguise. I'm temporarily staying under your tutelage. I'll leave after I'm done. Just pretend that you don't know," Jiang Fei said. Yes. Yu Kuai could not wait to do that. He did not want to get involved with those big sections. Although getting close to the Shao family or the valiant Martial Hall would allow the Qianyuan sword sect to regain its former glory, high profits often came with high risks. Therefore, Yu Kuai would rather live a few more years in peace and comfort. Jiang Fei cupped his fists. "I don't dare." Yu Kuai waved his hands repeatedly. Jiang Fei turned around and walked out of the study. He did not intend to expose himself this time. He was accidentally discovered by someone. Therefore, he had no choice but to show himself. Chapter 2544, 2544. Translator, 549690339. After returning to the vicinity of the mountain gate, Jiang Fei turned around and looked at the entire sect. He could not help but feel a myriad of emotions in his heart. When the sect was flourishing, it was indeed unusual. This mountain defense formation was actually able to detect my existence. Jiang Fei nodded to himself. He had just been discovered by Yu Kuai. That was definitely not the strength of Master Yu himself. Otherwise, how could a mere nascent soul stage master detect Jiang Fei's presence? However, in the long river of history, the Prime Sword sect had completely declined. Other than the mountain defense formation, it was no longer related to any of the top sections. Back in the gatehouse, Jiang Fei sat cross-legged on the bed and meditated. He only meditated for a moment before the sky gradually brightened. The next morning, the Qianyuan sword sect became noisy again. The low-level disciples began to get up and train. Those disciples who had not reached the foundation establishment stage were still unable to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. They could only rely on training their bodies to strengthen themselves. Therefore, they had to get up in the middle of the night every day to train their bodies. Jiang Fei also left his room. He strolled around the Qianyuan sword sect's martial arts practice field. As he watched the young disciples training, he secretly recalled that he was still very weak back then. However, he was lucky. Ever since he obtained the ring, Jiang Fei could be said to be on a meteoric rise. He did not encounter any major setbacks and had achieved what he had today. Yuling's voice came from behind Jiang Fei. Yeah, I got up and had nothing to do. I just walked around. Jiang Fei asked with a smile. I did not break any taboos. However, this is the martial arts practice field. As the saying goes, weapons have no eyes. These disciples are just beginners. It would be bad if they hurt you, Yuling said. It's okay. I hid quite far away, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Yuling nodded. Then, she said to Jiang Fei, let's go. I happen to be going down the mountain. Come with me. I'll send you back to the town on the way. Jiang Fei nodded. Since he had confirmed that Peter was not in the primordial sword sect, there was no need for him to be here anymore. Let's go and eat something. It's about time for breakfast, Yuling said with a smile. Although the primordial sword sect was in decline, it was not short of a breakfast. Thank you for your hospitality, miss, Jiang Fei said with a smile. You're quite interesting. You're different from those ordinary people, Yuling said to Jiang Fei with a smile. Oh, Jiang Fei asked curiously. Yes, when those ordinary people see us cultivators, they call us immortals or goddess. You're the only one who doesn't seem to care about us cultivators, Yuling said. Jiang Fei was stunned. He had never paid attention to this question before. That's right. In the eyes of the ordinary people, these cultivators were like gods. They were omnipotent. They could even refine immortal medicine to bring the dead back to life. What was the difference between these legendary gods? However, in Jiang Fei's eyes, these ordinary cultivators were no different from ants. How could he call them immortals or goddess with admiration? You must be joking, young lady. I just think that all living things are equal. There is no distinction between immortals and mortals. Everyone is a child of nature. There will be birth, aging, sickness, and death. Even the ferocious beasts are no exception. Jiang Fei laughed. I told you that you are very special, Yuling said with a smile. Soon, the two of them arrived at a courtyard. This was the kitchen of the Qianyuan sword sect. At this time, there was a long table in the courtyard. There were some pickles and other things on it. There was a big pot at the door of the kitchen. Inside was a steaming hot 8 treasures porridge. Breakfast is relatively simple. You can make do with it, Yuling said. Jiang Fei smiled and nodded. This was a relatively weaker cultivation sect. Because the disciples' levels were generally lower, they started cooking. If it was a top-tier sect, they would not have seen such a scene, because most of the disciples on the other side were already able to abstain from grain. Only a few disciples were able to do it alone. Jiang Fei himself became a big bowl of porridge. Although he had long been able to abstain from grain, he was reluctant to part with this appetite. Therefore, he carried all kinds of delicious food with him all year round. I have already started trying to abstain from eating, Yuling said with a smile. You cultivators are indeed different. Jiang Fei pretended to be dumb. Sigh. The world of cultivators is just as cruel as the world of mortals. After abstaining from eating, although you don't need to use these grains, you still need to consume spiritual stones and spiritual energy to maintain your life. Yu Ling laughed bitterly. Those ordinary people thought that the gods did not need to eat to have no desires. They did not know that they needed more resources, which made them even more greedy. Zhang Fei only smiled and did not say anything. He just lowered his head and drank his 8 treasures porridge. Soon, Zhang Fei finished his porridge. Yu Ling asked. Zhang Fei nodded. Let's go then, Yu Ling said with a smile. Zhang Fei stood up and said. Then, Yu Ling led Zhang Fei out of the main gate of the Cosmic Sword sect. On the way to the town, Zhang Fei and Yu Ling did not encounter anything special. The two of them chatted and laughed along the way. Yu Ling was very interested in Zhang Fei's philosophy, so the two of them chatted quite happily. However, as soon as they entered the town, trouble came. Why are you eating my melons without asking the price? Let's not talk about eating your rotten melons. I don't even ask the price when I eat in a restaurant in the city. When he heard this, Zhang Fei almost did not need to look to know that it was Huang Rinxian who was showing off again. Yu Ling frowned and was about to go up and teach him a lesson. Lady, not only will you not be able to stop him, you will even make him worse, Zhang Fei said from the side. Yu Ling asked curiously. Can't you tell? This kid has a crush on you, Zhang Fei said. Yu Ling's pretty face turned red and she spat. However, this kid has been causing trouble everywhere. He's also trying to attract your attention. Every time you teach him a lesson, he doesn't seem to be suffering. Instead, he seems to be enjoying it. In order to let you beat him up next time, he will definitely bully these people again, Zhang Fei said. Yu Ling frowned. Zhang Fei laughed. Chapter 2545, 2545. Translator, 549690339. Yu Ling looked at Zhang Fei and asked, It depends on whether you want to treat him quickly or slowly, Zhang Fei said with a smile. Yu Ling asked, Beat him until he can't take care of himself. Let him know his mistake, Zhang Fei said. Yu Ling was shocked. She did not expect that this humble young master in front of her would actually say such vicious words. As the saying goes, killing an evil person is good karma. Zhang Fei asked with a smile. But my father said that this kid's identity is not ordinary. He did not let me hurt him. He said that he was afraid of causing a disaster, Yu Ling said. Zhang Fei shook his head. Yu Ling could only settle for the next best thing. Slow cure? That's just letting him be. When he has caused enough trouble, he will leave, said Zhang Fei. No, Yu Ling said firmly. Then there is no choice. You also hit him like this. The more he becomes worse, the more he will do anything to attract your attention. Now, he is bullying these people. Maybe in a few days, he will kill people on the street, said Zhang Fei. Yu Ling clearly did not expect the problem to be so serious. What? Zhang Fei asked with a smile. Yu Ling felt a little guilty from what Zhang Fei said. Forget it. This is your business. If I interrupt again, it will look like I'm meddling in your business. Zhang Fei smiled. Sai, why are you like this? You watched those people suffer and did not feel anything at all, Yu Ling said unhappily. Initially, she had a good impression of Zhang Fei. She thought that this ordinary person had a good understanding of the world. She did not expect him to be a person who did not care about wealth. You are still young. The circle you live in is only so big. There are a lot of hardships out there. You can't control it, Zhang Fei said. At this moment, he could not help but think of the farmer called Li Hai. He was so weak when he faced a ferocious beast that could transform. However, in the end, the ferocious beast still paid with its life for Li Hai's son. Although Li Hai had sacrificed his life for this, if he did not fight back, his son's death would have been in vain. Moreover, was Zhang Fei not the same? When facing the players, apostles, and the development team of the Gamma Space, which one of these guys could not crush the local universe life forms with a wave of their hands? Especially the development team. When facing them, even Zhang Fei could not resist at all. However, Zhang Fei was still struggling hard. He was trying his best to buy time for the development team while looking for a chance to break through, Once he found a way to enter the gamma space, Jiang Fei wanted to eat those guys alive. Yuling wrinkled her cute little nose. In her opinion, Jiang Fei was only a few years older than her. However, when she spoke in anger, she sounded very old. Jiang Fei smiled and did not say anything else. Yuling took a deep breath. Although Jiang Fei said that her beating Huang Rinxian would only encourage him to harass the villagers more frequently, she still had to intervene when she saw such injustice. She still had to intervene. Huang Rinxian, Yuling shouted as she rushed over. Next, Yuling naturally gave Huang Rinxian a gentle beating, while Huang Rinxian rolled around on the ground with a cheeky smile as if he was enjoying himself. In the end, Huang Rinxian was beaten away. However, Yuling did not hear the cheers of the villagers as usual. The villagers scattered in a hubbub. Only an old man with bad legs was dragged away by Yuling when he was a few steps slower. "Sir, I have beaten that scoundrel away." "You don't have to run anymore," said Yuling Fairy. "I know you mean well, but you can't always be here. When you leave, he will become even worse," said the sir with a bitter smile. Then he said to Yuling, "Fairy, I'm begging you." Before this, he only robbed a few things. He did not beat anyone or smash the stall. But after you took care of it, he beat people again. Some of them smashed the stall. We really can't live happily anymore. Please, don't bother about this anymore. Yuling was stunned by the old man's words. Although the old man's words had verified what Jiang Fei had said before, she still could not accept the fact that she had done something bad out of kindness. At that moment, Jiang Fei walked over. Yuling muttered to herself. Meanwhile, the old man took the opportunity to limp away and disappear. Slowly accept it. This is reality, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Yuling remained silent. It was obvious that she could not understand the cruel reality. On the other side, Jiang Fei was about to comfort Yuling when he suddenly felt the jade pendant in his arms heat up. Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows. He immediately looked around and saw that there were villagers nearby. However, Jiang Fei was keenly aware that one of the villagers was obviously different. It was a villager who was carrying 2 loads of grass on his shoulders. He looked like a farmer who was about to deliver grass to a restaurant. However, there was a faint red glow on his body. Of course, only Jiang Fei, who had a jade pendant, could see this glow. This guy is Peter? Jiang Fei was stunned. He initially thought that Peter was at least a cultivator. He must have a purpose for coming to the 5 directions of heaven and earth. However, he did not expect that Peter was just a mortal. With Jiang Fei's immense spiritual power, no one could fool him except for Yuling. However, Jiang Fei could not sense any cultivator's aura from the farmer. Although Jiang Fei had found Peter's trail, he did not immediately rush forward. Firstly, Jiang Fei did not want to start a war here and hurt the innocent civilians. Secondly, Jiang Fei had yet to confirm this guy's ability. If this guy were to plot against him, these apostles who could break the rules would not be easy to deal with. Therefore, Jiang Fei ignored Yuling, who was in a daze. He quietly followed behind the woodcutter until the guy carried the grass and delivered it to the back door of a restaurant. "Second brother, the grass has been delivered," the farmer shouted into the courtyard. A lazy voice came from inside. The farmer shouted. Chapter 2546, 2546. Translator, 549690339. Following the lazy voice, a young man appeared from the back door of the restaurant. He looked to be about 27 or 28 years old and was more than 10 years younger than the farmer who delivered the grass. He was the waiter of the restaurant's kitchen. People called him Buttface. As for what his name was, very few people knew. "You came late today. What happened?" Buttface squinted his eyes and said with his big mouth, "Second brother, didn't you complain that my grass wasn't good yesterday? I went far to cut it back," the farmer explained. You went to the mountain to cut it back." Buttface rolled his eyes. Yes, the farmer said with a smile. Buttface casually looked at the grass, then kicked the straw down to the ground. Then he said to the farmer, "You don't even want to eat this lousy grass, donkey." The farmer was so angry that his face turned red. Buttface sneered and said to the farmer, Let me tell you, don't come tomorrow. Our family doesn't want your lousy grass. What kind of thing is that? How can you be like this? The farmer wanted to argue. Our manager pitied you and was willing to give you money for charity. You have no end. Do you really think that our family runs a charity hall? You come every day to get some lousy grass for free food and drinks, but Face scolded. The farmer was obviously an honest man. He did not even know how to curse. Therefore, he was so angry that his face turned red. He could not say a word. Jiang Fei, who was secretly observing from afar, was very confused. He could be sure that the farmer was Peter. However, as an apostle, what was wrong with Peter? He had had enough of the good life. Did he come here to look for trouble? To be honest, Jiang Fei had seen many players. Even if they were not apostles, those ordinary players were much more arrogant and domineering. They treated NPCs as human beings. Jiang Fei had never seen anyone who would not return a scolding when they were pointed at their nose. The more Peter acted like this, the more Jiang Fei did not dare to act rashly. This was because he did not know what this guy was trying to do. Moreover, Jiang Fei could not detect Peter's ability from the detector at this time. This was the main reason why he had not made any moves. Get lost. Don't hang around our door anymore. You are so unlucky. Buttface said as he gave the farmer a kick on the back of his waist. The farmer was kicked out and rolled away. Even Jiang Fei, who was watching from the side, was a little angry. That Buttface was too inhumane. If you don't want other people's grass, you don't want it. What kind of nonsense is that? Moreover, he even hit someone. This kid was too arrogant. When the farmer got up, Buttface had already returned to the courtyard. He wanted to pick up the grass that had been kicked. However, when he lifted it up, the grass was scattered all over the ground. The farmer wanted to put it back. However, he found that the rope used to bundle the grass was broken. He did not have any extra rope on him. The grass was scattered all over the ground. He could not move it even if he wanted to. A 5-foot-tall man sat on the ground and cried in anger. Jiang Fei sighed. Then he walked up and asked, "Brother, isn't it just that the grass has not been sold? Why are you still crying?" "Sobi sob, you don't know. My mother was sick. I was counting on this grass to sell some food for her. Now that the grass has not been sold, I can't choose another house." The farmer cried as he said. Jiang Fei sighed again. However, in the end, a large part of these misfortune was due to poverty. Only a very small number of misfortune could not be solved with money. Just like the farmer in front of him, he was indeed very unfortunate. His mother was sick, but she did not even have food to eat. As the son of man, he had no way at all. He could only sit on the street and cry. How helpless was this? As long as he had some money, this suffering would not happen. At this moment, a bald man walked over. He was holding a bird cage in his left hand and a fish in his right hand. No matter how one looked at it, he did not look like a poor man. The farmer sighed. The bald man threw the bird cage and fish away. Then, he walked over to the farmer in 2 steps. "You asked me to send grass to their house, but they didn't want it." The farmer explained everything. Jiang Fei secretly nodded as he listened. This farmer's humanity was really good. Even if someone came to support him, he did not add anything to it. He just described it as it was. "All right, big brother. You don't have to care about this. Just wait here." After the bald man heard it, there was no expression on his face. He stood up just like that. He walked toward the back door of the restaurant. Before the bald man entered the door, Buttface came out to greet him. "Joe, isn't this Master 5? Buttface's face was full of joy. He looked like a completely different person from before. The bald man ignored him and walked into the backyard of the restaurant. "Joe." Everyone in the restaurant knew this bald man, and they were all very polite to him. The bald man asked, "He's in front." A waiter trotted to the front. A moment later, a middle-aged man ran over with the waiter. "Oh, fifth master, you didn't tell me you were coming." The shopkeeper also greeted him with a smile. "All right, don't talk so much," the bald man said to the shopkeeper. "Look at what you're saying." The shopkeeper said with a smile. The bald man said, "Master 5, your words are slapping my face. My life was saved by you, and the money to open the restaurant was paid by you. What's there to settle? As long as you say the word, I can leave naked, or I can leave my life here for you." the shopkeeper said with a solemn face. Chapter 2547, 2547. Translator, 549690339. No, don't say that. I was completely blind to save you back then. The business was also considered as me lending you money. The bald man waved his hand and said, Fifth Master, your words are slapping my face. Today, based on your words, I will find a tree to hang myself from. But there is only one thing. The shopkeeper's face was full of grief. He really treated the bald man as a savior, and he had never treated this business as his own. From the beginning to the end, he had always treated the bald man as his owner. He had only one purpose in running this business, and that was to repay the favor. But he did not expect that today, for some reason, his benefactor would be so angry. This made the shopkeeper feel extremely wronged. The bald man glanced at the shopkeeper. I want to know, the shopkeeper said. All right. The bald man nodded. Then, he said to the shopkeeper, I'm the one who paid for your business, right? Yes. The shopkeeper nodded and said, You said that this business was mine. The bald man said again, Let's not talk about the past. The shopkeeper said. The bald man asked, 5.5 years. The shopkeeper replied. The bald man asked, No. Although I send you a ledger every new year and festival, you have never seen it, let alone taken a penny from the shop, the shopkeeper said. In all these years, I haven't asked you for anything, right? I only asked you to do me a favor, the bald man said. Yes. You asked me to buy Brother Cheen's grass. The name buy is actually to provide food. Didn't we have an agreement? He didn't even need to bring a single piece of grass over. Even if he brought a single strand of grass over, I would still give him money. I definitely can't let them starve, the shopkeeper said. The bald man sneered. The shopkeeper smiled apologetically. At this moment, he had already guessed that today's matter was most likely related to Brother Cheen. Humph! The bald man told the whole story. How was that possible? The shopkeeper was dumbfounded. The bald man glanced at the shopkeeper. Second brother? The shopkeeper looked confused. He was usually busy in the front, and the backyard was filled with things like firewood and feeding animals. He didn't usually ask about it. The shopkeeper had indeed warned the workers in the backyard. Those workers also knew about Brother Cheen, so when people came to sell grass, these workers didn't even look at them and directly gave money. Anyway, they didn't pay the money. But recently, one of the workers had quit. The manager asked the manager in the backyard to randomly hire someone, and in the end, Dog 2 was invited. This kid used to be a local ruffian. He saw that Brother Cheen could exchange a lot of money for a bundle of broken grass every day. Therefore, he was extremely envious. Now that he had an opportunity, he could make things difficult for Brother Cheen. The manager turned around and asked the manager in the backyard, Second brother? The manager thought for a long time before he remembered Buttface. Following the manager's gaze, he saw that Buttface was curled up in a corner. He was sweating. Buttface was not afraid of the manager. If he offended the manager, he would just quit. However, the bald man sitting there was not to be trifled with. Although the bald man was very benevolent to the shopkeeper, not only did he save his life, but he also gave him money to open a restaurant. However, this Master 5 was quite a figure in the town. This master was a tyrant in the town, and Buttface was a person who worked in the interface. How could he not know Master 5's temper? Now that he had offended Master 5, breaking one of his legs would be a light punishment. The shopkeeper shouted at Dog 2. Hey, at this time, Dog 2 no longer had any of its previous arrogance. When Dog 2 came close, the shopkeeper swung his arm and gave Dog 2 a big mouth. Blood immediately flowed down from the corner of his mouth. The shopkeeper cursed angrily and said to Dog 2, All right, from today on, you don't have to work anymore. Get lost. Buttface ran away with his hands on his cheeks, as if he had been pardoned. Speaking of which, the shopkeeper was really a good person. Even though Buttface had made such a big mess for him, he still found a way to let the kid go. If he waited for the baldy to make a move, Buttface would die here. Master 5, this is all my fault. The shopkeeper bowed to the bald man. Sigh. The bald man sighed. He didn't plan to let Dog 2 go so easily, but since the shopkeeper had already done this, he couldn't call Dog 2 back to beat him up. Master 5, please bear with me. The shopkeeper didn't waste time with the bald man's nonsense and directly came out of the backyard with the money. Brother Chin, it's all my fault. It's my fault for not disciplining you properly. The shopkeeper smiled apologetically as he approached the farmer. Brother Chin was also an honest man. Although he had just been kicked, he was more concerned about the pile of grass beside him. It's okay. The shopkeeper shouted into the backyard after he finished speaking. Come over a few people and bring the grass back. Yes. A few workers came out and began to carry the grass in the yard. Since the bales were already scattered, they could only carry it back one by one. These workers carried it while cursing Dog 2 in their hearts. If it weren't for this kid, they wouldn't have so much trouble. The shopkeeper gave a purse to Brother Chin. Big Brother Chin saw that this money was more than 10 times the price of his usual grass. The shopkeeper said with a smile. Big Brother Chin was a little hesitant. It's appropriate. The Baldy walked out from inside. See Baldy speak. Chin Big Brother also no longer polite. Put the money to put up. Chapter 2548. 2548. Translator 549690339. Big Brother, Master 5. It's all my fault today. Cool me. Let's go to the front and have a few drinks. Consider my apology to Big Brother, said the shopkeeper. Big Brother Chin did not say anything. Instead, he looked at the bald man. Let's go, Big Brother. Let's have some food, said the bald man. That's on you guys. Big Brother Chin was really honest. My treat, the shopkeeper immediately said. The bald man turned around and said to Jiang Fei. He had just seen Jiang Fei go up to ask about the situation and knew that he was a warm-hearted person. In order to get in touch with Peter, Jiang Fei did not decline. He also wanted to know why the seventh apostle was acting like a doormat. It is fate that we meet. The shopkeeper also smiled. Very soon, the group of people moved from the back of the restaurant to the front. In order to apologize to Brother Chin, the shopkeeper even asked the waiter to empty the upper floor, leaving the entire second floor to them. After the guests were seated, the shopkeeper was not in a hurry to order the dishes. He first ordered the waiter to prepare a few delicious dishes for Brother Chin's mother. Then, he asked the waiter to bring a lot of money. Only then did he begin to be humble. Fifth Master, Big Brother, and this little brother, order whatever you want to eat, the shopkeeper said with a smile. With one look, it was obvious that Brother Chin had not eaten well for a long time. So he ordered all the practical things. The bald man stopped Brother Chin and then ordered 7 or 8 dishes. Then, everyone humbly gave way, and finally, all the dishes on the table were ordered. If the shopkeeper was treating, how could the efficiency of the kitchen be bad? Soon, all the dishes were placed on the table. Then, the few of them ate and chatted. Jiang Fei also understood the whole story from this. It turned out that this Baldy was once a poor man in his early years. He was so hungry that he almost died outside. It was Brother Chin who gave him a bowl of rice. That was how he survived. In the end, the Baldy made a name for himself in the town. Then, he cleared his name and lived a decent life. However, Brother Chin's family was in decline. Each day was worse than the last. Originally, Baldy wanted to take Brother Chin and his mother over to raise them. However, the old lady was a strong person and refused to accept charity from others. Therefore, Baldy thought of a way to let Brother Chin sell grass in this restaurant. Regardless of whether the grass was good or bad, the shopkeeper would give money. If he gave too much, the old lady would be suspicious. Therefore, every day was a fixed number. It was only enough for the mother and son to live comfortably for 2 or 3 days. Originally, they had been living like this for a long time. However, they did not expect one of the workers to quit. Buttface went up and started to make things difficult for Brother Chin. As a result, Brother Chin did not sell any herbs for 4 to 5 days. The mother and son went hungry. After Jiang Fei heard it, he laughed in his heart. No matter how he looked at it, this bald man who came from a local ruffian background was not a good person. However, this person was loyal. He knew how to repay a debt of gratitude. The 4 of them chatted as they ate. It could be said that they were having a good time. Although Jiang Fei occasionally chatted with Brother Chin, his attention was on Brother Chin. He wanted to know what this guy was up to. He was actually willing to endure such humiliation. However, as he looked at it, Jiang Fei realized that something was wrong. The jade pendant in his arms was starting to heat up again. Brother Qin's body suddenly flashed with a red light and ran onto the bald man's body. F***CK. Jiang Fei was shocked. Is this jade pendant broken? Jiang Fei was shocked. At this moment, the bald man asked, Yes, I'm passing by this place. Jiang Fei said, I've been talking for a long time. The bald man asked, My surname is Wang. Jiang Fei still used his fake name. The bald man nodded. He was a rough person and did not think too much about it. If it was another scholar, he would have been suspicious. How could he have come up with a name like Wang Er? However, this was not a problem for the bald man. Most of the people he came into contact with had names like Zhang San, Li Si Wang Er Ma Zi. Therefore, Jiang Fei's fake name was nothing special. Since the red light had landed on the bald man, Jiang Fei had no choice but to divert his attention. We are from the same family. They call me Wang Wu. The bald man said his name. Hee, you guys are like brothers, Brother Qin said with a smile. Not at all. Master Wu is much older than me. Jiang Fei waved his hand. Brother, don't call him by his name. We are fated. If you don't mind, I will drag it out. Wang Wu said. Jiang Fei was a more easygoing person. He did not think that he would be at a disadvantage if he called others Brother Five. However, if Wang Wu knew that the brother in front of him was the god, he would probably be scared to death. However, even if Jiang Fei revealed his identity, people of Wang Wu's level would probably not understand what a dragon sage was. He had never even heard of the dragon race. After the meal, everyone was ready to leave. Brother Qin received the money and was ready to go home to show his respect to his mother. At this time, Wang Wu asked Jiang Fei, Brother, where are you staying now? I stayed at the Tianyuan sword sect for a night. I'm going to find a place to stay, Jiang Fei said. Then why would I look for a place? Just stay at my place, Wang Wu said enthusiastically. Jiang Fei pretended to decline. In fact, he really wanted to follow Wang Wu to his place. After all, Wang Wu was now Peter. Jiang Fei had to figure out what was going on. What's not appropriate? Wang Wu went forward and grabbed Jiang Fei's wrist. Then, he walked out of the restaurant. After following Wang Wu around a few alleys, Jiang Fei arrived at the door of a house. When he entered the house, he saw that it was not a big house. However, the courtyard was not small either. Even a main room and a side room were considered together. There were about 7 or 8 rooms. Brother Wu is back. Brother Wu, who is this? At that moment, a few young men came out of the room. These young men were all working for Wang Wu. When they had jobs, they would do some physical labor, such as moving things. When they did not have jobs, they would fight with Wang Wu. Chapter 2549, 2549. Translator, 549690339. This is the Wang brothers that I just met, said Wang Wu as he pointed at Jiang Fei. Hello, brother. Wang brothers. You are the same as our 5th brother. The young men all went up to Jiang Fei and greeted him. Jiang Fei could tell that these young men were all ordinary people with just a glance. Although they were all big and well-built, their combat power was actually negligible. Yes. Hello. Jiang Fei greeted the young men while secretly thinking about what Peter was trying to do. Please entertain Brother Wang and Brother Wang first. I'm going to take care of some things. Wang Wu greeted the young men. Then, he said to Jiang Fei, Brother, I'm sorry. I still have some things to do here. I'll be back in a while. Jiang Fei asked. Wang Wu waved his hand. Jiang Fei did not insist. Soon, Wang Wu took the 2 little brothers out. The rest of the group of young men surrounded Jiang Fei and chatted with him. Because the courtyard was filled with a group of strong young men, and they were all doing menial work, there was no need to think about fragrant tea or fruits. It was just a group of people sitting there and chatting. Through these young men, Jiang Fei knew that this bald Wang Wu was not a bad person. Although he was also very aggressive, at least he did not bully the poor. This made these young men very impressed. Jiang Fei chatted with these young men for almost the entire afternoon. However, Wang Wu did not return. A little brother who had gone out with Wang Wu ran back with a dirty look on his face. When they saw the little brother's sorry state, the others immediately surrounded him. "Quick," Pockmarked said breathlessly. "Brother Wu?" When they heard that something had happened to Wang Wu, these guys became anxious. Pockmarked said in a rough tone, "What? He's really given him a lot of guts. F***CK, we've been letting them off easy these past few days. Why are they still pushing their luck? Let's go. Grab the weapons. Let's go F***CK them." These little brothers of Wang 5 exploded when they heard that. They immediately returned to the house, grabbed their clubs and machetes, and rushed out. "What happened?" Jiang Fei asked. "Brother Wang Wu, this has nothing to do with you." "You can wait here," said one of the little brothers who had a good chat with Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei said, he also wanted to know what had happened to Wang Wu. "Good. Brother Wang Wu is indeed right about you." A little brother handed a pickaxe to Jiang Fei. Then, the group of people followed Pockmarked Z and ran to the location of the incident. After about 15 minutes, Jiang Fei and the others finally saw Wang Wu, who was knocked down to the ground. "How is it? Do you accept it? Usually, I call you Master Wu. Do you really think you're that great? Oomph. You're nothing but trash in front of our second master. I told you to bring your men and rob our territory. I told you to rob our business." From time to time, another two boys would come over and kick Wang Wu. Jiang Fei was stunned. The people who were attacking Wang Wu were Huang Rinxian and his lackeys. At this moment, those lackeys were the ones who were attacking Wang Wu. Daquanzi, F***CKU. When they saw that Wang Wu was being beaten up, the eyes of the little brothers turned red. They picked up pickaxes and machetes and rushed forward. F***CK. These lackeys might have been very capable when they ganged up on Wang Wu, but when they saw that the other party was carrying knives and their eyes were red, they were all afraid. Jiang Fei secretly looked down on these lackeys. They were not even qualified to be gangsters. They were afraid of death in a fight and afraid of pain when they were beaten up. What kind of gangster was this? Look at Wang Wu. Although he was surrounded and beaten up by a group of people, his hands were protecting his head, his elbows were protecting his chest, his knees were curled up to protect his lower abdomen, and his legs were curled back to protect his anus. His entire body was curled up on the ground. No matter how the other party beat him up, he didn't even make a sound. This was a true hooligan. To be a hooligan, one first had to be ruthless, not only to others, but also to oneself. As for those lackeys around Huang Rinxian, they were clearly not qualified. Oomph. What are you afraid of? At this moment, Huang Rinxian stood out. He was the one who had just knocked Wang Wu to the ground. Otherwise, with those lackeys around him, they wouldn't even dare to breathe loudly when they saw Wang Wu. How could they possibly knock him down? Although Huang Rinxian was a scum among cultivators, he still had the strength of the foundation establishment stage, after all. For ordinary people, this was already extremely powerful and impenetrable. Therefore, not to mention Wang Wu, even if his little brothers attacked together, Huang Rinxian wouldn't care. "Boy, return to ground." When Huang Rinxian walked to Wang Wu's side, he didn't forget to kick him. However, at this moment, the red light on Wang Wu's body moved. The red light flashed and transferred from Wang Wu's body to Huang Rinxian's body. Jiang Fei was keenly aware of all of this. Could it be that this red light is Peter? Jiang Fei had a guess in his heart. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Huang Rinxian was not a good person anyway. He did not mind giving it a try. Thinking of this, Jiang Fei tightened his grip on the pickaxe. If it was a normal person, he would not be able to kill a foundation establishment stage cultivator with the pickaxe. However, for a master like Jiang Fei, he had a feather in his hand. Even a Mahayana stage master would die on this feather. At this time, Huang Rinxian had already fought with the young men. He was extremely ruthless. The young men who were defeated by him had their bones broken and tendons broken. All of them fell to the ground and could not get up. Jiang Fei stood in front of the other young men. Huang Rinxian snorted coldly when he saw Jiang Fei. Then he said, "Wang Er, you're just in time. I was looking for you." "Looking for me?" Jiang Fei laughed coldly. Huang Rinxian snorted coldly. Then he punched Jiang Fei in the face. The little brothers behind Jiang Fei shouted. Jiang Fei flipped his hand and grabbed Huang Renqian's wrist. Then, he twisted it forcefully. Huang Renqian could not help but turn his back. Jiang Fei did not use any moves. He just kicked Huang Renqian's waist. Huang Renqian immediately lost his balance. After taking a few steps forward, he fell to the ground. Chapter 2550. Translator 549690339. After kicking Huang Renqian to the ground, Jiang Fei chased after him with the pickaxe handle. I'll let you bully the villagers. I'll let you eat watermelons without paying. I'll let you find trouble for nothing. I'll let you be blind. Jiang Fei opened the pickaxe handle in his hand and gave Huang Renqian a fierce beating. Logically speaking, with Huang Renqian's physique, even if the pickaxe broke the handle, it would not be able to hurt his muscles and bones. However, with Jiang Fei's strength, the pickaxe was even stronger than a top-tier magical equipment. Under Jiang Fei's control, every time it landed, Huang Renqian's skin and flesh would be torn open. Moreover, Jiang Fei's control of his strength was very good. If he had used a little more strength, Huang Renqian, who was of a level, might not even be left with ashes. However, Jiang Fei deliberately controlled his strength so that every time he hit him, he would be heavily injured. However, he did not kill Huang Renqian. Just you wait. Do you know who I am? I am the son of the guardian of the Dark Ice sect. My father will not let you off. It was the tradition of the second generation. After Huang Renqian was beaten, he began to reveal his wealth. However, forget about the small Dark Ice sect. Even if he was the valiant martial temple master, what could he do? In the face of Jiang Fei, the Grand Dragon Sage, it was as the old saying went, if you are a dragon, you must cower. Jiang Fei grabbed Huang Renqian and started beating him up. His lackeys were so scared that none of them dared to come forward. After all, even the invincible Master Huang was beaten up like a third grandson. Wouldn't they be looking for trouble if they came forward? On the other hand, Jiang Fei was not blindly beating up Huang Renqian to vent his anger. This kid was not worthy of Jiang Fei personally beating him up. He only had one purpose in beating up Huang Renqian. That was to test Peter, who was residing in Huang Renqian's body. At this moment, Jiang Fei still did not know Peter's purpose. He also did not know what Peter was trying to do by residing in someone else's body. Now, Jiang Fei was beating up Huang Renqian to test whether Peter would be affected by it. However, even though Huang Renqian was rolling on the ground, the red light in his body was still very stable in Jiang Fei's eyes. D***, is this Peter a masochist? Jiang Fei frowned. When he first found Peter, this guy was in Brother Qin's body. In the end, Brother Qin was beaten up by Buttface. In the end, he cried in grievance. Then, this guy was transferred into King Fi's body. However, not long after, Wang Wu was beaten up by someone. Now, Peter had been transferred into Huang Renqian's body. However, he happened to meet Jiang Fei, who wanted to test him. Then, ended up like this. He was beaten up and rolled around on the ground. Is this guy unlucky? Jiang Fei was not very sure. After all, from the way Peter had transferred, it seemed that he had been transferring into the strong body. However, he was getting more and more unlucky. As Jiang Fei beat Huang Renqian up, Jiang Fei realized that the red light in Huang Renqian's body was very stable. There was no intention to leave or resist. Jiang Fei frowned and then gritted his teeth. With a roar, Jiang Fei swung the stick and beat Huang Renqian into thousands of peach blossoms. As Huang Renqian's brain exploded, the kid died on the spot. As he was only in the foundation establishment stage, he did not even have an immortal soul. He died instantly. The moment Huang Renqian's life force was cut off, the red light moved. The red light flashed and ran toward the northwest. Jiang Fei wanted to use the inheritance space to stop it, but it was useless. Jiang Fei thought to himself. Previously, Jiang Fei had repeatedly used the legacy space to kill players. Later, the development team had come up with a patch that caused the players to have a carrier. Jiang Fei could not use the legacy space to take them in. Although Peter was an apostle, he could also enjoy the privilege of being a player. Therefore, before Zhang Fei killed Peter, he could not use the legacy space to take Peter in. Zhang Fei once again used his spiritual attack. The effect was still not obvious. At this time, Zhang Fei finally confirmed that Peter was different from the previous apostles. The red light was not his ability, but his true form. In other words, Peter did not appear in human form or other life forms. He was this red light. This red light was his carrier. His mind power or inheritance space could not directly affect Peter's body. Zhang Fei did not chase after Peter because Peter was too fast. If he did not expose himself, he would not be able to catch up to Peter. Zhang Fei did not want to expose his identity. He was afraid that Peter would deliberately avoid him in the future. Although Zhang Fei had just killed Huang Rinxian, in Peter's eyes, it was just a battle between a group of NPCs. As Zhang Fei's inheritance space and spiritual attacks were ineffective, Peter did not feel it. The asterisk emin. Brother Wang, you're so powerful. Yeah, I did not expect you to be so powerful. Although Peter had escaped, Zhang Fei had become the hero in the hearts of the little brothers. Zhang Fei smiled and waved his hand. Where's Huang Rinxian? At this moment, Yu Ling rushed over with a few disciples from the Heaven Origin Sword sect. She had also heard that Huang Rinxian was causing trouble again, so she rushed over in a hurry. After seeing Huang Rinxian's lackeys, Yu Ling asked, "That?" The lackeys pointed at Huang Rinxian's body and said. At that moment, they were all scared silly. Huh? Yu Ling was shocked when she saw Huang Rinxian lying on the ground. She quickly ran to Huang Rinxian and took a closer look. She even confirmed Huang Rinxian's death. Who? Yu Ling asked with her eyes wide open. Her father had repeatedly warned her not to hurt Huang Rinxian. Otherwise, it would cause the Black Ice sect's anger. Huang Rinxian had actually died here. A few lackeys pointed at Zhang Fei and said, You? Yu Ling asked in disbelief. Yes, I was the one who killed him. Zhang Fei nodded. In Yu Ling's eyes, Zhang Fei was just an ordinary person who knew nothing. How could he possibly kill Huang Rinxian, the cultivator? You don't have to worry about this. I have my own plans, Zhang Fei said calmly. Yu Ling sighed. Although Zhang Fei had said so, she could not ignore it. Therefore, the girl immediately asked her disciple to go back and report the news. She said, Forget it. This kid's family background is not ordinary. You should run for your life first. We will figure out the rest. Chapter 2551. 2551. Translator 549690339. Miss, I appreciate your kindness. Zhang Fei smiled. How can you be like this? I told you to leave. Yu Ling said anxiously. At that moment, a few rays of light flashed across the horizon. Yu Kuai rushed to the scene. The previous disciple of the Qianyuan sword sect had already sent the news back to the sect. Huang Rinxian is dead, said Yu Ling. What? Yu Kuai turned pale with fright. He had felt his eyelids twitching as soon as he came here these days. He had a vague feeling that something bad was going to happen, but he didn't expect Huang Rinxian to die. Although Huang Rinxian was nothing, the mystic ice divine sect behind him was not to be trifled with. It was the strongest sect within 1,000 miles. It could even be said that only the Shao family could stand shoulder to shoulder with them in the entire Sui Xing. Now that Huang Rinxian had died in the Heaven's Origin Sword sect's territory, would the Dark Ice sect let it go? Yu Kuai asked with a frown. Huang Rinxian caused a disaster. To Zhang Fei's surprise, Yu Ling actually took the blame on herself. Senior sister, a few Heaven's Origin Sword sect disciples were dumbfounded. Yu Kuai slapped his thigh. He had warned Yu Ling many times before. Moreover, he knew that Yu Ling had taught Huang Rinxian a lesson more than once. However, he did not pay much attention to it, because Yu Ling always acted appropriately. In the end, Huang Rinxian died at the hands of his own daughter. This way, the trouble would be even greater. Lady, I know that you mean well. Zhang Fei smiled and walked out. Actually, he had seen Zhang Fei since Yu Kuai arrived. However, Zhang Fei had previously instructed him to help hide his identity. Therefore, Yu Kuai pretended not to have seen Zhang Fei. Moreover, Yuling had indeed taught Huang Rinxian a lesson a few times before. Therefore, when she said that she had accidentally killed Huang Rinxian, Yu Kuai believed her. Yu Kuai was in a moment of panic. He almost pursed his lips. However, his tone was still very respectful toward Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei nodded. Phew, that's good. Yu Kuai not that. He thought that it would be easy if Jiang Fei killed this person. He was a revered elder of the martial meritocracy palace. If his identity was exposed, the mysterious ice god sect would not be able to hold him accountable. They had to pay a visit to apologize. They had to apologize for Huang Rinxian. As for the people who died on their side, they only deserved it. The world of cultivators was like this. The big fist was the truth. Everything else was nonsense. Father. Yuling stomped her feet. In her opinion, this had become Yu Kuai's fear of responsibility. When he saw Jiang Fei admit that he was the one who killed him, he decided to stand by and watch. However, Yuling could not be blamed for this misunderstanding. The expression on Yu Kuai's face when he heaved a sigh of relief just now was too obvious. Sigh. Girl, this is not something that you can meddle in. It's not something that I can meddle in either. Young Master Wang can take care of everything. Yu Kuai could not expose Jiang Fei's identity. Therefore, he could only try to persuade Yuling in a roundabout way. You just don't want to get involved in this mess. Fine, you don't want to meddle. Yuling stomped her foot angrily. This little girl had been hating evil since she was young, so that she could stand up for others. Now that she saw that Jiang Fei might be held responsible by the mysterious ice sect, she stood up. Yu Kuai was so anxious that he was almost sweating. Although the mysterious ice sect could not afford to offend Jiang Fei or the Martial Honor Palace, killing the Qinyuan sword sect was like playing with a toy, now that Yuling was trying to get involved in this matter. How could he not be anxious? Father, you don't have to say anymore. Yuling insisted. Yu Kuai was anxious. He planned to bring Yuling back to house arrest and release her after the matter was over. Father, Yuling was also anxious. Yu Kuai was so angry that he did not know what to do. He really felt sorry for his daughter. Otherwise, when Huang Rinxian proposed the marriage, he would have used his daughter's happiness to exchange for the sect's future. Leader Yu, don't be anxious. Let her handle this matter. I will take care of everything, Jiang Fei said with a smile. To be honest, Yuling's personality was rare. Such a person who was eager for justice was rare, especially in this era. Therefore, he did not want to let external forces interfere with the girl's original intentions. Yu Kuai sai. Then he cupped his fists at Jiang Fei. Since Jiang Fei had taken the responsibility, he had nothing more to say. Sect Leader Yu, you guys go back first. I'll handle this matter, Jiang Fei said to Yu Kuai. Yu Kuai turned around and left with his disciples. In the eyes of the people around, in Yuling, Yu Kuai was like a donkey that had fallen off a slope. He did not want to get involved in this trouble with Jiang Fei's words. The Dark Eye sect would not be able to cause any trouble. Jiang Fei pointed at Huang Rinxian's corpse and asked, I think it won't be long before the people from the Dark Eye sect arrive. We'll talk about it when the time comes, Yuling said. Every cultivator had a life stone in the sect. Once they had a life stone, it would shatter. Moreover, they could also find the place where their disciples died based on the life stone. Therefore, once Huang Rinxian died, the Dark Eye sect would definitely receive the news. Although they had to travel thousands of miles for high-level cultivators, it would only take a few hours to travel by flying sword. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he said to the little brothers, you guys don't have to get involved in this matter. Quickly take fifth brother back to recuperate. Brother Wang, thank you so much for this time. Why don't we take the responsibility together with you? Yeah. At most, we'll kill you. I'll pay for it. There was no lack of righteous people among the little brothers. Hee, there's no need. The matter is not as serious as you think. I can solve it, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Really? Brother Wang, don't lie to us, the little brothers asked. Don't worry. Brother Wu's injuries are quite serious. Quickly find a doctor to take a look at him, Jiang Fei said. All right, let's send Brother Wu back to recuperate first. An older young man said, All right. Jiang Fei waved his hand and sent the little brothers away. I didn't expect you to be so loyal, Yu Ling said to Jiang Fei with a smile. And that's it for this part. Thanks so much for listening. If you loved it, hit subscribe so you don't miss the next one, and drop a comment letting me know what story you want to see next. See you in the next part.